Oh, look, it's Jesus. Hi, Jesus. Turn on here. Nope. Guess this is a place full of ghosts.
Yes, welcome to the Flat Earth space. What's going on, bro? You still there, bro? Mic check, mic check. Am I coming through or what's going on?
Hello? Am I bugging out? Is no one speaking? Or is my audio fucked? I'm about to flat smack. Globus, get your bags packed. The earth is flat, Jack. Flatter than a flapjack. You trying to defend the globe, bro?
You guys still believe in flat Earth after the Epstein file release? Like, come on, guys. You guys were obviously a distraction for the other things. Like, you made us look stupid. Come on, guys.
Get real, bro. Open your eyes. The earth is flat, Jack. Flatter
Wait,
than a
dude, I remember you. What the fuck? You're a flat earther? This guy is a flat earther and also a feminist. Like, what the fuck?
It's flat. Flat like the top of the hat.
Your girlfriend's ass is flat, nigga.
No, it ain't.
Look, I'm into flat earth. I know all the arguments, but I'm not convinced. I'm not 100% convinced. I don't know what will take me there, to be honest. So I don't know what I'm asking from you.
Right, I want you. This will convince you of the flat Earth, right? I want you to go outside and hit yourself with a metal pipe in the head,
Type shit. Type shit.
couple times, right? It'll start making sense.
Type shit. Are you fully convinced the Earth is flat?
Fully. No one can unconvince me.
What makes you say that?
I have CTE. Yeah, I got CTE, bro.
Wait, are you trolling? I can't tell if he's trolling or not.
Right. Lesson 1. No curvature to be found. How can it be a ball if nothing about it is round?
Nigga,
Lesson
I've
2.
heard those shit before, bro.
Half the ground is covered in flat water. Do you hear the way that sound? Lesson 3. Take a look at the stars you see at night. Same constellations you've been seeing for all your life.
Yep. Yes. Well, I know all those arguments, bro.
You can straight up see the wires and the green screen glitches and the water bubbles floating on the spacewalk missions. It's detestable. I refuse to be another vegetable. Pseudoscience garbage will to me be unacceptable.
Wait. Hold on. This should be simple, right? Is the globe proven in the scientific method?
No.
Well, what was the scientific method again? Hold on.
You don't know?
No.
I don't know, something about testing your hypothesis, some gay shit. If I brought you a peer-reviewed survey that proved the Earth was flat, what would you do?
Hold on. Flat Earth, bro. Flat Earth makes more sense to me than globe Earth. Just to let you know, like, not a fucking denier, but I'm also not fully convinced.
Do you believe in space?
No, fuck no. The space is spooky shit. Like some spooky shit, bro. I don't believe we went to space.
No, do you believe in space?
I guess no. Not the way they betray it.
What do you think it is?
Water.
I mean, yeah, and yeah. Water from the above, and the like the stars. They light their light, like when you zoom in, their light has the same light of fucking shit as light in water. Yeah, I know, bro.
So what do you think a satellite is? What do you think Sputnik is?
Yeah, satellite is not in space, right? Just in a high ass altitude.
You think so?
Yeah, I guess.
How would it not fall?
They got it attached to a helium balloon, bro.
Yes, dude. Yeah, this guy's learned.
Some of them fall. NASA is Hebrew and gibberish type shit. Like, I know ball game, bro. Like, stop playing with it.
Yeah, I got CTE, bro. I'm a flat earther.
I haven't looked into it for probably around 10 years. Are there any new
So
that have come out in the past decade?
wait, this is a good question. Tourist, how can you predict the eclipse using a flat Earth?
You can't, bro. They're just guessing every time. They get it wrong all the time.
Are you a flat earther or not?
Of course I'm a flat earther, bro. I got CTE.
I can't tell if this nigga's trolling or not. No bullshit aside. Like, can you predict the eclipse on a flat Earth?
We've been doing it for thousands of years before everyone suggested the idea there was the ball.
How?
Yeah. What
How
this
can
guy
you-
said.
I think they used neutrino cycles.
Yeah, what that guy just said. That's what Plato was using.
They use what?
I don't know what he said.
I'm not a flat earther, nigga. Yeah, keep defending women like a good goy.
I'll defend women and I'll defend the flat earth, bro. You don't scare me.
Why are you calling
Don't-
someone a nation?
Don't call me homophobic, because the last thing I am is scared of you guys.
You know, I have one thing common with gay men is that we both hate women. Oh my
Chud,
god.
bro. How does it feel to look in the mirror every day and see a chud?
Nigga, I'm a Chad. Chads hate women. Chuds love women.
Yeah, anyone who uses the term Chad unironically is a chud. I don't make the rules.
No, nigga. I'm a Chad, like actual Chad. I'm telling you.
Yeah, sure, bro.
Anyway, if we were able to see the Earth's curve,
Can't tell.
Exactly. If I can't see it, how come
well,
it's real?
if we used a rectilinear lens and saw the curve, would you concede?
No, because the surface doesn't measure curved. So you could see something as something, but it doesn't measure that way, then it's not that, is
Of
it?
course I would concede, because you wouldn't see a curve if you're using a linear lens.
So if you literally saw using a rectilinear lens was specifically is to avoid a fisheye lens effect.
Well, wouldn't you want to
You
measure
would-
the surface to
Yeah,
verify
duh,
what
bro.
you're
Yeah,
observing?
if the Earth was round, it'd be round. Yeah, you're not gonna get that evidence though.
Well, that's what we're waiting for. We're waiting for the measurements. We're not just going to be out there looking at stuff, taking pictures of stuff.
Ahead.
Yeah, if I can't see the curve with my own eye, how is it real? Genuinely.
Well, even if you did see curve, when you go down there and look for it, measure it, it's not there.
Yeah, but I don't see curve because there isn't one.
Okay, even if you saw it flat, you can still verify that it is flat
Yeah, with my eyes, bro.
through measurements.
Yeah, what measurements?
Deviation from horizontal.
Okay. So like if you saw it with a rectilinear lens and you saw a curve?
Yeah, then I would go down and verify on the surface to see if it's actually curving. Like if I went up really high and I saw it as flat, then I can go down and verify through measurements if it's actually flat.
And if you went up really high, wait, and what measurements? Like
I
you
just
would
said
take
deviation from horizontal, drop over distance, rate of change of slope.
so you would take a really long, mile-long ruler to see if there's an 8-inch drop?
Like a laser.
Oh, lasers are affected by refraction, so they can bend with it.
So you're
So
saying that a
what?
laser is bending at the rate of Earth curve?
An ad hoc notion to try and invalidate
depends.
using measurement by
I wasn't
could
sure.
use it-
I didn't know that lasers were
You could use a
flaccid.
neutrino laser, which won't bend to refraction, but those actually prove the Earth curve, unfortunately.
Sure.
No, stop.
That's
So
why you guys don't use
you
them,
have
right?
that measurement of drop over distance in verifying that the surface of the Earth is curving?
Do you have the neutrino laser measurements?
No.
Okay, well, a neutrino laser passes through everything, right? So it's not affected by refraction.
Oh,
So
supposedly, yeah.
just go ahead and give me the neutrino laser test.
I
Well,
looked
sure.
it
I
up.
mean,
Neutrino
I'm only
laser is
Refraction is
take.
not going to curve the laser.
Hold on, bro.
Oh,
I'm looking this up right now. It says a neutrino laser is a theoretical thing. It's not a real thing.
well, Debate Daddy wants to say that lasers are flaccid. I didn't know that lasers were flaccid. If you could show me that, please, that lasers
They
are
can.
bending at the rate of Earth curve, that'd be great.
I didn't say they
No,
bend it at the rate of Earth curve.
lasers do
I said they
refract.
can bend due to
You guys are all
refraction.
lying.
Oh, cool. So you could just take the refractive effects of the day, account for it, and
Has
still
no
see
bearing on trying to
measured
invalidate the
drop over
measurement.
distance, right?
Yeah, easy, bro.
Yeah, easy.
Factoid doesn't invalidate the measurements. It's just an ad hoc retort to get around the fact that the surface is not deviating from the laser. It's parallel with the
That's what,
laser.
that's what I want him to show me.
No.
Okay, well, yeah, you don't
So
have
if
to
you
do it if you don't want to. If you want to stay believing in
you
the
just
ball, that's
deny it
okay.
explicitly out loud if you want
no.
to.
So if you shined a laser a mile, it would be like it expands still, right? Like it's not expanding as much as a flashlight, but it would be 5 feet wide, and you'd only expect 8 inches to drop. So good luck figuring out whether there's a drop
What do
over
you mean you don't
distance.
expect? That's
But
what is
we've seen
expected.
the laser measurements
Good luck.
be done. The surface is horizontal and parallel with the laser. Just blurting back, nope, it's not a
Sure,
refutation.
but you forgot to factor in refraction, right? Like you forgot to do the one thing that you were tasked with doing.
No, it wasn't forgotten.
Oh, you forgot. Okay, you didn't even know.
No,
Okay,
it's
so
not that they
you're
were
even
oblivious to
stupider
it
than I
either.
thought, actually.
No, they're not wrong just because you call them stupid.
Oh, it's just ad hoc. It's just globe math. It's just
No,
how
they're not
light.
wrong just because you are
It's
blurting out
just
names fallacies.
physics.
Yeah,
I'll
so go
call that
ahead.
No, they're
physics,
not
right?
wrong just because you're blurring out names of categories like physics.
Yeah, Mr. Debate, if you want to say that a laser that is running parallel with the surface is actually curving, then you need to prove that the laser is bending at the rate of Earth curve. Go ahead.
Just go ahead and do the laser test. Factor in refraction while you do it. It'll be
Blurting
Okay,
validated.
out
so you're just
refraction doesn't
making,
refute the measurements.
yeah, so you're just making
We
shit up
see
then.
the surface, we see the laser, it's
I'm
parallel.
not making shit up.
Okay, so show us the citation or somebody that has measured a laser bending at the rate of Earth curve. Go ahead.
I never said they bend at the rate of Earth curve. I don't know why you're. It could
Because if
depends
the
on
laser and the surface is
the
parallel,
conditions.
but the surface is curving, then you're making a claim that the laser is bending at the rate of Earth curve.
I'm not making that claim.
Okay, so is a laser parallel with the surface?
It could not. It depends on the conditions. But I have something better, right? I have an uncut amateur rocket footage with a rectilinear lens,
Does
which
it
clearly
depict the water
shows.
to be curving?
I'm going to post it in side chat, and if you just
Oh,
take a look,
cool. I will
it's
acknowledge,
entirely uncut.
yeah, I will acknowledge
And
that the footage shows curving water.
and
So
you
when we
can
go on the
actually
surface and
see
check,
the
when we
curve
go in
around
the
the globe.
surface and check, it's not curving.
X,
So
Y,
what's
or Z
real?
axis.
What
This
is
is
real? Reality
X,
this
Y,
outside of
or
is
your
Z
house
axis.
or
this
a
is
picture or
devastating,
video?
by the way.
X,
It's
Y, or
devastating.
Z axis.
I await the cope.
It doesn't have Z axis convexity, you don't have a case.
Oh, what the fuck do you mean by that? Z-axis. Why would you want to?
If it's just a
So
left
you're
right, it's not exclusively indicative of your
so
ball.
it's not like it's not depth. You're not seeing depth in a fucking rocket that went out
So if there is
very
no
close
Z
to outer
axis
space.
convexity like is entailed by a ball, then it's
But
obviously
notice how
not
you don't need
a.
that. Notice
You
how
do need that.
you could have
The
x-axis
necessary
and it can
entailment of
still.
ascending up from a ball. That you'll notice the Z
Notice how you
axis
would.
curvature.
Notice how you can actually see the ball. Like,
Okay,
notice.
well, we
Just
went
look at
through
it.
this already. We're not just going to be
If
looking and
there's no Z
confirming through
axis
optics.
curvature evident, then you don't have a case.
Why do you want to run away from the surface so bad?
Just to be clear, I posted a full uncut video.
Okay, I
Rectilinear
understand.
lens.
I am confirming with you. Yes, I see curvature in the footage.
Excellent.
When we go
All right.
outside, the
Welcome to the
curvature
globe.
is not there.
Welcome to the globe.
When we go outside, in reality,
No, when you
the
go
curvature is
outside and
not
you don't
there.
factor in covariates like refraction, and then you say, "Well, I don't see the curve."
Okay,
You're
so
not
show me
doing
a
anything
refractive
impressive.
effect
You're
that is
just
capable of bending a laser at the rate of Earth curve. Go ahead.
depends on the conditions. Did you measure them?
Okay, give me the conditions that would bend a laser at the rate of Earth curve. Go ahead.
Just plug it into whatever calculator you have.
I'm not
But
talking
you
about
would
a
need to
calculator
actually do the
outside.
measurements.
We need a demonstration where we can actually
If you
go
go
outside
outside,
and bend a
if you go
laser at the
outside
rate of
like a
Earth
retard
curve.
and shine a fucking flashlight and you see it like doing something, and you don't
We're not
factor in
shining
any
a
of the
flashlight.
conditions,
I just said laser.
it's not valid. It's not
Why is it not
valid
valid?
because you're not
Because he
factoring in
said so.
covariates.
Because
Just
he
because
said
you
so.
say so? Yes, for all of the
I'm
uses
showing you
of lasers
literally
in history,
Earth
for
curve to
construction,
your
for military
eyes.
uses, they're using a laser as straight.
No, you're
You're
not.
denying your own
You
eyes.
see,
That's how
no,
dumb
you're
you are.
not showing. You're not showing the curvature that is entailed by your proposition. We don't see z-axis curvature in the footage. I just looked at it.
Yeah, you can see x-axis curvature, which is literally
Not
the
exclusively
edge of
indicative
the
of your
globe. You
ball,
can literally
and
see the
not
ball.
exclusively indicative of your
You're
ball.
looking at a ball in the image,
Yeah, so
in
then it's
the footage,
what
when you
state are
freeze
they
frame
in?
it and you can see the curve.
What state are they in?
What does it
What state
matter?
are they in?
What does it
Yeah,
matter? I don't
it's
know.
the
Like,
it's
I
the
could look
same
it up.
thing. Yeah, it's the same thing with the Baumgartner jump, the Red Bull jump. So if you want to appeal to that too, like what you're trying to do here, then what do we live on planet New Mexico?
What's the problem with launching at any arbitrary positioning?
You're not going to like
Looking at this,
internalize the rhetorical question that exposes the ridiculous entailment of
what
that
was the
type
problem
of
with?
argumentation.
Well, did they use a
Yeah,
rectilinear
what state are
lens?
they in?
I don't see why that would be relevant.
Because if you only see, right, if you only see as far as just the state that they're in, what is 20%, 15%, 30% of the planet, that one state? Obviously not. It's an asinine entailment. Think your arguments before you say them.
I literally do not understand what you're saying.
Right, because you haven't thought this through,
Now,
right?
if that were like
If the lamb
some,
that they see
well, think,
in the footage is no further or nothing more than the city or the state that they're in, that entails that 15 or more percent of the earth is that state, and there's no territory, no state or city that freaking big. It's an asinine entailment. So you're
well,
not actually
Gregory,
so high that you're seeing
let me
the curvature of the earth.
explain something to you.
It
So
entails
if
that you're
that
seeing
were,
a big
I
fraction of
think
an
I
entire
understand what you're
continent at
saying.
that height.
I think I understand what you're saying. You're saying, well, you want to see z-axis curve because the x-axis curve, that could just be the edge of the disc, right? And it could be like shaped like a circle at the edge.
It's not even necessarily the
And
edge of
it's
the
not
disc,
actually a
just the
globe.
extent
You're
of
actually
what
looking
is
at
visible.
the edge of the frisbee. Now,
Not even necessarily the edge of the disc. It's
what's
not even
interesting,
necessarily the edge of the disc. It's not necessarily an entailment either.
well,
Just the extent of what
what's
is visible, given all the conditions in that situation.
what's interesting is that's not the edge. So you're just coping. That's ad hoc.
I didn't say,
That is
notice
literally
how you're
what's
just
ad hoc.
ignoring my replies. I didn't say that it is the edge. I never said that. You contrived that notion and then attacked it, acting as though it's refuting what I've actually said. So you're attacking a straw man. I just told you that's not a necessary entailment of what I've conveyed and what I actually said. It's just the limits of what
What
we
would be
see in that
blocking your
condition.
view? Go ahead. What would be blocking your view of seeing to the edge of the pizza
Several
crust?
factors go into visibility, external and internal. You don't
I'm
see
not gonna lie,
forever.
bro.
You don't just
I
see
just watched
everything.
the video you sent.
So
This video
it's
of
just
the
going to be
amateur rocket launch.
vague external factors, vague. You can't explain what they might be, but just something
Dude, it happens in
that's
every situation. There's
unexplained.
several factors all the time. It's not
There's
just
just
one thing.
several factors, guys. Do you got that? Several factors.
Okay, you can reply with mockery all you want to.
We don't know what they are. He doesn't know what they are.
I can send you a list of all of them.
Well, here you see him looking at Earth curve and denying it with his own eyes.
That's not
I'll say
Denying
this.
what his
Earth
eyes
curve.
see.
That's not your ball.
That is a
I'm
cult.
looking at wait. I'm
You are
looking
literally
at 5
delusional.
minutes and 43 seconds when they're on the ground, and it looks curved.
It's a rectilinear lens, so
Well, why does it look
stretches out for fish
curved
eyes.
while it's on the ground?
We know whatever there is absolutely curve. Period.
Okay, so the same curve that it's showing on the ground seems to be the same curve that it's showing in space. That's intriguing. I wonder why. How does
So
that?
you're denying what your eyes see as well?
Well, you're denying that while it's on the ground, you see a curve, which you cannot see while you're on the ground. You cannot see the Earth curvature if you're on the ground. It's impossible.
Post this
Let's ask
screen
him
grab
this too.
from that.
Let's ask him this
And
too.
yet this film is showing it at 5 minutes and 43 seconds.
Exactly. Let's ask him this. At what height is Earth curve visible in your worldview? Now you're either going to say with the
I don't know.
Yeah, okay. So you have no idea. So that obliterates your whole argument. You have to establish that
By the
in
way,
order
at
for you
5
to
minutes,
actually
it's showing
in
like
order
a
for you to actually
mountain
in order
and
for you to actually
Okay, post the screen grab.
right, yeah, in order for you to actually have a coherent argument that has specific standards, right? You have to know at what height, according to the scientist clerics that you subscribe to, say what they say is 35 to 50,000 feet is where Earth curve becomes visible. But other guy whose
Oh, by the
username
way,
is
you literally
Yuga,
can't see Earth curve at 5 minutes 43 seconds.
Yaga
You literally
Bruno,
cannot.
Yaga Bruno, he's in the VC. He showed you footage where at 22 miles, which is 121,000 feet, there is no XY curvature in the footage. So you have a discrepancy. Why allegedly, according to your
post the
footage,
full
do you then
unedited clip.
see why allegedly do you then see XY curvature according to you at what it seems to be according to the description in your video 2,900 2,900 something feet, but we don't see it at 121,000 feet. That's inconsistent and it tells that your
Post it.
argumentation is wrong.
Post the full video. Post the full unedited,
With or without the full
uncut
video, the evidence is right here.
Because what I've literally seen you guys actually edit and Photoshop things to make it look flat. So I don't.
No, you
I don't.
haven't.
This
You're
gift
full
is
of
nothing.
shit. You're
care about
This gift is
absolutely
literally
full of
nothing to me.
shit.
Don't care about conspiracy theory. See, it's valid for you to assert a conspiracy theory to undermine the obvious unedited footage, but it's not okay for us. Again, the hypocritical ad hoc argumentation you people do.
I posted a full, uncut, unedited clip. You know exactly the lens they're using, and you can see curve. You deny
And
that.
yet, there's evidence that at 121,000 feet, there is no such curvature evident. So that's obviously a black swan, as it were, your speech, for your argument. If it's visible, according to your scientist clerics, at 35,000 to 50,000 feet, then it should certainly be visible at 121,000 feet, which is not.
By the way, this GPS altitude 293,000 feet. So, GG's, mine's higher.
Yet that all the more exposes the discrepancy. So at 35 to 50,000 feet, it's allegedly visible. Then we have evidence that at 121,000 feet, it's not visible. But then for some reason, it becomes visible more than 2 times that. That's obviously stupid.
At whatever 5-minute mark he said you cannot see curve. By the way.
Okay, you're just deflecting from the thing I just said 5 seconds ago. Right? Your pattern of argumentation, according to your scientist clerics, it should be visible. It would be visible at 35,000 feet to 50,000 feet. Check any source. That's what your scientist clerics say. Then we have evidence that it's not evident at all at 121,000 feet. Then, according to you, to add the last layer of this ridiculous cake of argumentation, it's all of a sudden visible again at 2 times that height, more than 2 times that height. That's obviously incoherent. That's not how physics work.
You have a false premise, though.
I don't.
Yeah, you made up that you could see curve at like what 50,000 feet or whatever.
I didn't make
Which
it
you
up.
can't,
You can
so-
look it up. That's what your scientist clerics say. Every source is going to show you that.
So you're
you just
saying,
reply
well,
back at me with you made it up because it's obviously a fact and your doctrine that you inherited from these people. That's not convenient for your worldview.
oh, so you're ruling out my footage, which is higher and better than yours and uses a better lens. Because
So again, you're just
you read
ignoring the
something on
argument that obviously
Wikipedia, you
exposes
read
the
a random
inconsistency of your
sentence on Wiki.
argument. Right? We don't need to listen to you ignore. Right? We don't need to hear you audibly ignore the argument. According to your clerics, you can see it. You can begin seeing the curvature at 35,000 to 50,000 feet. Then we have evidence that it's not visible at all 121,000 feet, more than 2 times 50,000 feet. Then for some reason, in your line of argumentation, it becomes visible again at more than 2 times in 121,000 feet at 22,900 something feet. That's incoherent. That's not how sight and physics work. You don't ascend and ascend, descend, and then Earth curvature becomes visible, and then you ascend even more 2 times that height, and it becomes invisible, and then you ascend 2 more times that height, and then it becomes visible again. That's not a freaking thing.
Oh, by the way, Yaga, Bruno, or like all these people posting. Oh, it's a flat earther posting it. Yeah, they know it's a fisheye lens. Yeah. So in any case, at 121,000 feet, I would like to see the full footage of that, by the way. If you want to drop it in my DMs, I'll take a look at it. But even just like
Yaga
supposing
Bruno
that
can
they
hook you up.
used the same lens, the one that I'm showing you is still just, it's twice as high. You could get twice the view, the vantage point. I don't think you understand
121,000
how
feet is more than 2 times
significant an
50,000
extra
feet.
150,000 feet would do.
121,000 feet is more than 2 times 50,000 feet, which is where
Yeah, but
your scientists clerics say it
300,000
would
feet.
become visible. The Earth curve would become
300,000
visible at
feet is
50,000
like
feet, according to your
over
scientist
double.
clerics. But then it's not evident at all at 121,000 feet, more than 2 times that height. That's
And if
obviously
you
a
go
black swan that
2.5
refutes your
times
notion.
that height, you have a much
You're
clearer
just
depiction of
ignoring
what's going on.
that the evidence that Yaga Bruno just sent is a black swan that refutes your notion. You're just ignoring that.
There's no black swan. Go to
It is.
300,000 feet. Go
Your
to
notion
300,000 feet and
entails
show
that it
me.
would become visible at all heights above 35,000 to 50,000 feet.
You
Let's go with
guys
50,000
are
feet.
flat earthers. You have a whole collective.
Your
Go to
notion
300,000
entails that
feet
it
and
would
show
be
me.
consistently visible at all heights above 50,000 feet, not at some heights, excluding 121,000 feet. That's ridiculous. Everyone knows that's a stupid entailment.
Go ahead and show me.
It's not a
No,
freaking thing.
show me the 300,000 feet footage. Go ahead and do it. Can't.
What the hell are you talking about? I didn't say anything about 300,000 foot
You're
footage.
just saying, well, we have this inferior test that had inconclusive results. I'm like, we want like,
You just
come
don't know
on,
how to
bro.
think soundly, right?
I
At
posted
all.
literally one of the best
Your notion
amateur
entails
launches
that
on the
Earth curvature
planet.
should be visible at every height, not some heights above 50,000 feet. But we have evidence that not every height, that
Well,
it's not visible at every height.
If you look at
In your
my
own
footage,
worldview. So this is a
if
ridiculous
you look at my
entailment for your
footage,
position.
and yeah, if you look at my footage, right? If you look at a freeze frame, and you try to imagine you're only 1/3 of the height like yours is, it would be far harder to detect the curve. It is so clear with how much higher it is, 2.5 times as high as yours, that
So you're just going to continue
it's
ignoring the fact
undeniable.
that in your doctrine from your scientist clerics, that it would be visible at
Who
50,000
cares
feet.
about what some random fucking guy
Yeah,
said?
exactly.
Who
You have to
fucking
ignore
cares?
that fact because it's obviously
Look with
entailing
your
that your position is
eyes.
wrong.
Literally, look with your fucking
Yeah, you're
eyes.
just continuing to
You're
talk
denying your
back at
eyes.
me and ignore the rebuttal.
Fuck the scientist. He was wrong. Okay, we're not defending him.
Yeah,
We're
now you just
sending him to the
arbitrarily
gulag.
Wow.
dismiss what your scientist clerics say.
We're sending him
Neil
to the
deGrasse
gulag. He was
Tyson,
wrong.
Michio Kaku, Bill
Yep.
Nye, all
Execute.
these people that you look up to, all
They're
these
wrong. They're lying.
doctoral
They're
people
deceiving.
that you look up to, they're all going to tell you that it would be visible at 50,000 feet. Now, because it's not convenient for your little argument here, pretending that you know better than us, that you just want to hand wave what they say. So you ridicule us for not adhering to what they say when they obviously know
Yeah.
better than you and us,
Yeah. So
according to
we're not
your
defending them.
worldview.
We're not defending
And
their
then when
wrong
they say
claim.
facts, or then when they say propositions in your worldview that you've gotten from them that are
I'm not here to
inconvenient for
defend
your
every
current
claim that
argument
they're
now,
making.
then you hand wave them.
I'm not here. Look, if you're going to keep shoehorning me into defending every proposition they've ever uttered in their life, right? They're not infallible. So
No,
they
it's
What
said
makes
something
you
routine
that
shit that you
qualified?
people do all the
they could have
time.
said something wrong.
Because you
I'm
come
not
in
here
here
to
espousing
defend that.
their doctrine.
Focus
You come in here espousing their
on
worldview, especially
focus on
concerning
your
the earth.
eyeballs.
And then when we
Focus
show
on
you
what you're
what they
seeing.
teach, doing an internal criticism, then you just hand wave what they say, and you just become all of a sudden the arbiter of all the empirical facts concerning the shape of the earth and all the
Well,
rest.
I literally am showing you Earth curve, and you're
Yeah,
denying
and
it to
according
your
to
face.
your clerics, right? Because you have clerics just like the Christian and the
This is
Muslim and the Jew and the
this is how
Hindu,
delusional you are.
etc.
This is how bad
According
it
to the
is.
people who know better than you in your worldview, the doctoral people, the doctors, the professors,
Oh, you're going
these
back
university
you're going
graduates,
back to
they
Bill
know
Nye
better
again.
than you, and they're telling
But Bill
you
Nye,
that it would become visible at 50,000 feet. Then we
I'm not
have
defending
evidence
that
that's not
proposition.
visible at more than 2
I'm
times that
conceding
height.
that
Then
proposition.
you just ignore that with your conspiracy theory, saying
I'm
that
not
you
here
just
to defend that.
that we just doctored it, that someone just doctored the evidence that Yaga Bruno put in the open chat, and then you just hand wave the fact that anyone can research with Google or any other search engine that every source of scholars is going to tell you, yeah, it would become visible at 50,000 feet.
Look, like, I'm just going to tell you this, because if I went and pulled
Yeah,
any
yeah.
random flat earther's random false claim, like, there was some guy the other day that said, there's some, like, invisible third sun in the middle of, then that's what causes eclipses, is some invisible object
Yeah, we
casting a
don't claim
shadow.
that bullshit.
So
So
any of
you,
that
Yeah,
shit just
wait,
ain't
no,
there,
hold
is
on.
what I
claim
just
it.
said.
No, debate
You
that.
don't claim
you
that
missed
bullshit.
It. No,
Fine.
you missed it.
That's
You
fine.
missed
But
that.
if I were like,
hey,
well,
Calm
listen.
down
your
and listen to
doctrine
Crit.
says this, and your
Okay, this is bullshit, dude. You are unable to listen to anything presented to you. I was there for that. Okay, the main focus there was that you guys would come into flat earth spaces and say, how do you explain eclipses? Flat earthers would say, I don't. I don't make claims to sky magic. That's your guys' model. That's for you to defend. So then you say, sure, I can explain an eclipse because you have sun, earth, moon in a complete line, a straight line. And the moon has a shadow of the earth cast upon it because it's backlit by the sun. Certainly, Toby, how do you explain the impossible eclipse, the Selenilian, using that explanation? Then you're like, the Selenilian eclipse doesn't exist. That's fake. That's CGI. The only way an eclipse can work is if you have sun, earth, moon in that exact order. Then you guys look into it. You're like, oh, not a problem at all. This is an impossible eclipse. No problem. Not an issue. That's refraction. Easily explained with refraction. Okay, certainly, Toby. How do you explain the shadow is upside down? That's fake. The shadow isn't upside down. You flat earthers are liars. You're grifters. You're full of shit. Then they look into it. Damn. That guy'll be upside down. Now what? Fuck. Then your new playbook, the new goalpost is the impossible eclipse is not only possible, it happens every time. Every time there's an eclipse, you guys just don't see it because it magically happens over oceans where people don't witness it. It's all predicted. The impossible upside down eclipse was a necessary part of the observation. And like, holy shit, really? And then you say, but if there's any explanation on a flat earth for how this could happen, I'll take it as equal weight. So some guy says, well, if there's another body up there that is acting on, there's sun, earth, moon, and another thing. Is that possible? And you're like, well, sure, there could be something up there. They call Russell's teapot and whatnot. And then just a couple days later, you come in here and say, flat earthers claim there's an extra invisible thing up in the sky. That's batshit crazy. What a bunch of fucking retards. I mean, what's wrong with you, dude, at this point?
And notice he said that as a reply to me doing the internal criticism of his worldview, appealing to what his doctoral clerics of scientism say according to his worldview. He's adhering to their worldview. But of course, when we highlight particular factoids within their lore that's inconvenient for his particular argument, like in this instance, then he just hand waves them. And then he
it's
makes
always
an
been that way.
analogy. Yeah. Then he makes an analogy like you just heard, like you just concluded with. He makes an analogy between the doctoral clerics of his worldview that he gets his worldview from to these crackpot so-called flat earthers talking about these other celestial fictions. So
No,
that
it's
what does
not
that
even-
entail?
It's
He's
not
throwing
even
his
that.
own clerics under the bus as though there's some sort of crackpot, fringe, stupid people.
Yeah, it's not even just that. He's like saying, hey, can you brainstorm any possible way that this observation be possible? Anything at all. Because if you can't, then the Earth is a globe. If you could think of something, some other possible explanation, that's just as good. And then he'd go on the backswing and be like, I can't believe flat earthers claim there's extra sky magic. No, no one in
Right.
flat earth cares to talk
Hypocrisy.
about your sky magic. That's you. That's your side who keeps pointing up and say, look at the sky as your only purpose or only proof of what the ground is. And then if the flat earther entertains your dumb shit, even for 1 minute, then all of a sudden you're like, oh, look at the flat earth model. It has extra shit in the sky that we can't see.
Yeah. Come play my Sky Magic game. Oh, look, they're playing my Sky Magic game. What dumbasses. And in a way, they're right.
Yeah,
But
Speaking
then
of
I'll
sky
stay
magic,
hypocritical.
this is why it's like almost impossible to get you guys to talk about anything, the surface of the earth. You'll talk about anything other than the surface of the earth as your proof of what the surface of the earth is. And then when you want to
thought I
invoke,
just posted a video of the surface of the Earth, by the way. But
and then when
while
you
we're on the
want
topic
to,
of sky magic, how do
and
you
then when you want
explain
to,
how does the moon stay up? Like, why doesn't it just fall down to the Earth like
yeah,
everything
you
else?
tell why does it do
That's
that?
a categorical
Yeah, explain the sky
definition.
magic to me.
If
Yeah,
want to just
you
segue to that,
explain
because
your
obviously
sky
you're
magic.
cooked on this subject.
Yeah, how about this one?
We got
Why is this
obliterated on this topic.
if
Move on
Coriolis
with
is
it.
true? Why is the storm on Jupiter spin the wrong direction?
What do you mean by wrong? Like, you mean like contrary
which-
to the Coriolis effect?
Which way should it spin if Coriolis is true?
It should spin the way that the overriding force is. There might be other forces. I'm not a physicist.
Yeah, you're just a dumbass on the internet. I get it. Which way do
You're
storms
one of the
spin on
laymen.
Earth?
We get it.
So
Well,
they don't
hang
even
on.
know
We're
their own
all
fucking
we're all
lore.
in a Discord call right now. So I mean that applies to all of us.
No, the majority of the time, where the flat earther usually is usually at least an adept in scientism. But the sycophants of
you
scientism
can't
usually are
calculate
just
refraction.
uneducated laymen
Yeah,
that
don't
know
ask.
little to nothing about
No.
that worldview.
Okay, let's see if he even knows. What direction do storms spin on Earth according to your globe model?
The Coriolis effect, like the spin of the globe. will tip them in a particular direction as possible for them to spin otherwise, but it absolutely has an overriding effect. I don't know on Saturn or whatever, like what other forces
Holy
are at
shit,
play
dude.
or
You don't even
whatever.
know your own fucking model, and you're gonna come in here and try to do an internal critique of flat Earth? I mean, like, really, what the fuck is wrong with you, dude? You think step one, learn globe. Okay, I learned the globe. Now, how do I verify this information? You don't do that either.
Well, no,
Never
like,
checked it out. Never verified it. Just say, I'm gonna
what do you
go
want me
on
to
the
just
flat Earth
explain
server.
Coriolis to everybody in the room?
Not even
Like, is
explain
that
it.
what you asked?
Motherfucker, do you know which direction storm should spin? At all? No,
like
he
in the
doesn't.
northern or southern hemisphere?
Yeah.
I thought it was clockwise in the north and south, counter in the south, but I could be wrong.
It's
I
okay
don't
to
know.
get
Like,
it. Yeah, it's okay to get it wrong. Now the main part is now fact check that. How would you know if that is true or not? What could you do? Could you look up all the storms? See that any storm break that. You could look up that big red storm on Jupiter. They tell us a big red storm. What direction does that motherfucker spin?
it doesn't mean that all storms have to spin that way, by the way. It just means...
Yeah, they did. Because the variable, the cause and effect relation is the rotation of the Earth. That much force,
Yeah,
that
because the equator is
Coriolis
spinning like
force.
slightly faster than like something like more up north, and so it's going to accelerate those particles a little bit faster, and
Now check that.
then
Go check
that
that
would be
out.
like the start of the Beyblade spinning in that direction versus another one.
Now go check that out.
But we don't know what happened on Uranus. I don't know. Like maybe there's some scientific stuff
Jupiter.
I could look up, but I've never thought of that.
Jupiter.
So I'm not going to for Jupiter. I'm not going to speak on it.
See, suddenly now
Oh.
they want to use their
But
sky magic.
notice though,
Then you don't. They use their sky
here's the
magic.
point.
Explain the moon. Do it. Let's hear it.
Oh yeah, well we still don't know
Why does
how
the
the
moon
moon
stay
doesn't
in the
fall
sky?
down.
Why?
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, we
just
don't know.
to really complete Crit's
No,
point.
hold on, Gregory. Let
in case
him
anyone's tracking.
flounder. Let him like a.
But
Why
yeah,
does
like,
the moon stay in the sky?
oh well, we can say orbit, but you guys can't say
Okay,
that.
say
So
it.
go ahead.
Say it. What's an orbit?
I'm saying orbit.
Which is what?
Yeah.
What is that?
Gravity.
Gravity. Just words now. You can't explain shit. So here, I'll put my Globetard hat on. The moon is falling towards the Earth, but the Earth keeps moving out of the way before the moon gets there. So how does a flat earther give a better explanation for why the moon stays in the sky? And you just say, orbit, gravity. Just single cope words that you don't have any idea what they mean. No fucking clue. And you say, oh, but it's weightless. Those motherfuckers who go up to low Earth orbit, 200 miles up, they're weightless. There's no gravity on the ISS. But then you go 250,000 miles away, suddenly gravity's back on. It's off again, it's on again, off again, it's on.
Wait.
It's pulling, gravity's so powerful, it's pulling the moon back to the Earth. But
There is gravity on the ISS.
yeah, dude, shut the fuck up.
Well, yeah, but I'm just saying that your claim's wrong. There is gravity on the ISS.
Dude, this is.
I think this
No
guy
one's
wants
ever
to take
claimed that there
over.
isn't.
Okay.
I'm taking out, but in closing, I will
they
say,
do. They do claim that. Let's say when you listen to globalists, they'll tell you, how do you explain this microgravity on the ISS? They don't know shit about fuck, dude. It's like they come in here, they have no idea. You ask them, like you, Leo, on your modern day debate, the mod over there. Ask them, how far away is the ISS? 4,000, 5,000, 8,000. He's just guessing thousands of miles away. You're like, certainly. Why do you think it's that far away? Well, the live stream cameras on the ISS. I go, yeah, what about them? They show, because based on his very poor understanding of math, the amount of curvature he's seen on these live streams has to be that far away. It couldn't be just 200 miles up. See, these guys don't know anything. You don't know shit. You're going to come in here and try to critique a model, try to defend a model, and you don't know anything about it at all. Like, go step one. Why the fuck do you think it's a globe? What'd you do to verify it? Did you curvature? What did you do? Nothing. You just got some worldview, some random worldview that needs to be a globe for some reason. Some sort of cosmic nihilism, atheism. You got this Bill Nye, I suck speech that's stuck in your head. Meanwhile, all of NASA super religious, all the astronauts super religious. They put Bibles on the moon and shit. It's like, you guys, your worldview is so fucked up. It's so deeply contradictory that the only way you can square it is run around the internet saying not flat every day.
So you actually believe the world is flat?
No,
It's not a
it's
belief.
not a belief, yeah. Go ahead, Ethergrass.
If you measure your height, would you consider that to be a belief? It's a measurement of
So
your height, a belief. It's a yes or no question.
he didn't want to converse with anyone. He just wanted to
Yeah,
heckle in the background.
another thing. I just say what they're gonna do. Oh, you guys think the Earth's flat, and then they do it. They just blurt, squawk, and run.
Just to complete Chris' point earlier, in case anyone wasn't tracking, not just the people in the VC, but the people watching on YouTube, whoever is watching, listening. The first point that he said to, I'm gonna call him DD. I'm not gonna call this dude Daddy, nor debate because he doesn't know how to do that either.
It's Reductio. He's on the sock account.
Reductio.
Yeah.
The sock account. So Reductio, DD, debate Daddy. Right, like Crit was just talking about. Play the Sky Magic game, Flat Earther. Right, give me your explanation of this celestial phenomena, whatever the hell it is. For instance, the sun, which it wasn't here earlier for. And then Flat Earther Alpha does that, and then follows up with ridicule of Flat Earther Alpha for doing that. So before playing the game, ridiculing the Flat Earther for not having an explanation, or for not playing the Sky Magic explanation game, then when they oblige, then they ridicule them and mock them for playing the Sky Magic game. So it's obviously hypocritical, first and foremost. And then secondly, that's not how you scrutinize the issue, by just contriving explanation. Right? And nor do you have to, thirdly, you don't have to contrive some sort of substitute explanation, some sort of substitute body of lore in order to refute the initial body of lore that they do espouse. That's three things. Three errors on their part. Now, I tried to be patient and let that dude talk, but of course, we all heard it. We all heard him ruin the conversation, ruin the debate when he started just talking through my replies, trying to prevent me from replying, and saying replies that obviously are just ignoring the obvious critique that I'm saying to him. So I'm just going to keep repeating the relevant refutation that has direct bearing on the last thing he said to try and prove his case, to try and refute flat earthers. Look over here. Look in the open chat. We can see Earth curve, which is devoid again of a z-axis convexity, which he tried to dismiss and hand wave arbitrarily. Right? He just said it's not necessary. It is necessary. Because XYZ axis is not exclusively indicative of the alleged SE, toroidal Earth. Look at the XY axis curvature in this footage at 290 something thousand feet. Let's say 290,000 feet, 290K feet. Yeah, okay. Your clerics, internal criticism, your clerics say that it would be visible at 35,000 to 50,000 feet. And we have evidence that's not visible at more than 2 times that height at 121,000 feet. So how the hell does this work? Do you really want to espouse the entailment that you ascend in height, you see it at 50,000 feet, for instance, then you ascend 2 times that, and then it looks flat all of a sudden, and then you ascend 2 times that, more than 2 times that, and then you see it curve again? What type of shit is that? Because that's the entailment. Well, no. Obviously, that's just fake. No evidence, just a conspiracy theory, and it's okay for them to contrive conspiracy theories to invalidate photographic evidence, but not us. Well, hypocrisy again. That's 2 things. And then try to hand wave what is easily known to be a factoid in the lore that is scientism. This 50,000 feet Earth curve visible thing notion is in the worldview his clerics espouse. And of course, that's not convenient for his argument. So he just arbitrarily hand waves that. And then makes an analogy that basically conveys that his own clerics that say this, that's not convenient for his argument, are a bunch of crackpot people analogous to flat earthers contriving all sorts of celestial fictions, third sun and all this other stuff. And then we ended with that. Behold the wisdom of the scientist adherent, the adherent to scientism. Just like everyone else in every other category, every other category of worldview, there are those who are the adepts. There's the official clerics. Under them are the adepts, are not the official ordained clerics, as it were. And then there's just the layman. And there's always zealots sprinkled in there. Usually the zealots are on the bottom category. The last category I mentioned, the layman. The higher up you go to the clerics, the doctoral clerics of theirs, they don't have the same erratic and the same erratic, sycophantic attitude and behavior. They really just sit there and talk to like normal folks, mostly.
You done?
Are you asking because you want to continue on with the same subject or go on to another subject?
You talk.
Yeah, he's clearly talking
That's
to people.
just too bad.
See, you'll
no one
see
cares
this
about
too.
what you don't want to hear.
You see this idea
Yeah,
too.
go ahead,
They come in here and you get these anti-flat earthers. Like, why are they like this? Why are they so against flat Earth? It's because they need to invent a group of people who's more
Because it's wrong.
disgusting than they are. And you see
Exactly.
this, like, this guy that came in here, Modern Day Debate, just started squawking his ass off. About a year and a half ago, we said, hey, we're going to break ties with you guys. They had a mod over there. They got busted in a Chris Hansen style sting.
Wow.
Anti-flat earther. It's like all these anti-flat earthers, they realize that they're at the bottom of society. They're the worst of the worst. But they fancy themselves as some kind of like great philosophical thinker that like science this and science that.
Right.
But
superior
they have to
people.
But they have to punch down. And they have to invent a group of people. Like, look how awful these flat earthers are.
Exactly.
And then they're like, sure, okay, we'll leave you alone, you leave us alone. And they couldn't even, their word as a man. They won't even abide by it. And they keep sending their trolls over to our channel. It should be a pinned comment somewhere in your server. Leave the flat earthers alone.
Leave the dumbass flat earthers alone. Stop trolling them. You're making us look bad. Nope. They act just like the Scientologists. The Scientologists do the same thing. They go out of their way to harass whoever they perceive to be enemies against them or enemies against humanity. Because of course they convince themselves that they're doing a as it were, a crusade or a holy war against the flat earthers, who are such a malignant virus in human civilization.
Yeah, McToon said that. We just did an event on Anti-Truth League. And they just said, hey, how about be honest? Like one person said, you've been yelling and just, shit talking flat earthers for like 3 hours. Like, how do you justify behaving this way? Just because someone you think is wrong or doesn't have an answer to your question. Like they've given you, like the broken logic. Like McToon's like, I got a question for you flat earthers and you can't answer it. And then you answer and he tells you your answer isn't an answer, it's a wrong answer. And you're like, okay, so I'm wrong and I didn't answer at the same time. He's like, yeah. Okay, so why be so weird and toxic about it? He straight up said, Because you're subhuman. You're garbage. You need to be treated like
Go
garbage.
right back to an antebellum Southern Christian.
Yeah, just straight up said
antebellum
it.
South Christian.
No scruples about it at all. Had no problem saying like, yeah, that's what we call you, Flurman, flat Earth vermin.
Now, mind you, I said that because McToon professes to be a Christian. So he's a Christian, and then he, like we just heard, McToon is calling a particular category, a particular group of humans, subhuman, really non-human or inferior humans. The same thing that antebellum Southern Christian slave owners and others who sympathize with them did in the antebellum South of the United States. Same thing.
Yeah, same thing. World War II Germany.
Professional cherry picker.
The World War II Germany, all about dehumanization of the other. And that's why you see some of these guys, they are neo-Nazis. That's why they get pissed off about Flat Earth and the Apollo program. Because they saw Operation Paperclip as a justification of their worldview. So when they hear Flat Earthers saying, yeah, America never went to the moon, that shit's fake. It's all Nixon doing criminal stuff, flexing of weapons. That's all it was. They flip the fuck out, sign into the internet, and just dehumanize the other again. There's nothing new under the sun. And thank God they'll never have any power. Imagine what those people would do with even 1 ounce of power.
These people who have nothing in their worldview, nothing that they've internalized into themselves that'll actually motivate them to discipline themselves to act consistently and justly. There's nothing in their worldview. It's not as though in their worldview there truly is a God whose wrath they cannot escape, whose law is universally applicable upon everyone. Right? They don't have that. Even the so-called Christians like McToon, they don't have that. They'll just do whatever they please, so long as they can push the envelope, so long as they can keep doing what they want to do without suffering any detriments.
Yeah, like, oh, it's entertainment purposes. It's free speech. I'm like, okay, well, can you apply that to the other side of the topic? No, can't do that. My anti-Flat Earth speech is free speech for entertainment purposes. Your Flat Earth speech, that is misinformation, harmful disinformation, and a crime against humanity. Therefore, now you're no longer human. You've lost your rights as a human being. And you're like, wow. So you want me to believe in this globetard? Why not offer something worth believing in? You're going to tell me the logical conclusion of your globe is even more ugly, sad, and small world than I'm already looking at as in a flat Earth. You're going to level it up. You're going to take, hey, I see your flat Earth is destructful, tribalistic, endless perpetual warfare, dehumanization, othering, constant conflicts. And they're like, yeah, you know what? I got something for you. Check out this globe.
Yeah,
it's even more destructive. Yeah. It's even worse than your flat Earth.
Mind you, these are the very people who love, in so many words, either explicitly or implicitly, and demonstratively, present themselves and talk as though they're so morally superior above everyone else. No one is equal. No one is equally as valid as them. They're superior.
Subjective. Yeah, think about that too. They'll claim the moral high ground and then say it's all subjective anyway. Like the endless contradictions. So our moral,
and not just
right
sparsely.
Is there right
not just
or wrong?
like sparingly, like just an onslaught. If they're in the mood.
Yeah, you'll see that too. That they think they can lie to advance the truth. Like Reductio, he purposely misrepresented what was being told to him a couple days ago. Straight up, purposely, just lied. Just straight lied. Said, hey, I talked to a flat earther who was talking about invisible bodies in the sky. Just completely misrepresented it. To say, well, you guys don't believe that, do you? The person he was talking to didn't believe it either. He was just telling you an answer because you said there wasn't one. There's no possible explanation for any of it. just pulling a rabbit out of his hat to get you to shut the fuck up and go back to the ground. Like, sure, I'll entertain your meth-filled symposium about the sky for a couple minutes. Now can we talk about the ground again? The surface of the earth. This is why you gotta be careful. I mean, they're always listening. They're always clipping things. And that's why we stopped doing Speculation Sunday. Because sure as shit, we'd be talking about some sort of speculation, and the next fucking day, they come in here. Well, I heard a flat earther talking about, whatever it was. You're like, okay, did you go talk to that person? Who was that person? No, I didn't talk to him. Well, why not? Because you want to come in here, completely strawman it, lie about it, act like it wasn't a speculation, like he had some claim and some proof he was, bringing up. It's like they're insensible. They're just like, do you really think that you can advance truth by just lying all the time? The Barbara Streisand effect. This is why Flat Earth exploded. People looked up Flat Earth and be like, wow, that's ridiculous. Just one straw man after another. And they say they come to talk to a real Flat Earther, like, yeah, no Flat Earther thinks that dumb shit. Like upward moving disc in space. If Flat Earth was that ridiculous, that silly, that completely easy to debunk, why straw man it at all? Answer that, globalists. Why would you do that? If our ideas are that bad, that silly, that ridiculous, why misrepresent what we're saying?
And notice also, no, again, like I just mentioned, no internalization of anything that motivates them to discipline themselves at all, let alone be charitable. Approaching the dreadful flat earthers as though they might have something going for them. They might be right. Right? You approach them with the strict operating presumption that they're wrong and they cannot be right. Right? So now you think you have justification to just treat them however you please and just abandon any charitability at all. No charitable interpretation of what we say. No charitable interaction when trying even to debate, at worst, debate. Right? None of that. Right? And like you just mentioned, in the first place, this whole contemporary movement of basically a paradigm shift, not just of the shape of the earth, but of their entire worldview, which can now be called, as it were, the great apostasy from scientism. Right?
So
It
while
began with
you're
so
going
many
on
who
about all
were
that, I just got muted in
questioning
the
the
side chat
doctrines of
pointing out
scientism,
something wrong.
and they were just asking questions and researching in more depth the things that they were taught, right? The distinctives of scientism. And then when they just asked their questions or even said their confusion and or their critiques, they were berated. So, as it were, whoever shot first, the ones who shot first is the scientism adherents, the globe people, the globers. They didn't have to approach us this way. They don't have to have the attitude that flat earthers are this malignant virus that you can treat without ever much animosity and antipathy and malice as you please. They don't have to approach us this way, but they decide to.
Yoder, are you there? Okay.
Yeah, barely.
All right, yeah, because I got to bounce here. I didn't want to just leave it unmodded.
When I was coming into the VC, for instance, these people, sommeliers, appear the most stupid, crass names, like this dude, Dick Driver.
Yeah. Hey, will you Gregory? Like, if something happens, and just ping me, okay? I should be able to hear it.
Okay.
So why was I muted? I was just pointing out that there's something objectively wrong in the chat. There's like an actual like you guys always go on about like you guys are going on about straw mans, but I think if you were steel manning, you'd be able to point out when something that another flat earther says is just blatantly wrong. And here we can actually see this. Jager Bruno said there's a 776 really big number times pressure difference between the Earth's atmosphere and space, which just completely ignores that the atmosphere is gradual, even in both globe models and in just like general observation.
I'm pretty sure he's referring
Is he
to
ignoring the
what they call
gradient, or are you
vacuum
just
is-
superimposing that notion?
I mean, in this graph here, just like straight up ignores that there's a gradient because it says there's a straight pressure difference between the vacuum of space and Earth's atmosphere. So yes, this is ignoring the gradient.
Maybe it's a pressure difference between this given point and that given point. Maybe, just maybe.
No, that's not even said in the image. So no.
No, or maybe you just misinterpreted.
No, there's no way
Yeah.
to miss this.
Yeah.
It says that this goes straight from the Earth's atmosphere 1013 MBR and 0.00, just negligible MBR.
Yeah, you just misinterpreted. You
Okay,
see,
well,
now of course, because they have this antipathy, right? This strong hostility, right? Like he just did the very thing I just described. This refusal to be charitable. The people who are not
you
in the
can just
VC, they can't
admit
see this
that
image.
there
I
was
don't think
a
they can. If they can, Jager Bruno posted what I call info memes, because they're memes, but they're designed to inform rather than just merely entertain. And it's an arrow, purple arrow, one point pointing at the Earth, another pointing into the black void, right, as it were. And he wants to interpret, this dick driver guy wants to interpret the image as though it's conveying that there's just a strict difference between this pressure over here and this very big number of pressure difference over here, as though the image is conveying that there is no gradient, when the arrow is spanning a vast distance in principle from the surface of the Earth to this vague point in the black void, which clearly represents and conveys the distance where the gradient would be. But no, we got to take the time to tediously explain this that is easily comprehensible by any adult that's trying to be sensible to people like him.
Well, the image is implying that there's just going to be a straight force of like that atmospheric difference that would be pushing the atmosphere out, but because it is a gradient, then there's not going to be that force.
You don't know what you're talking about. You don't get the point of the image at all.
Well, that's what it's implying.
No, you don't understand the image at all. You didn't accurately say what the image is conveying at all.
What's the image saying? What's the image saying is
the image is clearly conveying that this is the mathematical entailments of your cosmogonic or your cosmological paradigm. There's this pressure difference over here, and this orders of magnitude pressure difference as you go up through the gradient or away through the gradient to the further away from the Earth into the black void.
Also, this isn't even like a real like measurement of force. You're just like multiplying the minuscule amount of the minuscule amount here.
It's not a real measurement.
We're dividing the minuscule number
You
here.
don't live in this we don't live in this. It's not the structure of the thing we live in. You don't live on a ball in a cosmic void.
According to this, if space was a true vacuum, there would be an infinite pressure difference, which would be seemingly trying to imply that there would be an infinite force, which would be ridiculous.
That's obviously not the case. You're just bad at interpreting things.
Well, then why is that number there?
This is dumb.
Why is there this big number here that's supposed to imply there's
That's
something
the difference. It's literally labeled. That's the pressure difference, relatively in your own paradigm, just in principle, given your lore. Now watch, he still is going to just not comprehend, and have some other
Okay, just tell me what I'm
back
supposed to
retort
comprehend.
just not comprehending the info meme.
What's it actually trying to tell me then? You keep saying I'm not comprehending it. I'm trying to.
I just told you. You just did the thing I just predicted 7 seconds ago. Like there comes a point with you people where we try to talk to you. We're saying exactly the answer to your question, and you just don't get it. But while still convincing yourself
So like,
that we're just so
yes,
stupid and that's why you don't understand. Never
in the
taking the
absolute
humble
vacuum of
route.
space
Never taking the
and
humble
the
route in the conversation and internalizing the possibility that maybe you're incompetent at comprehending what we actually conveyed.
Okay, but tell me, what are the consequences of this meant to be? Sure, there is this number pressure difference between the surface of the Earth's atmosphere and the very vacuum of space.
It's called a gradient.
That alone doesn't necessarily mean there's gonna be a force that's that significant. Because again, there's gonna be a gradient. And also because that number isn't significant just because like 0 m bar doesn't mean there's going to be a really big force if there's even like a small amount.
Why not? How do you have
like,
such a tremendous force without the sufficient means
okay,
to exert the given force? Why not?
To put this into perspective, you see the number on the left, the 0.000000133 m bar. If that was 0.000133 m bar and then 0 m bar right next to it, so that number's a really small number, right? But if you had 0 m bar right next to it, that would be like infinity. That would be implying that it would be like a really, really big force that's so big it would be infinity. But like
that's
just
not infinity.
Okay, but it's seemingly implying that there's a really big like.
Okay, that's not objective.
It's really
it's just
like
your impression.
Intense. But it's
just
not
because you have that impression from the figures doesn't entail there's anything wrong
well, it
with
doesn't
what's being
say
conveyed
anything
here.
else, though, does it? It's not saying okay, the pressure difference.
It doesn't say your impression that it doesn't say. It doesn't say your impression. So don't keep trying to go in circles with me about
just
that.
meaningless. Why was the image
you're just talking about it seemingly.
What
objective is just your impression about the figure.
It doesn't say anything.
Well, obviously, it's not conveying that an infinite pressure must be exerted for this finite pressure. That's obviously not the point. So just throw that comment away of yours.
You can't even tell me what this is meant to be saying outside of that interpretation. Like,
I can tell you,
like stating a non-relevant fact.
It's not infinite; it's finite. You need something to exert force, and no thing. If force is not exerted without something. If force is not exerted without something in exerting it, that's ridiculous. But you're sitting up here talking about, no, there wouldn't need to be a force that exerts that force for there to be this much force exerted. Ridiculous.
What do you mean? There would be a force exerted for
That's what I meant.
Pressure differentials, but it's not going to be this
Okay,
magnitude.
so what you said earlier is wrong then.
Isn't the correct equation for getting.
Okay, so then what you just said earlier is wrong then.
The figure here is not even this figure here.
Okay, so if you're conceding what I just said to you, then what you just said earlier is wrong then.
It's not a figure of force though, so why is it being posted?
You just conceded to what I just said earlier, so then what you said earlier, you just conceded to what I just said. So if you conceded to what I just said, then what you just said earlier is wrong. Because you're conceding to the refutation of what you said earlier.
There's
you see how we can't have a conversation with these people? He just said that I'm right. He just said yeah. After I said the comment, he said yeah. And I said, if you say yeah to what I just said, then you're conceding that I'm right. If you concede that I'm right, That what I'm
No,
what if what I'm
I'm
saying is right, it's a
conceding to.
refutation to what you
I'm
just
not
said
conceding
earlier.
anything. I'm
So then
agreeing
you're
with a
acknowledging that what you just
statement.
said earlier
I'm
is
not a
wrong.
contrarian that
Now,
will
why can't
just
you just
disagree with
explicitly admit
anything that's
that?
positive.
Why does you just keep
I will
talking and
agree with true
just ignoring
statements and I will
that?
disagree with
Why does you
false
just keep
statements.
talking like right now, just being noisy and ignoring that, not having a coherent conversation?
Well, there is no coherent conversation to be
Because
so
you
clear.
exactly because you're ruining it. We're trying to be patient with
No,
you,
what?
but we hear you striving to just ignore what I'm saying to you, to go on saying
What,
something
am I
else,
farting on your
to not
shit?
get to the conclusion and make the issue clear. We hear you doing this. You're on record. Anyone who wants to go out of the way to get the clip can get the clip of my conversation with you and can hear you just contriving some other reply, not trying to concentrate on the subject that I'm concentrating on that you mentioned in the first place.
Yeah, what's the subject then?
So you said that no, there wouldn't necessarily be a force to exert this force, which is obviously stupid. And then I said exactly what is the refutation, that ridiculous
No,
notion that you can't
this
have
figure.
a force
Let me
being exerted
clarify
without
for you. This figure
something
is not
exerting that
representative of
force.
all
And then you said,
forces.
yeah,
This
that's right. So if you say, yeah, that's right, then that concedes that
What are you
my
guys
refutation
talking
is right. If
about?
my
I
refutation is right,
have
then
no
what you said
fucking
earlier
clue
is
what you're
wrong.
talking about. Anyone?
Exactly.
Just
That's what
scroll
they
up to
do.
this.
So he's
I
not
mean,
going to
I've been
clarify it.
listening for
I'll
about 10
clarify it.
minutes trying to figure it out. I still don't know what it is you're
Yeah.
talking
It's because
about.
of this one image. If you
No, be
scroll up
quiet.
to
You're
this
not going to explain. I'm going to explain. So, Yaga Bruno posted an image. Right. I'll forward it so that you can see it because it's kind of far up in the here in the chat.
Gotcha. No
If I
worries. I
can.
appreciate it.
Yeah. I can't do that way. I'm just going to download it so I can send it down there.
I mean, I can go up. Okay, I can see it. I think I can.
Yeah. It's
Is
also
it
at the
like
bottom
the
too.
exosphere, thermosphere, that one?
Yeah. You see where I just posted that image? The very bottom.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. So we're talking
I
about
see.
this. The dude over here, Dick Driver, is trying to critique it as though there's something wrong here. Right.
yes,
And
well,
what
for
he said is
starters, it's
he just
implying that
has
there's a
this
great pressure
subjective
differential
impression that's not at all objective, and now he has to
between.
swoop in because he's not going to let me actually
Yes,
expose his
because
error. Right?
I'm going
He's
to
going to
explain
swoop
my
in,
point. You
and
want,
now he
if
wants to
you want
swoop
this
and be
point
noisy
explained,
when he
I'll
heard me speaking before him, and everyone knows he's not going to make the issue clear. Okay, so he
So
tried to
Gregory,
critique
just
this
talk to the
image.
new guy
Oh, go ahead.
because talk to the new guy because that dude's bricked.
Yeah. So to make the issue clear, he's going to insist that I'm not getting his position right when I've quoted him several times on the very thing that he was harping on. Okay. So this image, he's trying to critique it, saying, well, this kind of entails that there would be an infinite force to exert this. No, there doesn't. That's not an entailment at all. You don't need an infinite force to exert a finite degree of force or quantity of force. It's obviously not an entailment. That's just a stupid notion, just trying to shove onto the image, right? And then he's like, well, there wouldn't necessarily need to be something to exert the force. Excuse me? You don't need a cause for the effect. You don't need something to exert the force in order for the exertion of force to happen. That's obviously stupid. Then he said, yeah, of course. I mean, that's true. I wasn't saying that. Well, if you say that's true, then you're saying my refutation, what you just said earlier, is true. But rather than just saying that, right, just admitting that he's wrong and that I correctly refuted him, you're just going to keep saying some other reply, yapping about some other detail, some
Okay,
other peripheral thing.
and the force that we're talking about is the force like holding the atmosphere together, right?
In
Is that
his
what we're
worldview,
discussing,
sure.
or are we discussing the vacuum of space?
No. The subject was about his misinterpretation of what is being conveyed by all the graphics and text here in the
Oh,
image.
gotcha. Okay,
Now, of course,
okay.
what you just mentioned is shoulder to shoulder related to this.
Yeah, because I'm just looking at the picture, and that's kind of what I'm.
Well, he said that there wasn't a gradient, and that was his concern.
Yeah, I forgot that, but thank you very much for mentioning that. He said that, well, the image seems to suggest that it ignores that there's a gradient. No, it doesn't ignore that. That's what the purple arrow is conveying. The
Right,
purple
right,
arrow
right,
is
right.
is spanning the distance between the surface of the earth and this vague point in the black void where the gradient would be in principle.
Gotcha. I don't know. Isn't it? Yeah, like I said, isn't it Earth's gravity basically keeping
Yeah, that's their
all the
metaphysical
layers
doctrine.
here?
Yeah, that's their metaphysical doctrine, so-called gravity.
Gotcha.
Now, what the so-called gravity really is, and they're bad. I can say this after years of experience of letting them say so many words in detail, like ad nauseum, so many words. They don't know how to coherently articulate the doctrine at all, however they conceive it, and they certainly don't know how to reiterate what their clerics, the doctoral scholars of theirs, actually say about the issue. They've never actually read the sources that succinctly say what gravity is. But I have, and I have many saved messages that contain the quotation and citation and the deductive syllogisms that refute their doctrine. And then when I show it to them, they're so baffled because they can't believe how stupid the doctrine actually is when you say in a sentence, one single sentence, what it is. So in the first place, they have their Newtonian or kind of pseudo Newtonian gravity, which is really kind of Cavendish, not really Newton, but let's just go with the common lore in their common version of this. The Newton gravity, I've conveniently made the initialism MAM, or you could say the acronym MAM, mass attracting mass. What does that mean? To say it in one single sentence, matter pulls other matter by being matter. Or you can say that if then proposition.
Yeah,
If matter is matter,
it's
or
the
if
effect
matter
of mass
exists.
on space time, right? So like,
No, that's a different one. That's a different
okay,
one.
but
That's
I
not
thought
Newton.
that's what the attraction is.
That's
So like
different.
when matter is
I'll get to that.
attracting
I'll get to
matter,
that. I'll get to that one.
object with more mass.
Right.
Yeah.
I'll get to that one. So that's closely related, and they try to smush those two together. So there's two different versions. The one I'm talking about now is the one that you just mentioned that abrogates the one I just mentioned. Now, some of them don't understand that in their worldview. According to their clerics, which is a TGR, theory of general relativity, that what you just mentioned, that abrogates MAM, mass attracting mass, Newton's gravity. Some of them want to say that it's a version of the former, the one you mentioned. Some of them want to say that they're the same. Some want to say that they're connected. But their clerics say that no, Newton was wrong, right? It doesn't account for these other things in the far reaches of the black void away from the Earth, yada yada yada. But Newton's gravity does. It's better. You can hear Michio Kaku's clearly saying, in no uncertain terms, unequivocally, gravity does not pull. Gravity bends space. Gravity does
Right.
not pull. Gravity bends space. So that's what their clerics have now settled on. That's one of their latest canons, one of the latest decrees. Just like Christians, just like Muslims, that's what they've settled on. That's the quote unquote consensus. Okay.
What about like
But
that
before that,
image from the 30s that Einstein took of like the sun during an eclipse, and you can see its effect on light. You can like see stars
mhm.
behind it because of its
Okay,
effect
but
on space
before
time.
that,
Because
before
its
that,
mass is so immense, it can literally pull light
right,
around
right,
it.
right. That's a part of their lore. But before that,
Gotcha. Well, I mean,
just
you
so
can
that we
see
can,
the images. I can try and find it.
yeah, I know. Let me complete this before we hop on to something else. So MAM, mass attracting mass, to say it in one single sentence, if matter exists or if matter is matter, then matter pulls all other matter together. That's what MAM is. That's what Newtonian gravity is. So the alleged cause or matter for all material particles pulling on each other is them is them being matter or them existing. That's what they say, and I can show you the quote in just a moment. That's obviously ridiculous because just existing or just being a material thing is not a cause of motion. But that's what the doctrine is. That's what they say. Explicitly say in so many words to specify what
Yeah.
gravity is. They say
Yeah, they kind of
if matter
explain
exists or if matter is
space-time
matter,
as
then
like
matter
a
pulls to other
field,
matter.
right?
Right. If matter exists, then matter pulls to other matter. Matter existing is not a cause. Things existing is not a cause of motion. The things could exist and there be no motion. It's ridiculous. That's not a cause. It falls flat on its face right there. But let's grant that as though it were true. You couldn't even verify that either, because the independent variable that you have to manipulate in order to verify this causation hypothesis, right? This is applying the scientific method, so called. The independent variable to manipulate is the existence of matter, because that's the alleged cause. That's the if part in the if then proposition, right? The hypothesis, the if then proposition. Well, of course, you can't do that. You're not God. They're not God, and of course, in their world, there is no God that would even be able to do that.
Right, and I agree. I mean, their model of physics breaks down the closer you look at it, right? Like there's spooky physics they talk about and shit. Like
And then they
the
presume that
double
it
slit
has been empirically
experiment.
verified. Yeah, then they presume they have empirically verified it with the so-called Cavendish experiment, which is really just a measurement done with the presupposition that this this mass attracting mass, even exists. He wasn't trying to verify that it exists. He presupposed that it exists, that it's a real law, a real function law of material things, real physical law. He was trying to measure the density of the Earth. So they're
Gotcha. Yeah, I'm
using
not too familiar with Cavendish. Like I've heard the name.
yeah, little to no one is. Yeah. So the operation that they try to appeal to is not even trying to verify the proposition in contention, MAN itself, wasn't trying to discern whether it's real or not. He presupposed that it's real when trying to measure the density of the Earth. That's obviously fallacious. Presupposing the very proposition that you're trying to verify, taking it for granted, not scrutinizing it, but taking it for granted, is not scrutinizing it. And of course, using a method that was not even trying to scrutinize it is also not scrutinizing the proposition. So there's that with MAM. Now, like you mentioned with TGR, for our convenience, these initialisms, right? Theory of general relativity, or in fact, GR, general relativity. It's even more convenient. As it concerns GR, if you were to say it in an if-then proposition, right? What is gravity? If matter exists, it's the same cause, but different effect. If matter exists, then space-time, quote unquote, curves. If matter exists, then space-time, quote unquote, curves. So it's the same error. It has the same error, espousing
Yeah,
a
matter
non-cause to
has
be a cause
mass.
of motion, right? Matter existing is not a cause of motion, right? And then you have this ridiculous metaphysical doctrine of so-called space-time, right? And when you actually analyze this notion, it's nothing more than taking the word space and taking the word time, smushing them together, putting a dash between the two, or a hyphen between the two. And then you have two versions of this. It's either a concrete substratum that
Yeah,
occupies all
space.
volume,
Yeah, the general
or
relativity
it's just a
is
mathematical
admittedly an
paradigm.
incomplete. It's a theory,
Right.
first of all,
It's two different
and it
versions depending on who
doesn't
you talk to.
like it conflicts with what is it, quantum mechanics and shit. Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't think anyone really
While it's
out there
espoused
has
to
the
be
answers.
the metaphysical ground for quantum mechanics and all that garbage, quantumism I call it. So that's TG,
Right.
that's GR, right? If matter exists, then space time curves. There's the destructive dilemma that refutes the notion of space time. Either space time is asserted to be concrete or not, right? Or you could phrase it as a question: is space time asserted to be a concrete entity or not? If they go with yes, then they are asserting something that is not meaningfully different from the ether, which they deny, which implicitly is self contradictory. Because if they say the space time is this concrete substratum that occupies all volume, that's no different than the ether, which they deny. So if they want to deny the ether and assert the concrete, as it were, version of space time, now they're contradicting themselves. So they say, no, forget that. No, I don't want to go that route. It's just a mathematical paradigm. Well, if you go that route, then now you're reifying an abstract entity, because you're saying that matter existing is now warping, curving space-time, which is a mathematical paradigm. And math is a category of a priori abstract principles and concepts. That's stupid. So now there's nowhere to go.
Yeah, nothing makes sense.
So when you actually do an analysis and internal criticism of their worldview, it falls apart like paper mache in the rain, like a sandcastle in a tsunami. And they've never thought in these terms. Lord knows only how many times I've said these analytical criticisms and refutations, and they're just dumbfounded. They don't know what to say. These things are so foreign to them. These terms and categories that I'm saying to them are so foreign to them. Even the very own quotations that succinctly say what their doctrine actually is, that they actually are not educated on, they're so foreign to them they didn't know what to say. I had to teach them so many times, repetitively, in many different instances of me debating them, and the debate evolves from a debate to just a lesson for them. Usually,
Yeah,
sooner or
no,
later.
I'm learning some stuff, man. I appreciate it.
My pleasure.
I'm just here to fucking ask questions, basically.
So yeah,
I've hung out
if they
here
want to try to appeal
before.
to,
You guys can kind of be hostile sometimes, but right now you're pretty chill.
oh no, yeah. So with all that being said, gravity is the great metaphysical doctrine to trying to hold all the things in the world together. Because what's their worldview? The worldview is that there's a bunch of matter flailing around in a black void, and there's these forces somehow, these forces, inexplicably operating and moving around and making things do what they do in various ways. And the great force of them all is gravity, right? And it pulls, as in MAM, mass attracting mass, or as in GR, the materials together so that we have any
Yeah,
bulk
they don't
matter
even
at
understand
all.
gravity at all. Like they don't know if it's a
Right.
force. Like
So,
yeah,
so that's their worldview,
it's
right?
just kind of there.
And that's also what accounts for in their worldview, what keeps the air near the ball we allegedly live on, so that we don't
And then they
suffocate
talk about
together.
like gravitational waves and stuff, and I
All
don't
that
know.
other stuff. So now that we've already gone through the refutation, now it's evident again that they have a glaring gap in their worldview. Right? They can't account for the reality of the air staying near us so that we don't suffocate us, so that we don't suffocate, and so that we can't even have the freaking debate. So the reality of air pressure and us breathing is rendered absurd in their worldview, given the refutation to their most fundamental worldview. But that's not the worst part. If you want to be thoroughly analytical, without gravity, you don't have the primeval atom expansion. This is a part of their lore to be consistent with all the notions that make up their worldview. Part of their lore is that gravity is what holds things together since the very beginning, since the so-called Big Bang, the primeval atom expansion. Well, without that, you have this expansion or explosion, however way you want to say it, whoever you're talking to, and there's nothing to bring the material things together. So then that entails what? That all material bodies that we have that exist before us would all be completely disintegrated to the most fundamental particles. That's obviously not the case. So this proposition entails a false proposition. That which implies falsehood is false.
What's going on?
So that's called a deductive refutation. Again, it's a reductio ad absurdum argumentum, reduction to absurdity argument. Their doctrine, given the refutation of gravity, entails that all bulk matter will be disintegrated down to the most smallest, irreducible, indivisible particles. We don't live in that world, so that's obviously a false doctrine. We wouldn't have the air, we wouldn't have us humans, we wouldn't have the earth, we would have nothing. It would just be a black void full of disconnected, indivisible particles. That's obviously not the case. And their own clerics say this too. They know this. So it's not just some unbelievers doing some sort of external criticism. That's an internal critique that I did, and their clerics know that this is an entailment of the absence of gravity.
Hey, quick interrogatory, Mr. Gregory.
Hey,
you doing all right?
I'm all right.
Hey, I appreciate you guys. I'm gonna take off. I'm gonna look into that Cavendish guy that you were talking about.
Oh yeah. Henry Cavendish thrived
Is that
throughout
man's
the
Calusa?
Word. Well, you guys
yeah
take
thrived in
care.
the 18th century. You too. Peace.
Oh, sorry. I thought you all were. Sorry, I come in and I missed that he was still continuing. Sorry, I thought he had finished. Sorry. But quick question for you, Greg.
You're okay.
The fellow who was trying to claim the Earth curvature from a fisheye lens or reticulated lens or whatever the hell he was talking about, where did he end up? Did he just spiral out of control, the debate daddy fellow?
Oh, he just kept being noisy, and then spoke up, and he, gave another scathing critique about other related issues about this type of behavior that they routinely exude, and then because he got censured because the mods were not going to tolerate his antics that they heard him doing with me when I was trying to debate him for the past 10 minutes or so. Then of course, then he left. I think that's how that ended.
Yeah, it usually does. It's that guy needed to move on. Yeah, no doubt. But anyway, good morning, Gregory. Hope you know. Good morning, Jen, Rayleigh, everyone else that's around. Good morning, all. Just wanted to jump in real quick. I didn't have the cognition to follow all that, but I just wondered where he had gone in. So I'll be back listening for a while.
Yeah, good morning to Sir Barrington. Okay, long time no hear.
Yeah, I've been busy on a project, and so I'm actually working on it now a bit. So kind of coming and going a couple times this morning, but hope you are doing well, friend.
Yeah, thank you very much. I am, and I hope the twins are not driving you mad.
They are, and I'm loving every minute of it. You know, someday they'll stop bringing chaos to us. Someday.
Someday. It's probably when they stop breathing.
Well, probably more likely when I stop breathing.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Gregory, by the way, I know this is a side topic, so we don't need to get into this in this channel, but I have been using your term sola clericus quite a bit.
Oh yeah.
We'll discuss that in another room where it's more appropriate, but I really like that concept. It's 100% correct.
Oh yeah. Yep.
And somebody could, and being just abstract on that for a moment, somebody could make an argument that that's reasonable, but sola clericus is they could. So it's not necessarily a positive or negative term. I think it just delineates the concept perfectly well.
Yeah.
And by the way, Gregory, thanks for the last 15 minutes of solid psychological breakdown of the heliocentrists and the behavior they exhibit when they misinterpret things, or things are quite obvious, but they don't seem to want to admit or concede to that. But thank you. Excellent work. Solid. Loved every minute.
My pleasure. My pleasure.
Great work.
The reason I individually, the reason I go out of my way to explain it in so many words, still trying to be succinct, is because just like when you're driving or walking, driving, whatever you're doing, when you're trying to go somewhere and there's impediments and hindrances in the path, but the worst impediments, the worst hindrances are the ones that you're oblivious to, right? You're driving down the road, for instance. There's a pothole somewhere along the road, but you're oblivious to it. It's an unknown to you. So as far as you know, there is no pothole on the road, or there might be. If you go with the option, no, there is no pothole. You just go along, and then boom, car's flipped. If you say if you consider that there might be a pothole, you're going to pay attention for it now, and you're more likely to evade it. Not necessarily evade it, but you're more likely to evade it.
Yeah, you can prepare. Like for me, in reality, I prepare my suspension on my bike. So because I know I'm going to encounter some potholes and uneven surfaces, so I set my suspension on the motorbike. That is, on the car,
Right.
it's fixed. Yeah, I understand what you mean.
Now, of
Yeah.
course, you can't anticipate the pothole or anything like that if you're oblivious to the very existence, the very concept of pothole. Right? You're not going to pay attention to it. But then when you are made aware of it, preferably before you ever drive your vehicle into a pothole or even near a pothole, then you can prepare yourself for it and you're going to look out for it. There might be a massive hole somewhere in the road, right? That's an analogy to hey, brother. That's an analogy to the hindrances and impediments in our minds, me included, but also them. I'm
There's
talking
a
to people like a debate daddy or a dick
there's a
or a
heavy
dick driver.
balance though.
Yeah,
There's a balance that whatever there's a balance that we should find because there's two ways to think about the pothole. There's two ways to put energy to it, and it's trying to anticipate every pothole, which you will spend a lot of time looking for something that there isn't.
true.
So then maybe save yourself from the occasional time that you will see a pothole, or you can do something to prepare for it so that you can put your energy elsewhere so that you don't worry about it as much.
Right. Exactly. I think I mentioned that part. I might have failed to mention that. Elijah just touched on the fact that when you become another, and that's an impediment. And like, I'll use me for example. Say I'm aware of these impediments, these hindrances along the road, like a pothole, whatever else. But then I may choose the route of paranoia. And I'm over cautious. I'm over apprehensive. Right. Now I'm looking at things that seem to be potholes, but really aren't potholes, and I'm trying to over prepare so much that I pretty much just don't drive anymore, or I just move hella slow, which is going to be dangerous because of other things, other detriments that could be, suffered when you move too slow along this road, right? Again, analogous to how someone may approach the conversation from that perspective with someone like Debate Daddy or Dick Driver, right? So, whole point is become aware of these hindrances, these mental, emotional hindrances and impediments, or these antics or these habits, so that you are prepared for them, so that you know how to handle them, how to maneuver around them, or terminate them and get them out the way altogether. Some people do the same thing that I've done, but just revel and just go into an emotional frenzy about them, rather than just hurry up, keep your peace, identify these hindrances, know that they exist, control yourself, discipline yourself, figure out how to maneuver around them, or just evade them altogether. Perhaps just don't engage them at all, or mention it to them, and perhaps they'll look at themselves in the mirror, as it were, and they'll stop doing these antics or those antics, and then you can move that hindrance out the way, and you go on to the end of the subject in the debate.
So nobody answered me earlier, at least not that I heard or saw. But I haven't looked at flat Earth for like the past decade. And I was just wondering, is there any new research that has happened in the past decade, or are we still using the old stuff, so to speak?
Well, we've discovered that in 10 years, not only is there no curvature, so there's the mindset where you have an expectation based on the information we're given about the dimensions of said globe. And then at some point, maybe 4 years ago or so, 5 years ago, the conversation shifts a little bit and we begin to realize actually the prerequisite for doing anything practical is the earth being flat. So the globe doesn't even come up unless someone's trying to crowbar it in there, which is very apparent when it's happening. So if you want examples, that's fine.
Yeah, in other words, what's being said there is that, for example, the leveling tools we use on Earth came after the flat Earth. It was because of the flat Earth that we needed to have our leveling tools now. Now, there's an argument that wasn't being said 10 years ago, right there. Earth is indeed measured and utilized flat. We weren't saying that 10 years ago. We're saying that now. So that's brilliant. That's just a revelation in itself. Because of flat Earth, we have our leveling tools. Whew, that's a statement.
Hey, I'll be peaceful, okay? Peace.
Man, good to hear from you.
Yeah, cheers, Gregory. Cheers.
Peace. Thank you, guys. I'll be back, I'm sure. Is this channel going every day, or is it just like on weekends?
Well, I think it depends on whether you catch us here or over in the English Hub or on the home server. I think we kind of move around a little bit. But I have one more comment for you if you have a second. How quick do you have to run?
Well, I was just going to go talk to somebody else, but I know they're going to be there all day, so I got time.
I just add in real quick that what I've seen is I've been involved in flat Earth conversations since about 2008, mostly in person. I didn't know a lot of the people here who are in Discord. I didn't know anything about Discord until a little over 5 years ago, somewhere in there, 5-6 years ago. And what I will say is, I think you'll find that the flat Earth side has done a couple things. I think that you'll see that they've gone maybe away from as much assumption as they had 10 years ago to focusing more on provable fact compared to the globe side, which they've had to give up a number of key things. Like 10 years ago, they were saying that ships go over the horizon. Then they changed it to refraction. And then they've changed it to, well, you can't really calculate the refraction. So there's been, I think, a lot more movement on that side. Now, I'm just speaking objectively for a moment. I don't know that one or the other proves one is better than the other, just in that aspect of it. But I would say that you would have heard the flat Earth side become a lot more rigorous, and I think the globe side has gone the other direction.
Dude, I keep getting banned from. Sorry, what are we talking about? Flat Earth? Earth flat?
Well, let's see. Did that? Okay, Frit, did that kind of make any sense, my friend?
Yeah, it did. It did.
Yeah,
Thank you.
it did, Mr. Barrington. It made good sense. Basically, what you're saying is that the Globers have steadily moved post to the point where the posts are no longer on the pitch. That's how silly it's getting, ladies and gentlemen. They're moving the goal right off the pitch. They're that silly
and
now.
The truth is, a lot of the flat Earth arguments 10 years ago were probably very similar, semantically, that there weren't a lot of us who were rigorous about it as we are. There were those who were talking about all kinds of crazy things as they were trying to grab a hold of a concept that was hard to understand. And so I think we've gotten a lot more rigorous. So it's probably like the two sides have flipped from where they were.
Well, that's a good thing.
And again, not saying that either side. My description's not saying that one side is right or bad. In that description, I think I'm trying to reduce it to an objective understanding that there's some things sometimes that you have to kind of separate. This is, I think, one of those, just to see where the discussion has gone. And I think that, to me, I think that's been a very interesting facet. But I'm going to go back to listening for it. Have a good morning. And did you want to continue, Jen?
Yeah, cheers, Mr. Barrington. Have a nice time listening and that. Yeah, and I'm just going to reiterate what you said. Basically, yeah, that's what's gone on. We've become more rigorous and less assumptions. More empirical evidence is what we bring down now. Facts, actually. Yeah, and our goals are perfectly fixed. So if you've got a point, you can definitely score. If you can, that is. Our goals are right there. We're not cheating. We're not moving the goalpost anywhere. But whereas before, we go back to when I got into it in 2015. There was still a number of assumptions being made. Core statements were the Earth's not curving, we're not spinning. That's the main thing. But then they were speculative in what's going on in space or outside of the dome, further land, and things like that. Well, that's all stopped now. But there was a lot of I would say assumptions being made, and that's been dramatically reduced. Yeah, that Dick Driver character, he was really emotionally attached to this Atmos and space, and didn't want to concede anything there, to the point where he just left. The truth was too much to bear. And that meme, finally, that says who popped in right at the end of that conversation was just perfectly timed. I just loved it. Yeah. Look in the side chat, that one with the two spheres connected with a pipe, vacuumed, and then a valve is turned, and then the material is entropied into the vacuum. Beautiful. That says it all. If ever there was timing, that was it.
Are you still here, Jen?
Welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth on podcasts. Sorry, on politics. Sorry. If you have any questions related to the flat Earth or the heliocentric ball Earth that doesn't exist, please ask your questions. Don't hesitate. My colleagues and I are here to answer all your questions and queries. I'm Jin CBR1, and we await your wonderful questions. Thank you. I happen to listen to a lot of podcasts, so excuse the podcast slip up there. I'm not perfect, although I do try to be.
Good afternoon, Flat Earth community.
Good afternoon, sir. And how are you doing on this lovely Sunday for you?
Good, how are you?
Oh, very well, thanks. Waited with bated breath as to what kind of questions could come along from the Globers, of course. Anything exciting happened today?
No, not yet. Just, well, I listened to one Glober here. He left pretty quickly.
Ah, yeah. Flat Earth Troop. When they hear me make that announcement, they know, wow, they're on the ball. Saber rattling. Where are you? Where are you? Yeah, they don't have a case. That was the most shocking thing, is that you mean to tell me the globe doesn't even exist? And I'd believed in it for 48 years? Wow. Wow. You think over that and you think they did a number on me there. 48 years. And then you say to yourself, they're doing a number on everyone. Wow, look at all the people that don't even realize. And you go out on the streets, you look around, and they're all getting on with their lives, and they don't realize that they're not on a spinning ball at all. You know? Yeah. They've done a very, I can understand when people say you got to give them credit. By the way, they've pulled the wool over our eyes there, because you just see the people just getting on with it and they don't even notice. And I was once like them, of course. Yeah, over the 11 years that I've been into this flat Earth now, I'm into my 11th year. I came in 2015. The most annoying question, when you've explained everything properly, but why would they lie? That is the one that really does break this camel's, the straw that breaks the camel's back. Why would they lie? So
Why
I'd be
would
ashamed.
anybody lie?
Yeah. Why would they lie? So you end up explaining to them, well, obviously to gain. That's why they lie. They're gaining something from this lie. Clearly, control of your mind, control of humanity. And then you explain to them, well, once you've realised that they have lied to you, you should go and ask the liar yourself. Go directly to them. Why are they lying? That's what you need to do. If you can't work it out, go and ask them. Yeah. Why did you educate me on the heliocentric model when it doesn't exist? And the Earth is indeed flat, level, stationary, non-rotating. What's going on? You go and ask your educators first and foremost. Maybe they don't even realize. And then before you know where you are, even the educators are beginning to look into it. And then they will go straight to their Minister of Education. Probably starting off with the town hall and then from there onwards. But something's got to happen. People are paying good money to have their children misinformed. So why would they lie? There are a few reasons, of course, and it's mainly control. And they gain that control over you. They can tell you and lie to you about anything, and they have done that for the longest of time. They've lied about everything. So this is it. And you've got a jigsaw puzzle, and now you're trying to put it together. Welcome to the server. You've arrived at the 24/7 Flat Earth on politics. And if you have any questions related to the Flat Earth or the heliocentric ball Earth that doesn't exist, please don't hesitate to ask. My colleagues and I are here to help you out. I'm Jin CBR1, and we wait for your wonderful questions. Go ahead. Anything you like. Don't be shy. Welcome to the server. You've hit the 24/7 Flat Earth on politics. If you've got any questions, don't hesitate to ask. My colleagues and I are here to help you out. Why are we saying it's flat? Why are you going against all the scientists, for example? Whatever it is, we can help you out here. Okay? Go ahead. It is a Sunday after all. People are taking their time and enjoying their Sundays. Here in Japan, we've enjoyed the sakura. They call it ohanami. I'll say again, ohanami, which is cherry blossom viewing. So they all sit down under the cherry blossom trees and have their picnics, beer, soft drinks, and all the lovely Japanese snacks and that. And then they got the karaoke, live singing. All that's going on, all underneath the cherry blossom trees, as all the petals fall off periodically through the time you're there, looking like snow on the ground. Really nice. Okay. They're also enjoying that in Washington, by the way, because Japan sent some cherry blossom trees back in the early 1900s to Washington, and that those trees are alive, and people are enjoying ohanami, cherry blossom tree viewing, as we speak. There you go.
Japanese also love autumn, don't they?
Oh, aki, yes, that's correct. Koyo, that's called koyo, meaning autumn foliage, or the autumn leaves. Sorry, autumn leaves, autumn foliage, and it's lovely color of like from green through to red wine color, through to orange, rust, brown. Yeah, it is a spectacle to behold. It really is. Yeah, very popular here. Again, another opportunity to have a little picnic, if the weather permitting.
Yeah, well, we heard a commotion one year, like outside our house. It wasn't like, it was just like noise we weren't used to hearing because it's a quiet street usually. void of people's voices, we look out the window and here's a whole load of Japanese tourists, right, in our street with cameras and talking and excited about the autumn leaves, right? And because a lot of our streets out our town are just like lined with trees that in autumn just have all these different colors, yellows and browns and oranges,
Yeah.
and they were just out there with their cameras and talking and in Japanese, and I was like, "What? I haven't seen it again since." I don't know why they chose our street for that year, but it was they were really excited about it.
Oh yeah, and they were really excited when I arrived in Japan in 1999. My Japanese teacher kept saying to me, "Make sure you view koyo, which is the autumn foliage." And I used to think, "Yeah, okay." And I used to think, what a boring thing, because I was thinking now that the autumn leaves are going to be the same as in England, which are just brown and yellow, and they tend to get in the way. They slow down the underground railway system. This is why trains. Everybody hates autumn because of that. For example, those who use the underground railway system, the trains are often delayed because of the leaves on the track. You see, so no one's excited about brown and yellow leaves. So I was thinking, why the hell? And it wasn't until 6 years later that I actually went with my brother, and we went off to camping in November with my children, and yeah, we saw the leaves for the first time, and I thought, this is what they meant. Yeah, amazing, in the Fukushima area. So it was really nice to see all these autumn leaves. So I could understand what you meant when you heard that
Doesn't
noise.
some parts of around New York have that a similar event, don't they? Because I've seen that on Family Guy, right?
Oh yeah,
It's actually a thing over there. Like,
yeah.
is it? Where are they? There? Where's that fictionally set? Rhode Island or something, isn't it?
Yeah. What I'm aware of is the Washington and the White House. They've got a cherry blossom
Washington,
tree, right? Yeah, Washington
right?
State.
Yeah.
That's where it's
Yeah.
mainly where I know they actually do have this cherry blossom viewing and they enjoy it. But yeah, I remember the Family Guy scene as well. Yeah.
Yeah, that was the autumn thing.
Yeah. Koyo. So then I understood what they meant. And another thing I learned was, depending on how cold winter is, determines whether or not when autumn arrives, whether or not you get these beautiful coloured autumn foliage. All reliant on winter, by the way. Funny enough. Yeah, it has some bearing.
I see.
Yeah, that was a bit strange. Yeah. Yeah, because you got winter, then you got to go through spring and then summer and then autumn and then through that season, depending on how winter was, determines whether or not you're going to have this spectacular display of old autumn foliage and the colours. So yeah, temperature plays a part in it. Amazing. Probably that's why when they travel around the world and they see the autumn leaves similar to Japan, of course they're going to take their pictures. They're in another country. Yeah. And autumn. So your autumn would be our spring in Japan. Yeah? That'd be right, wouldn't it?
If you're north of the equator, yeah.
Yeah. That's right. That'd be right. Yeah, because you're having an autumn, which means you're going to be having a winter, which means we're going to be having a summer. So spring. So when it's spring in Japan, it's autumn in Australia or New Zealand. Southern Hemisphere.
Right. Bro, I'm in some Japanese guy's photo album, right? Like Seriously, because this is probably going back 30 years, right?
Wow.
I'm standing in this phone box, right? I'm on the phone in this phone box, and I turn around while I'm on the phone in this phone box, and here's this Japanese guy taking photos of me. I
Right.
don't know why. I don't know why. Maybe it was my dress, or like the way I was dressed, or something. I don't know. But now I
Where are you?
picture,
In Australia? In Australia or in
yeah,
Japan?
in
Oh yeah.
Australia.
Yeah,
In
well, they
Australia,
don't
so
have telephone boxes. You see, they don't have telephone box. They don't have that.
right,
Yeah, they have
right.
like a kiosk kind of thing where it's just a little shelter above your head, you know, and then you've got a pole, and then the phone is attached to that pole, and that's the kind of thing they have. They didn't have this enclosure like we have, like in London or in Australia. That's probably why. You understand?
Right, yeah. Well,
Yeah.
see,
T-Dub,
now
I'm laughing at
sorry,
what
go
you
on.
just said. I used to live in Hawaii, and when I was a kid, Japanese tourists used to take my picture everywhere. Like I'd be out shopping with my parents or something, they'd want to take my picture. It was the weirdest thing. But I learned that many of these folks are just now getting out of Japan for the first time in their lives. They've never like seen white people before.
Yeah.
And so they just like to take
Right.
pictures, and they thought I was a curiosity. I was a little blonde hair, blue eyed kid.
Yeah, that would be true because they do work hard, and then during their retirement is when they start to make their holiday trips. Because we were wondering in London, how comes we're seeing a lot of old Japanese people? Where are the youngsters? That's what we used to think, you know. And it wasn't until I actually came to Japan and saw the work culture that I understood what was going on. Yeah, yeah. So that's probably what was going on there. Yeah, they hadn't seen a white boy before, or you know, so many white people in one place. Yeah. So obviously they're enjoying all of that and taking their memorable pictures. Hmm. They hang around a lot in the Honolulu area, Waikiki, and some of these Japanese also own hotels in the Honolulu area and Okinawa. They got well, obviously they have it in Okinawa, it's Japan, but Honolulu, yeah, Guam, Saipan. Yeah, you got a lot of Japanese who own businesses and hotels there. Well, if any glober has got a question related to the flat Earth or the heliocentric model and why it doesn't exist, well, please don't hesitate to ask your questions. We're here. My colleagues and I are here to help you out. Doesn't matter the query. Please don't hesitate. I'm Jin CBO1, waiting for your wonderful questions. Go ahead, globers. Anything. Oh, we might be having one coming through. Yeah, go ahead.
Are you guys like working on some radio signal or something?
Oh no, we've got good reception here at the moment.
Oh,
You
the way you
think
said something's coming through. Just the way you said
yeah,
it.
I could hear some noise in the background. I thought someone was just
Oh,
switching on their mic and
I do
getting ready.
apologize, bro.
Oh, no. If you've got a question, go ahead, man.
No, I'm a flat earther, brother.
Okay. Oh, that's beautiful. Okay, nice.
Yeah.
Just double checking. You know, you get these flat earthers, pretender clowns, as QE used to say. Yeah? Pretender clowns,
No.
yeah. And that's
Yeah, no,
actually
I
happened
love.
a lot, hasn't it? That's happened a lot in the. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I like to come in here. I like to see some of the conversations that take place here. You guys have done your research, and it's just great to listen to. So every time when I get bored, sometimes every now and then, I like to come in.
Yeah,
You guys have done your research, and it's an amazing. Sometimes it's a really cool thing to listen to and just watch the penny drop, just like
yeah,
the people.
yeah.
I've actually brought people in here before, and this guy, he was a good lad, and I said, look, this is what this is about, and obviously he was mocking it a little bit. But I said, if you're going to go in there, you better be respectful. So we came in, and I let him sort of like continue, and he engaged with you guys, and he started to see it, which was good,
Yeah.
you know, because it was like it was all broken down in a way that was so simple, yet they didn't break it down themselves like that before. So now they're starting to see the world from a different fucking lens, right?
Yeah.
And they're starting to realize that you've got to actually work things out like that makes sense. You know, observations are fucking like hardcore evidence.
Yeah. Yeah. They're taking it for granted is the problem there. Everyone's taking
Yes.
it for granted, you see. Go ahead.
Yeah, yeah. So, I mean, the greatest sign is they say prove it, and I'm like, well, look through your eyes, and they're like, what do you mean? It's like, what can you fucking see?
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah. It's out
and
there.
it's you just got to look around. But yeah, that's the only reason I thought I'd come in here. I've not heard you in here before, bro, but
Oh
yeah,
yeah, I'm Jim
no.
CBO. And I've been in the community now since 2015. So
Oh
I
wow,
went through all of it. And I was just about to do, as you were speaking, I was just about to introduce you to a video. One of many videos that I've collected from the beginning. When Britain, maybe you missed it, in Britain,
Mm,
you had
yeah,
British flat earthers doing the
mm,
length of breadth. That's Scotland, England, Exeter, Ireland. They went everywhere, all over the British Isles, trying to introduce everyone to the flat Earth, right? And you see the people and the way they react, cognitive dissonance, everything, all on
oh,
display. I'm going to
yeah.
try. I'm going to get it for you in a minute. Okay, this one is in Huddersfield, and if you want more material, all you do is to go to Jason's channel, go into the live section there, and you get inundated with more of this stuff. And it's really good. If you want to see the penny drop or the penny not dropping in certain cases, you need to watch this material. Okay.
Guys, is
And
there is there any? Sorry to jump in there. Like, I
no,
mean,
go ahead.
it would be great if there could be like a real push for um. Oh, is somebody else in it?
No, go ahead.
I was just
You're
gonna
good.
say it'd be great if we had like a push with some marketing stuff, some reels getting thrown out, some kind of initiative to kind of, I don't know, maybe create more of an awareness, but in a more punchier, more savage fucking way. Because there's some savage points that you could put across. I mean,
Yeah.
well, you know, when I say arrive, we could arrive in a way where, well, sometimes you got to rock the fucking boat.
Yeah, yeah. The thing is, when
Mm,
you see these guys and the way they do it, the Globe Light Tour team, they really do absorb some of the most rudest people that you could meet. And on one tour, only twice was the police called, and that was because the guy was indeed, these two characters were invading your space with the finger just missing your eyeball. And
yeah.
that's too
Mm,
dangerous. You got to take them
yeah.
down. You understand, right? That's too threatening. But that only happened twice. Outside of that,
Mm,
they took all these insults and that. And if you see the way they operate, you think, yeah, maybe you don't want to be too aggressive with the public because that's not good. They become an ugly monster very quickly.
mm,
It's a lesson in softly, because you've got an important message to deliver. And if you can stick with that and exercise some decorum and patience, you get the message across that way. You're always going to be looking good. You know what I mean? Rather than being aggressive and too loud, too noisy, too brash. Now that
mm.
does upset the public. I've noticed that. That doesn't work.
Yeah. Yeah. No, that sounds a bit extreme for sure. I'm
Yeah.
thinking more like more no bullshit, just in your face fucking facts, you know?
Oh, well,
Um
yeah. Yeah.
Teaching people. I like to start with, like, are your facts due to prejudice? You know, was that something that you took on as part of your knowledge base, based on you being a lazy bastard, or because you've just chosen that because it sounds good, and now you're a fucking echo chamber? Did
Yeah. We
you?
try. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hang on a second,
Did you?
my brother. Brother,
Mm.
because we are live, we try not to
Oh,
use any profanity. Okay. We got
I
to
do
expert.
apologize. I did
No,
not know
no
that.
problem. No problem.
I do
You know.
apologize.
Yeah. Let's
I
just.
will cut out the profanity.
Thanks.
Yes,
Yeah. Go ahead.
that's fine. I do apologize. So yeah, you got prejudice, and the only time that really serves anybody is it gives them a quick answer, and they become satisfied. Is it
Yeah.
the right answer? Is it the right answer? Fuck it. Oh, sorry. No,
Yeah. It's all right.
it is usually not the right answer, because the world is full of information, and not all of it is right. And knowing how to piece it together clearly is a challenge for some people right now. So,
Yeah.
so yeah, I mean, that is the base I like to start with. It's like, okay, what do you believe in? Where did you take that information from?
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know, and do
Well.
you trust these people? You know, does that make sense? If there's then when they start to see the breaks, and it's like, you know, how how much is this going to crack if we keep looking at it? And
Mm.
the chances are, the whole of their reality comes crashing down.
That's right. Now that's what you witness when you see these guys from the Global Eye Tour. They have a beautiful placard, right? Banner,
Mm,
massive banner with all the memes that you're talking about. You know, these 1 point proofs and irrefutable empirical evidence all on display. And that sometimes just that alone triggers people and they get upset. One
yeah,
woman was screaming out in Huddersfield, "You're a liar! You're lying
yeah,
to the public. You're a cock,"
mm,
and all this. She's saying one woman just
mm,
triggered, and she's trying to rally the public
yeah.
against the Globers. Sorry, against the flat earthers, right? But it didn't work.
Mm.
It backfired. That's what I
Well,
mean.
one
So
of
what you're
the
saying is true. Good
mm,
point.
well, this is the thing. This is the thing. I think there's a lot of little fragmented groups, little pockets, all around the world now. Everyone's kind of like, it's becoming very tribalistic, and it's um, it's a problem that people have
Mm.
forgot what basic principles are. Now,
Yeah.
what's the importance of a basic principle? Well, a basic principle is something that are the root sort of the law of whatever
Mm.
topic we're talking about. Now, if you're now like going to now veer off to something opposite, and it's the opposite of the principle, the basic principle, you've lost yourself. You
Yeah.
can't have you can't start with one basic principle, one rule, these really set in stone that you can't change. It's usually science that determines them. And then all of a sudden, there's these theories that get thrown on top of these universities. They're paid for all of this. Somebody will turn up from NASA and be like, right, here's a budget for the next 5 years. Would you like a few million quid? Well, we need you on board. And it's all agenda based to lower the consciousness of the masses,
Unsuspecting punter. Yeah. Yeah.
or whoever the target is. Now, this little thing that we're obviously you guys are touching upon is so huge, and it's such a major important topic
Mm.
for humanity. Now, they may think it's not a problem. However, what's coming down the pipeline is a very, very big problem, because by taking away the fact of the true characteristics of the planet that we live in,
Well, we don't
you're
live on a
taking.
planet. Remember, we don't live on a planet. Remember.
I'm sorry. Yeah, this is the brainwashing going on. So
Yeah.
when it comes, well, the plane that we live on,
That's it. That's
um,
it.
right? I was there. So what they're doing is they're taking away the consciousness, right?
Right.
The consciousness of what is true for something that is so integral, so core to ourselves as biological beings in this biological system, right? It's kind of important.
Yeah.
Now, because people aren't bothered, they're not bothered. You know, we've all got our vices, and they've got a way of they- they've got a way that they've now got people to a place where they don't really care about certain topics. You know.
Yo, what's up,
Until-
niggers?
So what I'm saying now is this. I've noticed that little element of lying is going to get to a very extreme level, whereby AI is going to just target communities, maybe even like laser target people, and it's going to build a consciousness on them the way it wants to. Every time you try and edge towards the truth, it's going to make you do a U-turn and push you back. And this is what this is, and there will be limits, and this happens already with ChatGPT. I pull up a bunch of different AIs from around the world. Some they really give you the information and they just pour it out, and it's uncensored. With ChatGPT, that doesn't happen. So now what's happening is they are controlling information. Now, if you going back to that basic principle thing, if you don't have the basic principle, you're thrown into the abyss. Now, if you're thrown into the abyss, you're looking around, you don't know where the truth is.
Yeah.
You see what I mean?
Oh yeah,
Look,
absolutely.
so I'll pick up on two things, and the second one might upset anybody, but there's no malicious behind it. When it, for example, biological state of a human being, double X chromosomes against XY chromosomes means this and means that. That's a basic principle. It's a scientific fact. But once you remove that fact from people and you throw them out into the abyss, and all these stories start coming, and all these agendas and all these evil sort of entities start to, what happens to that society? It's gone. It's lost.
When it becomes muddled up, confused, and that. But just to go back to what I was talking about, I've posted that video. Right,
Yeah.
it's in the site. If you look in the site, you'll see it there. It's in CBR one. It's Global Eye Tour. They're in Huddersfield, okay. And the guy Jason he'd had a bereavement, right? His mum had died during the tour, so he had to take time off to see his mum. He's just come back, so he's come back into the thick of it, and he's got like untold kids, right? You know, students, university students, and he's got his hands full, and he's really doing his best to deliver
I
the
want to have
flat
a
Earth
formal
truth.
debate with you on the flat Earth right now. Let's debate right now. Formal debate right now. Flat Earth right now. Let's go.
Okay, well, go ahead. What do you want to say? What's
What do
your
you hold to? Firstly, what do you hold to, nigga?
What?
Yo.
Yeah. Don't
Truth,
use
what do you
the
hold
N
to?
word, okay? Because you might
Okay, I
find yourself
apologize.
getting banned. Yeah.
All right, I sincerely apologize. Okay, no N word.
Okay.
Got it. Okay.
Right. So keep it
Trutiger?
tidy, keep it neat, and go ahead.
Yes, Gramps.
Yeah.
Got you. Okay. Do you hold to flat Earth?
Are you talking to me or are you talking to my colleague?
You sound like this, like I don't know, the leader of these guys. Like
Well,
they're all
I'm just one of
muted.
the
They're all muted.
representatives. Okay, yeah. I hold my position to the flat Earth in that I am not able to prove the heliocentric model in any way, shape, or form. No proof exists.
Tell
Go
this
ahead.
guy's got aura. Yeah, I agree with everything you just said, bro. I was just trying to troll you guys. I'm sorry. Take care. Bye bye.
All right, well done. What a wind up. What a wind up. But anyway, as I was saying about this guy, Jason, in the video that I've just posted in the side chat, his mum had died recently, okay? But this is going back 7 years ago, right? So his mum had died. He'd gone away to sort out the funeral and everything else, took a little time off, and then he's rejoined the tour, and they're in Huddersfield, okay? And, you know, and you'll get that nuance where he's trying to keep it together, try to remember his teachings and that, and get on with it. All the facts related to flat Earth and the heliocentric model. So it's a good one because sometimes it gets away from him from time to time. Okay, and remember, this is 7 years, 8 years ago when flat Earth was just still trying to reach the public. So they haven't dialed in the correct terminology here and there. There are one or two assumptions that we don't make now. Remember, it's 8 years, so don't be too judgmental. Remember, they're doing it. They had to do this with running. You know what I mean? They've taken flat Earth and they're running with it. Okay, whilst they're still trying to learn it. So you have to forgive them for some of the naive things they come out with. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because some of the things they say there, we do not say now. But back then, you could understand why they were saying it. That's all.
Okay, Jin. So look at the the format that you've just presented there. Yeah. So
Yeah.
we've got correct me if I'm wrong. So we've got an example of a young gentleman who's possibly very sort of like recently at the time discovered these facts and now wants to share it with the world, right?
Yes, that's right.
And with that passion and whatnot, and obviously there's gonna be little mistakes and little kind of like insecurities or little stumbles that you will that he will experience. However, my question is this: where the WTF are the academics?
That's a good
Where are the
question. Yeah.
academics?
They did appear. Look, let me explain to you right now because you've asked a good question there. Now they did appear. Hang on, they did appear even in Huddersfield and other places when they went on tour. But the two most important places, Oxford and Cambridge, man, you would
There you
enjoy
go.
that. Yeah. No, they went there. They
You're
went there.
joking.
Oh,
No,
they
no,
went.
no,
They
no.
they went there. Listen, they went
Broski,
there
that's someone I
and
want to
they
see.
triumphed. Hang on, they went there and flat Earth triumphed. Of course, it was brilliant. Cambridge gave the most resistance. Okay, Oxford presented with the truth, folded rather, not so long. They tried to resist, but they had to fold because
Yo, kid, you have to send me that. I beg you. I
no,
need
you
to
can
see
you
that.
can
That's gonna be.
if you click on the
Oh yeah, yeah,
Huddersfield
yeah,
video, go to the
yeah.
channel, Chase, and then go to the live section. Oxford is in there and Cambridge. It's all in there. And they did Europe as well. It's all in there. They went to Europe as well. Yeah. Italy, France.
Yeah, you know what what remains then? You need the what's it? The Oxford Union. You need to get in there. That is the
Yeah.
one platform in
Yeah.
the UK.
Yeah, they went to
Honestly.
Oxford. They were outside Oxford, man. Right? And the people were coming at Oxford. Sorry, Cambridge gave the most resistance in
Mm.
not accepting flat earth, but they had to concede they couldn't prove it. They couldn't prove it at all. Yeah, they
Okay,
couldn't
so
prove
here's another question. With you being a gentleman who's actually watched that and quite obviously clued up with all of that,
Yeah.
would it be fair to say that the realization that is presented in front of you
Mm.
in these situations when it comes to something so damn basic
Mm.
is that there is a problem with academia, a major problem.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's highlighted
Right?
in the video on the tour. They kept saying that
Yeah.
you're very heavily indoctrinated. That's why you don't get this. It was presented to them. That you're giving a lot of semantics here, okay? And it's a belief. You don't realize you're in a belief system, and it's a sign of your heavy indoctrination because that's what you've got. You can't prove
Right.
anything you've stated. You know.
So surely then on these higher realms, the your most worthy opponent is an academic, is somebody
Absolutely.
who's a doctor, postdoctorate maybe, and that's where the pressure should be applied, I believe. And if there is, any chance of that, please do more of it.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
am,
yeah, yeah.
I
Absolutely.
am,
Even here,
I'm,
even on the
yeah,
Discord. Even on the
absolutely.
Discord, they've come in, right? Even on the Discord, they've come in, yeah. And our advanced flat earthers have had these guys not quite swearing, but absolutely exasperated to the point where they didn't have any clue to, they cannot prove their case, and they had their asses handed to them. Oh, I've witnessed many of those on the Discord.
Yeah,
Many, yeah. They
yeah.
come on.
I just think because of the way of the world right now, all the veils have been lifted all at once.
Mm.
There seems to be like a major change playing here. What's quite evident is that talk from a karmic perspective, talk from a religious perspective, talk from
Yeah.
nature's perspective. What we see is that when a lot of bad stuff happens, it's time for communities to reshuffle and choose your lane. If you remain stagnant, acquiescing into this slave-like mind control system, which is
Yeah.
only going to get worse with the AI, then you are going to fizzle out. How
Mm.
you're going to fizzle out as a community, as how I don't know how. I can guess, but survival is not going to be one of them traits that you're going to hold.
Yeah, but
You
this
know?
is another thing. This is another good thing, and the beauty about this flat Earth movement and community, especially with the 24/7, is that I liken it to a Rubik cube. Because when you've got children that cannot do their Rubik cube, and they give it to their dad to try and fix it up for them, right? And you think, okay, son, and then you set it all up for them, right? And another one will come along, and that's what it's like when you're in the Discord. Many people are coming in with their own idea of what the globe is, right? And they're being taught exactly where they're going wrong. So there's no stagnation going on within the community. So those of us who embark on trying to inform the public are doing not only the public a service, but themselves. Dementia is definitely not coming in because you've got to hold on to so much information, right? It's good for the brain. Do you understand? The brain is getting a great exercise and it keeps you sane because you are in tune
Yeah.
with nature. And then the heliocentrists, and the cosmologists, so you're in tune with them and you know what their arguments are. It's like playing with a Rubik Cube, if you will. You understand? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That's what I
Yeah,
like about being in the community. That's what I enjoy. When
yeah.
Gregory, a little while ago, we had Gregory in here, and he gave a beautiful psychological evaluation of an individual whose name was, I think, Dick Driver, right? That was his name anyway, a silly name, but there you are, right? And how he was willfully ignoring and misinterpreting information that clearly a second year in secondary school could have easily deduced. Do you understand? And he just gave a good psychological evaluation, and it left Dick Driver looking silly. He had to leave because it was embarrassing, and he was from England. He was from England. He would be one of those Oxfordites or Cambridgeites. Do you know what I mean? Right? He was at
Yeah.
that level, and Gregory just dismantled him. It was beautiful.
Yeah.
No profanity, just sticking to the points, and
Yeah.
he was dispatched. Yeah.
Well,
So
yeah.
that's what I mean. We're
Yeah.
at that
It
level
takes
now.
Yeah, it takes a very, very special person to follow the truth no matter where it's gonna lead them.
Yeah.
There's so much bias, there's so much inner sort of, I guess, the way that the human pathways work because of how they're being built and in this indoctrinated system that we're in. It does take a
Yeah.
very special person to do that. I have studied in the city of Oxford. It was more of a private business school, but I did get to rub shoulders with a lot of the Oxford guys,
Academics. Yeah,
and
doctors.
they weren't that intelligent, and I can genuinely say that. And a lot of what I noticed was agenda led. So there was investments that were heavy investments, and they would have to follow those sort of topics and not kind of break out of it. Or there was even agendas which you could tell that were being pushed, and I won't mention them. And anything that went against that could really cause issues for the university. Like they could lose funding. So it's all very. When you look behind the veil,
Yes.
you start to see it's just a pretend structure.
Well, I'll
You
give you
know?
another example. Let me tell you something. You say that, yeah, but Good Morning TV in Britain, right, invited flat earthers to come and speak. And from that successful, even though they tried to do a hit job on us, but Mark Sudden and all the other guys that were there, the early guys in the flat earth movement at the time, did a great job in ensuring and putting forward that the two hosts of Good Morning Britain were clueless. All right, that's how you have to take that. They were clueless, right, to the point where they were making an emotional appeal as if, how do you know you're right? But it's clear if you go out and measure, you're going to know. So they look silly. But what came out of that was an opportunity to have a debate with, I think it was either Oxford or Cambridge, or a mixture of these so-called graduates and students on another platform, and they lost
Yeah.
again with the same bunch that was invited to go to the Good Morning TV in Britain. So that was great to watch. To watch the young budding scientists wannabes from Cambridge, Oxford mixed together, sitting there on their panel, and we had our panel. Dave Murphy was there, and we just took them to pieces. They lost. Yeah, yeah, it was
Hey,
good. Go ahead.
I was just say a comment about something you said earlier about like like you need to stand by the truth regardless. And I just think one of the problems, like not just flat Earth, but like all different kinds of topics, like COVID or fluoridation of water, or I mean, I can go down a million different paths. I think people just don't want to hear it. Like even when you put facts in front of them and they can read it in black and white, they just don't want to come out of that little comfort zone, their own little bubble, because it disrupts everything they've heard their entire life. You know, like my daughter, she's in the second grade. Before she started kindergarten, I don't want to tell her what to think. I want her to choose on her own. But I said, look, they're going to put a globe in front of you, and they're going to say that's where you live. But don't. I said that they've for thousands of years they've thought it's something different. I said, now I'm not telling you which one to believe, but think outside the box. Don't believe everything they're telling you. And fortunately, she's now critically thinking already and questioning things. But because we've all just been put down the same path of indoctrination, they're just uncomfortable. They squirm when you tell them something.
Yes,
Different.
that's right. You know
And,
what? You know what it is, right?
That's all I had to say.
No, well, thanks for that input, because it's important. Because what they feel is like they feel inadequate. That's the feeling. That's the emotion, ladies and gentlemen. When you're told something, you feel inadequate. Now, that's how I felt after ignoring flat Earth videos throughout 2014, labeling them as stupid idiots, fools. What idiots? You know, I didn't call them morons, but what fools they are. And then in Boxing Day of 2015, I'm the one now that's clicking on the video, thinking, what am I going to learn from these idiots? And as I watched the video, I became inadequate. That's how I felt. I felt stupid, you see, because I was the one that was
Nobody wants
stupid.
to be wrong.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. So that's exactly how I felt,
And I mean,
inadequate.
we just need to allow ourselves to be, I don't know if vulnerable is the right word, but we need to just allow ourselves to understand that we don't know everything. You know,
Yes.
everybody wants to think they know everything.
Mm.
Sorry, hold on
Yeah.
just a second.
Yeah. Well, that's exactly what my position was, you see. I thought I knew it all, didn't I? You know, what could I actually said, what could I possibly learn from these idiots? I said those words in the classroom. What could I possibly learn? Such arrogance. Honestly, that's what I said.
Wow.
Oh, I said those words, yeah. And that's what when I sat here, I could feel my shoulders hunching as I'm sort of like sinking in my seat. It was like I was trying to disappear because the
Wow.
embarrassment was there. But luckily, I was on my own in the classroom here. Do you know what I mean? So, and but I was glad I didn't say anything to any flat earther in person. I'm glad I didn't utter that out. I couldn't live it down. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, I was lucky that I aired my views privately in my house. Do you know what I mean? How stupid they were and things like that. And then I'm watching the video and I'm the one that's stupid. I'm the one that wasn't thinking straight. How did I miss all these clues? What a wally I am, smacking my head, thinking, what the hell have I been doing all these years? Crap. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah, man.
sorry for the awkward ending to my last statement. I was out here with
No,
my
carry
dog and
on,
a
son.
car stopped.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, like we're men, and obviously, we're adults and we know it all, and we're all stubborn. I'll admit I'm stubborn too, but it's just a hard time saying that you don't know it all, and I try to humble myself by reminding myself that I'm just an idiot, and I don't mean that in a disgraceful way. I think you know what I mean. I try to remind myself that there's some people out there that are much wiser than me, and there's a lot to learn from those folks. So as long as you can keep that mindset, I think that everybody, again, I mean, we could show this to everybody, and if people would just start listening to some truth, we would
You've gone
instantly have a
robotic, mate.
revolution, a worldwide revolution.
Yeah, he's driving, isn't he? Yeah, you're roboting now.
My apologies.
No, that's all right. Yeah, it's the nature of
Oh,
the equipment. But I follow your essence and your sentiments because it's the same for me. And I often acknowledge those who are more learned than myself, and I give them good credit for because I've learned something, obviously. So I always give credit where that's credit is due, and that's part of learning. So yeah, I'm the
Well,
first to put my hand up and say I
Yeah,
don't know.
sorry.
I don't know.
Well,
Yeah, go ahead.
sorry about that. I was driving through what we call in Tennessee a holler. I was
Right.
down in between a couple hills there in Las Vegas. My apologies.
Yeah, no problem. But yeah, so your sentiments are exactly my sentiments. In that, yeah, you've got to be honest to yourself when you don't know something. To say you don't know. You know what I mean? I'm the first to say that in any
What do
debate.
What do you guys know or think about? Uh, Obviously, you guys are in the UK. I'm not familiar with what they do there, but here in America, they fluoridate water, like city drinking water.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah,
Do they do that there in the UK?
Well,
yeah.
go ahead.
There's some there's some vigilantes who are actually making citizens arrests up and down the country. I've seen like 2 or 3 maybe examples. They're actually calling the police. They're delivering the information, the files of the criminality, and it's usually just some guy who's thrown in an office who's just, I guess, in charge of the water board in the area. So there's been 3 different occasions to the point where, well, yeah, it's quite concerning that yeah, it's not building as much traction as you'd assume because they're literally proving that poison is being funneled into our taps, and that's
Right.
something that, yeah, which surely that's a
I used to work for. Sorry, I'm sorry. I used to work
yeah, I
for
was just,
Colgate Palmolive, like Colgate toothpaste,
Yeah.
and
yeah.
I worked as an engineer in the mixing department and we specifically made Colgate Total, that line of toothpaste. And there's
Mm,
2 active ingredients. There's a total of 17 ingredients, but 2 of them are active, and that is
mm,
triclosan, which is like a antiseptic to like kill the plaque on your teeth, and the other is sodium fluoride.
Yeah.
And just to go into the room, mind you, this was like a 10-foot by 10-foot room with a $150,000 vacuum air filtration system. You had to go through an airlock, put on a Tyvek suit, a respirator. You had to wear gloves, cover all your skin, just to go near the powder. And they would. If you look at the back of your toothpaste, it says, "If swallowed, call the poison control center." The
Yeah.
only ingredient in the toothpaste that's poisonous is the fluoride.
Yep.
So, in a uh, pea-sized thing of toothpaste on your toothbrush, there's 0.25 milligrams of sodium fluoride. And 8 ounces of American city drinking water is 0.25 milligrams of sodium fluoride. So one says call the poison control center. The other one says drink 8 cups a day. And one of the main things it does is it numbs the frontal lobe of your brain. So like if you give it to a lion or a grizzly bear, they will literally like roll over and let you pet their belly. So I've had this theory, and I'm sure you guys know the stereotypes of different types of Americans, but I've had this theory that's why like city folks like New York City or Chicago, those folks are, and I don't mean to be political, but they're very liberal, anti-gun. The government needs to control their lives. And then if you go to the middle of nowhere, Georgia, where the rednecks live and they're drinking well water, they're a little bit more rebellious or a little bit more wild. Um,
That's
and
interesting.
yeah, the other thing that's funny is when I first started looking into this was back in like 2012 or 2013. And if you Googled um, any of this stuff, you would find that the American Dental Association had an active petition
Yeah.
to try to outlaw the fluoridation of water because they were able to chart the more fluoridation of water, the more tooth decay. Because if you ingest fluoride, it ruins your bones and your teeth. Now, if you use it
Right.
as a topical and you put it on your teeth, it has great benefits. But now when I Google it, it says exactly the opposite. It says, no, dentists say you need it for cavities, and it's bullcrap. You don't need it in your blood, And I don't mean to be off topic in a flat Earth room, but
Yeah, well, it's happening on a
There's just
flat Earth
so many
anyway.
things.
Yeah,
There's just so many things like this,
Yeah.
and we've got the evidence, and just like nobody's doing anything. I'm kind of fed up, to be honest with you.
Well, let me help you
Guys,
along in that
it's
regard. Right now, we're
concave.
gonna.
I just want to say it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, the Earth is concave, guys. You are already on the right track with the flat Earth thing and whatever, but you are not far enough. If you really wake up, you will know it's concave, guys.
Well, if you have the best proof you've got, can you explain to everybody who's in the room and who's listening in all our platforms? Go ahead.
I
Give
mean,
us the
I have
best
seen
proof.
videos and images on the internet.
Well, yeah, come on. Yeah, the question is, what is your best proof?
I mean, it's concave, bro.
Yeah, how do you know this? Can you explain to us, please?
Yeah, bro, I don't know. You have to do your own research, I guess.
Well, I mean, you're telling us, right, that it's concave. Can you tell us how you got to that conclusion, please?
Yeah, there is like a documentary. It's called 300 Reasons Why the Earth is Concave. Watch
Yeah,
it.
can
It's
you
interesting.
link me to that? Can you link that material, please?
Yeah, 100%, bro. I also have concave Discord service if you want to. You want to join there as well?
Well, just give us the information first. What I'll join is another thing, but yeah, come on. You're very slow.
What do
You
you
know what
mean?
I
I'm
mean?
very slow for what?
Well, you're not really giving us anything. I mean,
The only
did
thing
you actually go out? Did you actually go out and measure this? What was the location?
Exactly. What's the measurements? Get him, Jin.
Yeah. What was your
What's the
measurements? How did you
measurement?
actually? Yeah. What was the location, time, and place? Come on, man.
What are you saying now?
I'm asking for your specific measurements and where you made them to know that the Earth is concave, please.
Have you ever measured something else than flatness?
I've only measured things that are
Oh,
flat, of course. I've measured
okay.
things that are curved, of course, in my
But the Earth,
house.
but
Yo,
gas has to be
should I make
contained,
a
right?
whiskey sour or a margarita?
Unfortunately, I have no tax rights in this side chat, so I can't post it. I can add you if you want and send you private, but I can't post it.
Should I make a whiskey sour or a margarita?
So,
I have
Jin, gas has to be contained, right?
What gas
Yes.
pressure? Yeah, of course. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so
Gas-
basically something is surrounding us, right? Could be concave, huh?
Well, it's
Interesting.
and it could be at the
So
end of the day.
basically,
The
you
question,
always
hang on,
measure
hang
just
on, hang
something
on.
flat, but then something has to contain us, right? Probably that is not
Absolutely.
flat. Do you see what I mean?
We need to have no doubt
That's
we
crazy.
do need to have a container for the air pressure of
Yeah, a dome, right?
14.7
A
psi.
dome. A dome sounds like pretty
So wait a
concave,
second.
right?
So something flat can't be
That's
contained
interesting, no?
unless it's concave. Okay.
That's interesting, no? That there is some container around us, but you always only measured something flat, while obviously there is something around us which
Well,
is
when we
not
talk
fake.
about flat, we're talking
That
about
makes
the
no sense,
surface.
no?
Well, let me explain. When we say flat, we're talking about the surface of the earth. When we talk about a container,
Yeah.
we're interrupting, so I can't speak. Can I speak, please? Thank you.
I don't
When
know
we
if you
talk
can
about,
speak. Can you?
all right, shut up then. Shut up. When we
Can you
talk
speak?
about the surface of the earth, we said that that's flat, not curving at all, measured and utilized flat. When we
But you
talk
don't
about,
know that.
you're not letting me finish. You can clearly
I don't
hear
know
me
what you're
speaking.
saying.
You can clearly hear me speaking. When we talk
I
about the
don't hear
container,
you. Are you speaking at the
look,
moment?
I am still trying to speak. Can I not finish what I'm
Okay.
saying? Thank you.
I'm
Here
not
we
sure.
go.
Can you?
Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. When we talk about the surface of the earth, we say that that's flat because it's not curving at all and it's utilized and measured flat. That's what we say. When we speak about the container now, nobody knows the shape, but it is antecedent to having our air pressure at 14.7 psi. Gas pressure requires containment. Water pressure requires containment. Oil pressure requires containment. Um, Blood pressure, containment. Eye pressure, containment. So all pressure requires containment, ladies and gentlemen. That is natural law. No, everybody knows that. Thank you.
The only thing I've ever heard.
Hey, why are you not allowed to respond here?
Well, you're not really responding to anything of your concave Earth, if you will. Can you give us the numbers? Where did you measure this stuff? That's what we're asking you for. Yeah, you can give us a location.
Okay. What I'm saying is basically, if there is a dome around us, that sounds more like the concave Earth.
If. What the hell is
I
this
know
if?
Jin is 100% confident that there is a dome around us. So that
Jin did
basically.
not say anything about a dome. Hold on.
Yeah.
I did not hear
Hold
Jin say dome
on,
one
it's
time.
saying the container. Hold on, it's very important what name you give it.
I didn't say dome though, did I? I didn't use the
Yeah, it
word
doesn't
dome.
care if you call it container or dome or Tupperware, bro. However you
He
want to
didn't
call
say
it.
Be
Okay.
container. He
specific.
said contained.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. That means there is something around us. Do you understand what I'm saying here?
We know that already. We have air pressure.
Oh,
That's
okay.
obvious.
Okay. That sounds like concave Earth. Do you see what I'm saying here?
Not really, no. No, I
Oh,
don't
okay.
see that at all.
That makes a lot of sense, I guess.
But I get where you're going. I do get where you're going. He's saying that the container is creating that concaveness because we're inside it. Do you understand? So there's a possibility. Okay.
Imagine we just waking up from the flat Earth to the concave Earth model. Imagine.
Are you
Really?
saying because the oceans, because the depths of the oceans, it can't be flat? It must be concave?
No, I'm
He's
saying
talk-
because you are contained, brother. Do you
yeah,
understand
he's
what I
referring
mean?
to the container.
Yeah,
He's
containers
referring to
can't
the
be anything but
container.
spheres. Yeah, I'm sorry, guys.
Yeah.
To be off topic, but Neil, you've got the best accent, dude. Can you just say forget about it just one time?
Yeah, forget about it.
Forget about it.
Hold on. I have a, if you look at a regular freaking, I can have something flat and put any type of containment on. Doesn't mean it's concave.
Are
Yeah,
you
no, it
talking
can't
about
be. Can't be.
Tupperware
It's got
now?
to have a concave bottom and a concave top. It's got to be a sphere. It has to be. There's no other way.
No, it
Well,
doesn't.
we'll
I'm
have to
looking
see
at
that.
something flat right now. I can get something as simple as a freaking piece of wood and put any shape I want on top of it, and I got a flat surface and I'm contained. It don't have
Yeah,
to be
yeah.
freaking
If you
concave.
live in an
Have you got
aquarium,
a
the only
coaster under
thing
your?
which is not
Have you got a
interesting
coaster under
in
your
your
Give
glass?
life.
me
Have you
the
got a coaster?
measurements of your
So why you
concaveness.
fucking? If you live in
Hang
a
on,
fucking
hang on.
aquarium, the only interesting part of your life is not the shape of the ground you're standing on. It's basically that you live in an aquarium. Do you understand what I'm saying here?
Well, I mean,
Basically, it's
I
not relevant. It's not relevant what the floor of the aquarium is. Basically, it's relevant that you are in an aquarium. I
It's
mean,
relevant if
No,
it's
we're
if it
living in
it's
God's
relevant. It
terrarium.
is relevant.
dude, this guy is
I mean,
crazy.
I've done my own laser experiment across water, up to 16 miles, and it stayed the same exact height all 16 miles. It didn't go up or down. So
Congrats, bro. You are still locked in an aquarium. It's more interesting that you're locked in an aquarium that the water is flat. Do you understand what I'm saying here?
The point is, even if we're locked
That
in
You
an
sounds
are
like a
like
concession to
you
me.
are like
Sounds
a
like a
chicken in a
concession.
chicken farm who says, "Oh my God, there is grass below me," and not like, "Oh my God, maybe there is a gate to the chicken farm." Do you see what I'm
Listen,
saying here?
you did not give us any proof of your concaveness. You sent us somewhere and told us to do our own research. You pulled the gin on me.
Obviously.
yeah, the only thing I've ever heard to support the concave Earth was
Please.
that guy that went up in the balloon in the early 1900s, I believe it was, and he said it looked like a.
August Picard, 1931.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't think that's the right date, whatever, but okay.
It's the right date.
Well,
I guarantee you.
he only said it looks like a flat disc with upturned edges.
That's
Yeah,
correct.
Mm.
Yeah,
like a plate.
That's
1931.
interesting.
And I think he probably got those results because you know how like horizon always stays eye level. So he's probably thinking, "Hey, I'm seeing further and further, but it's coming up and up with me." You know, that's the
I
only
always thought we can
logic.
observe it flat, dude. Now it's not observable anymore. That's
Horizon
interesting.
appears
No,
too
he's not
vast to
saying
eye
that. He's
level.
not saying
It
that.
is
He was asked.
observable.
Oh, God,
Nine,
bro. This guy's just waking up, guys. What the fuck?
no, he went up as high as 9.5 miles, approximately 9.5 miles. That was August Picard, 1931, making his observations, stating that what he saw was the Earth flat out with an upturned edges. Yeah, that's what he said. There you go.
Oh my God. Imagine though the reason for flat Earth theory is actually a concave. That makes a lot of sense, I guess.
Well, like it was said, if you're going to say concave, you've got to have dome-shaped container. We don't know that. We've never measured that in our lives. So that's why we say containment, and we don't give the word dome as such.
But if you are cattle in a cattle farm, the interesting part is the grass and not the farm itself, right?
Well, not really. No, what you said earlier on about us being in an aquarium, it's still not. We're not on a spinning ball, ladies and gentlemen. That's the main point. Is that we're not
No,
on
the
any
main
spinning ball
point is that you
flying
think
through
you
any
are in an
universe.
aquarium, dude. Oh my god, no one cares about the shape below you. Everyone cares if you are in an
It's not a
aquarium,
shape.
dude.
It's not a shape, Anon.
Okay,
It's not a shape.
flatness
It's
is
an
not a
aspect.
shape, dude.
Right,
So we
right.
should be more concerned with the air than the ground. Is that what you're saying?
You should be more concerned that you are locked in and held like cattle than actually there is something below
Not
you.
really, no, not really. I'm not concerned at all about that.
Obviously, because you
it all
are
comes
a
into
blind cow, dude. A blind
No,
cow.
not
Yeah,
Do
at
you
all.
want to talk about it, Anon? Do you want to talk about it, Anon?
I'm
Do you
a
want to talk
bull,
about it?
not a
Yeah,
cow.
T-Dub, I want to talk about it, of course.
Okay, let's talk about it then.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. But it's
Yep.
not Saturday,
What
you
do-
know what I mean? You people are not allowed to openly speak today, so it's difficult.
No, go ahead, speak.
Basically, you are self-censoring 6 days a week or every day, basically.
No,
So
speak.
nothing
You're
can happen. You
speaking
know what I
now.
mean?
Stop moaning. You're speaking now. Don't waste your
Okay.
opportunity. Yeah,
Basically, you
okay. Don't
people
waste
think
it.
that you are locked in a container. That means you are basically held like cattle in a farm, while you are talking all day that the ground on the floor is whatever, but you never talk about maybe there is a gate, or maybe who is the farmer, or maybe what does it mean for human society if you are locked in a fucking container.
Okay, let's
Yeah, what
talk
if,
about
what
that.
if,
Let
what
me
if,
address
what
that
if?
now.
Basically,
What
in a farm,
ifs?
you would be called the dumb cows. Do you see what I
Okay,
mean?
not really. No, let's address that, ladies and gentlemen. So we're living in a container because we need to have our air pressure. Okay, does that really concern? Are you scared, worried? What would you be scared of? You know that what it brings home to is that the Creator has locked you in. Why? So you get on with your lives. Okay, and if you cannot understand that simplicity
Oh
of
my
life,
god.
then maybe you're going to
Are
have
you
some
sucking
trouble
the
later on.
cow of the farmer, bro, as a fucking cattle? That's crazy. The
It's
creator,
easy.
guys. Listen, the
We're not
farmer is
cattle.
actually positive for us.
Yeah,
Yeah,
ladies and gentlemen,
imagine one cow.
I'm
Imagine
not
one cow says to the next.
Yeah,
Bro,
look, I'm
imagine
not
one cow
bothered
says to
that
the
I'm in
next.
a container,
Listen, this guy who
ladies and
brings us
gentlemen.
food all
It
day is
doesn't
actually
bother me
good.
one iota. It just drives home that God has put us in there. That's all.
Oh
Now
my
we need to
god,
get along
bro.
and
You
get
think
on.
God
What do you
locked
Right?
you
That's
in?
What do you want to do
what
about
we've
it,
got to do.
Anon? What do you want to do about it, Anon?
That's
What do you want to
crazy.
do about
Jesus
it?
locked you in, Jin. Jesus is now a
What?
lock in,
Hey,
huh?
Anon,
That's crazy.
Anon. What do you want to do about it?
Yeah.
I don't know, bro.
Okay, now
Do not waste
what?
my time
Now
talking
what?
about the ground I'm staying on all day.
Say again.
You know, maybe not waste my time by fucking thinking only of the ground I'm staying on all day.
Right. What should we? What
That
should
makes
we
no
be doing?
sense.
We're going to be
What should we be
bovine.
doing?
Can I
Come
be a
on,
Texas
Anon.
Longhorn?
Find the dome, bro. I guess you know what I mean.
Find the dome.
No,
So
Find
fight
find
the
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 gate.
dome.
You know what I
Fight.
mean.
He said fight it.
No,
fight
find.
the dome.
I found
Oh,
Oh,
it.
okay, fine.
I'm
All right.
looking. I'm looking in the sky right now. I see it. I found it.
Right.
Okay, you sound pretty clever, bro. You sound pretty clever.
We've got to talk about the ground because many people who come into this server think the ground is curving. So the ground is going to be the number one a point of contention and conversation for the longest of times until the day I die. That will always be the one. Okay,
Until the
so
day
we're
I
going to be
die,
talking
I
about
will
the ground.
accept you
We
being
have to talk
cattle,
about
dude.
the ground. We have to
Oh my
talk
god,
about the
this guy
ground
is
because
crazy.
it's the ground that's not curving. Thank you. Shut up
Listen,
now.
I think you should.
why can't we
calm
do
down for a
both,
second,
Anon?
everyone. Listen, calm down for a second, okay? Two cows debating each other. One cow says the grass is not green enough. The other cow says maybe we got slaughtered at the end. Who do you think which cow you are at the moment?
That's the
That's not
wrong
the
topic.
conversation actually at the moment.
Oh
That's not
my
what it
god,
The
is.
bro.
cow.
I'm
Let me
neither
One
of
tell
cow
you
those.
says
truly the dumb
we're on
cow.
a
That's
hill, and the
crazy.
other cow says
I'm
we're in
neither
a.
of those.
No, dude. Calling yourself woken up, but then you are literally the dumb cow of the two.
You're making some wild claims and assertions here and an assumption. So be careful because what you put
I'm not
forward
sure,
isn't
bro.
me. I'm not that person. You don't know me. So don't even
I
go
mean,
down
you
this
think
road.
that Jesus locked you in. I think you are a little bit
I didn't
more
use
dumb
the
than I
word.
even
I
expected in
didn't
the
say
beginning, to be honest.
Jesus. I did not say Jesus. I
I
said
mean,
the
whoever your
Creator,
God
God.
is, dude, whoever
Jesus
your
is not
God is.
God in my life. Thank you. Stop being
Okay,
silly.
whoever your God is, bro. I don't care what
It's
the
the
name of him is.
the creator of the earth, obviously.
Creator. Okay, you guys.
Yeah, yeah,
I think
nice.
he
Thank you.
needs to make his own channel that's called the Container, and because we're talking about the Earth, which would be the
Yeah.
Yeah,
physical
like
ground.
cat, right? That's funny, no? That basically the whole topic of this channel is basically irrelevant. No one cares.
Everybody cares. It's just you that's
Now
trying to
you
wreck the
people
conversation.
care because
just
you have
because
all
you
eyes.
don't,
Why?
Anon,
Why
just
are you
because you
here?
don't, just because you don't, Anon, doesn't mean other people don't either.
Yeah.
Now I
So,
understand, but imagine you are
so
having a channel
just
for the
take
dumb
your
cow.
bigotry, just
No.
take your bigotry
Yeah.
and your
Yeah.
fucking your self pride and your ego and fuck off.
Yeah. Now, from time to time, we might refer to people as being sheep, but not cow. But at the end of the day, we welcome all people coming to the server, and they'll have their problems and their misconceptions, and we are here to help them out. And the ground is number one topic. It's not curving. So there we are. You know,
But
and then we talk about the Atmos as well as that. Okay, so don't
I'll
worry
take
about it.
I'll
If you
take
don't like what we do here, you can always go off and find some other server to spread your nonsense. Okay.
I really take offense to his cow comment because my pronouns are bull and steed. So
Yeah. There you go.
I don't think there's any cows in here actually. Are
That's
there?
right. That's right. No, neither are any sheep in here either.
All right.
But yeah, you know, that's what it is. It's always going to be about the ground. 14.7 psi means there has to be a container. We didn't say it was a dome shape, although what I like to say, it would be nice if it was, because it's a nice shape anyway, isn't it? Right. Nothing wrong with that. And we shouldn't be concerned with fear. We shouldn't be scared to be in a container. Right? That should wake you up as to a force more powerful than yourself put you there. Right. That might
So what
prompt you to live your life a bit better.
what is the official stance of Globers on how we have pressure on the surface of the Earth without a container? Like I don't know
Though
what
when
their
they say
argument.
gravity is holding it all in place, do they not?
Gravity's holding the air
Yeah,
and creating
yeah,
pressure.
yeah.
Wow.
They're saying it's keeping it all fixed to the velcroed to the earth. Yeah,
Wow.
that's what they say. You know, gravity holds the air to the surface of the earth. Bloody hell! And yet
I just
helium rises, and that helium balloon rises.
I mean, even the most basic of questions at like elementary level should put the whole discussion in the air about it being a globe because I mean, there's so many fallacies like that. It's like you have to have faith to believe that we're on a globe with
Yeah,
some of their quote unquote science.
yeah. You have to suspend reality and enter Narnia. You have to do that in order to follow the globe. You've got to forget your reality and go into fantasy world. That's it. I can't do that, obviously.
The other thing I like to bring up to, especially people that I go into a lot of the religious channels, and I don't want to go too deep into that, but like people
Mm,
that consider themselves to be Christian or even Muslim or anything that believes in a creator,
mm.
like, do they not question like why it's called the heliocentric model? Like, do they know who Helios was? And it's like straight up paganism and anti-creator to believe that we live in this infinite void that was created from the opposite of entropy. Like, I mean, how does it even
Yeah,
make any sense?
yeah. I'm like you. That's why I don't go into those religious servers as well. You know, I don't find them useful at all. At all.
They argue a lot. I'll just tell you that
Yes.
they don't agree
Yeah.
on anything.
Yeah. That's why I don't go in there. It's just a waste of time. You know, I'm of the position that you whatever religion you are, fine, leave that in your pocket, but let's get on. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, same. I think religion is just a social status. Like if you either have a relationship with God or you don't, and you
Yeah,
interpret how He wants you to live on your own.
yeah,
And
that's it. That's it.
don't call me Christian. Don't call me any. I don't want a title. You know, just But I think that with what I know, we don't have like officially a flat Earth model, but with the ideas that we have for the flat Earth, I think it definitely proves there is a creator,
Yeah.
because it makes us special. It makes us. This is the only place.
Yeah, that's right. We're the only place with life. Straight away, we become significant, not insignificant. You see, that's the problem right there for people thinking that we're not really special, but we are because we're the only thing with life on it. Huh.
Yeah,
How could you
and I
not
think
think
that's
you're
part of
special?
the. I think that's part of the agenda with the heliocentric model is to deny creation. And I mean, we see it like in schools, like, the Pledge of Allegiance, for example, in the United States. They've removed the word God. Uh, I tell my daughter every morning when she says it, you yell the word God and say it the way Daddy taught you. But um, I think there's ultimately an agenda to do that for control. They want to make you feel like you're nothing. You're just a little pissant, and you don't matter. So do what we tell you and pay your taxes and shut up.
Yeah. Now I want to go back to when we were discussing the fluoride because I was going to say that I'm going to post right now a video called the fluoride deception. Okay, by a guy called Christopher Bryson, who was a BBC journalist at the Rockefeller Center back around 2003, 2004, and at that time in a place called Leeds, which is north of England. Okay, north of London. Uh, they were going to put fluoride in the water, okay? And the mayor phoned up this Christopher Bryson in the Rockefeller Center, BBC reporter, and asked about the American angle about fluoride. How do they use it? What's it like, etc., etc. Yeah. So he said he didn't know anything about it, but I'll get back to you. You know what he does? In 2004, he produces a book called The Fluoride Deception after all of his investigation. Okay, and I'm going to put it in this service. The video is only 30 minutes long. Okay. It's called The Fluoride
And,
Deception. It highlights that fluoride was used during the Manhattan Project in making the atomic bomb, supposedly. Yeah, that's what it documented. And fluoride was the chemical of great concern. Okay, it was the number one concern because it's the most toxic chemical on Earth. Okay, this is what's been highlighted by
Well,
Christopher Bryson.
we probably
now,
shouldn't be talking about such
Yeah, sorry. Yeah,
things, right?
yeah.
No, that's
Okay,
all right.
well, and
But
that'll be the end.
but I will say this, right? I'll add my 2 cents. If someone's trying to tell you that there's a certain element or a certain mineral or some substance which is essential to your body that is not found naturally within nature that provides you with your sustenance, then it's likely not true.
Yeah.
now I'll just tell you another thing, an experience I had. I used to work as a network engineer for a wireless internet provider, and one of our customers was a water treatment plant in Newport, Tennessee, which is a very small town. It's like 7,000 people. And I didn't want to get into an argument with these guys, but I was there one day and I'm looking at all these tanks and how ultimately they take sewage and turn it back into drinking water. And I'm asking them what chemicals they use and stuff. And I was already kind of aware of the fluoride thing. So I went back a second time, and there was a guy there who was probably like 60 something that had been there for like 30 years. And then there was a younger guy, probably 35, and he had a degree in chemistry and pretty sharp fellow. And he says, I asked him, I said, so what exactly do you put the fluoride in the water for? And he says, when I started working here, I asked the exact same question to Ron. That was the 60 something year old. And he says, he got in my face and told me, don't you ask any questions. We're going to continue to put that in the water because we want to continue to get that $250,000 a year check from the federal government. So the government's
Wow.
incentivizing these water treatment plants to put it into the water with no true benefit, only uh, harmful effects.
Wow.
Yeah,
How
Thanks for the
our
disgusting.
information, bro. But
good old government.
We don't want to really flag anything while we're live.
Yeah.
Any hot topics like that, which could be considered by the the people that are allowing us on the platform to be misinformation.
Yeah. Okay.
Or
Well, there we are.
or dangerous medical advice. So, like, because
Yeah.
that can be misconstrued to be like that. So we better get on to
My
that topic.
apologies.
Yeah.
I just
If
figured it was.
anyone's interested, anyway, I posted the documentary. So it's only 30 minutes long. Have a good look. It's
Yeah, I'll
it's
save
really
that
good.
for this evening.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't mean to get anybody in trouble or anything. And I'm sorry.
It's all good, man. It's probably a subject that really needs addressing amongst the masses. But I mean, let this be for the room topic title, flat Earth, and let that
Yeah, if
conversation
anybody,
take place somewhere else.
yeah, if anybody has any interest in going down that path, you're welcome to DM me. I'm willing to chat with anybody.
No, I appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Well, speaking of the Earth, regardless of its shape, I'm driving and I'm looking at the mountains, and I can say they're absolutely beautiful, regardless of what we live on.
Yeah.
Right. Exactly. And I mean, your willingness and and your interest in that other topic is admirable, if in my opinion, and it also is a testament to this not being just like people that are here aren't just interested in being part of an echo chamber of the one topic, like our friend Anon was in here earlier trying to insinuate that like that our only interest in life, right, is the flatness of the surface of the earth, and that we don't want to investigate any other things. That's not true. And you're a testament of that. You're an example that is not true, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I'm an example of that. I've got the material regarding the topic matter. I've had it for a while. Very knowledgeable on that topic matter that was mentioned earlier. Yeah, and I backed it up. The ground is the main concern, actually, when it comes to the topic matter regarding the flat Earth. So, of course, we're going to be talking about the ground.
Yeah, I mean, you don't go to an ice skating. You don't go to an ice skating rink and say, "Hey guys, why aren't you playing golf? You should be playing golf here. Where's your putt putt?" Like,
Yeah,
bro. Yeah. Who says some of those guys don't also play golf in their spare time? It's like,
exactly.
bro,
Actually,
piss
this ice
off.
skating rink is awesome because the ceiling.
Designated places designed, focusing on one aspect does not mean that that other things aren't important and don't get addressed. It's just stupid. It's just stupid to have that line of thinking that just because there's one channel that's dedicated to this topic, and that some people spend a lot of time in here, that's the only interest that any of us have, and we don't divert attention to anything else in our life,
I
and that
don't
we
know,
don't
man.
have curiosity about other things because we do.
I don't
Yeah.
know, man. You guys seem like you completely dedicate yourself to flat Earth. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, well, that's what this server is, you see. It's about flat Earth. And then
No, no,
anything else
I
you want.
mean,
Yeah.
no, I mean you have no other interests.
Oh, but we do, though. Oh, we have lots of other interests, and we do talk about it from time to time, but we have to dedicate ourselves to the topic matter. That's what this is all about here, flat Earth. That's what
I
it
see.
is. Yeah, that's what it is, isn't it? Yeah. But we do from time to time talk about other things. Sometimes I put a couple of photographs of myself in this, and then Jin is a real human being, or he's got children, he has a life, and he goes camping, for example. Now and again, we do that. But at the end of the day, we have to talk about the topic matter, flat Earth. And then the other side issue would be the moon landing hoax, satellites, etc., because that seems to be slightly linked to the topic matter, and we cover that. So we do venture out a little bit, but
Oh,
keeping
come
it still
on.
on topic. Yeah.
You know the moon landing was real. He used a landline to talk to him.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what disproves the moon landing. Just one thing. So microwave travels at the speed of light, right? 186,000 miles per second. And the
So they
moon
say.
is, and the moon is what? supposedly 275,000 miles or something like that.
238,000 miles, so they say.
Right. So how long would it take for a message traveling at the speed of light to go one way from the Earth to the Moon? It'd be like a second and a half, 2 seconds.
Yeah, it should be a blip, really,
Right.
at that
So
speed. Yeah.
so if the message from the Earth is hello, and they hear it 2 seconds later, and they instantly reply hello, it's going to be 4 seconds later that first person hears the reply, right? But if you
Yeah,
listen to the recording of the phone call, the delay is only like 1.8 seconds.
that's right. That's right. And you know what NASA did? They scrubbed that. Well, unfortunately for them, the originals have already been recorded, but they scrubbed that to extend it. Okay? They changed that. You go and look at it now. They've changed that time lapse between voices. Okay?
Oh yeah,
NASA.
so they did.
Yeah. Yeah, they did that. Yeah, they did that years ago. They realized that anomaly because it was highlighted, of course, by the scrutineers, and then they damage controlled that one. Mm. But it was too late. The original phone call has been downloaded and copied by many people who are scrutinizing it. So they've caught NASA cheating many times.
NASA is the other thing that kills me is how people like Globers will believe NASA 100%. They always tell the truth, but then several of them question everything else. Again, like COVID or the Epstein files, or I
I
can
don't
name them.
question anything. I believe NASA and I believe everything else.
That's horrible. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Like there were a bunch of people that were saying don't take the vaccine in my country, and the
Yeah.
government was like, okay, you don't want to take the vaccine, then
We're
if
not
you
going to
get
talk
sick,
about
you're
that,
gonna pay
Cryptic.
your
We're not
own
going to talk
bills.
about
Yeah.
that, Cryptic.
Yeah.
We're
We
not
can't
going
talk
to
about that,
be
Cryptic.
talking about that.
Yeah. You've got to keep it flat Earth related. That's why you're here to talk about flat Earth. Now you don't trust NASA, is that right?
I trust NASA.
Oh, you do trust NASA. I see. Okay. Well, they're a lying organization. They're deceiving everybody. The name NASA, I think it's in Hebrew. I think it means to deceive.
In Hebrew.
Yeah. Well, yes, I think it's in Hebrew. NASA means to deceive.
Why is it in Hebrew?
That's the name. That's where the name came from.
Who do you? Why did they use Hebrew? Why not Latin or English?
It has to do with occult connections.
Yes.
You know,
Thank you.
NASA was first founded by Jack Parsons. Jack Parsons Laboratory designed rocket engines,
Hmm.
and Jack Parsons was a member of Aleister Crowley's Ordo Templi Orientis, the OTO.
It's
They're
more
they're
than
into
just Hebrew.
they're into like sex magic, and the funny thing is they're riding on the coattails of Enlightenment era mysticism from Europe, which regarded the Hebrew language and Kabbalah and astrology as being like the perennial uber religion. And so it's very common to find Hebrew within occultism itself because of that. Never minding, like in their quest for perennialism, they completely overstepped the entire Second Temple era where Judaism was in Greek.
It also
NASA's motto in Latin is with great difficulty to the stars.
Yeah.
Great motto.
NASA also has meanings in, I believe it's Swahili and Aramaic, some of the oldest languages for to trap or to deceive. Also, it's not just in Hebrew.
But I wouldn't trust NASA completely because nowadays NASA's just the one giving like contracts to private contractors. So like they're not going into space that much anymore. Except for like
Yeah,
yeah,
they've
that
almost always been that way.
I mean, it's SpaceX and that Dragon capsule that actually sends astronauts to the ISS now. So
Yeah, they got the government contracts. That's right.
yeah,
SpaceX is about as public as Lockheed Skunk Works.
they're gonna IPO this year though.
Yeah, so Lockheed is also public, but people think that SpaceX is this open source public organization with no secrets whatsoever when they basically have the same contract as Skunk Works.
I mean, okay, so say all the American space companies, private companies are lying, and they're all part of this conspiracy,
I'm
right?
not lying,
How can you?
they're not
How
obligated to tell you the truth.
okay, but how can you say that? Say, private space companies from Japan, for example, are also lying.
Well, do they have classified contracts in their own country, just like SpaceX does here? I'm sure they do.
Like,
And realize too, there's classified compartmentalization that allows foreign countries to share classified information with each other's governments, but then hide it all from each other's peoples. Like there's stuff that the United States gets from foreign governments that the public can't know about.
are all foreign governments beholden to the United States when it comes to space, except for China and Russia?
I don't know. I mean, maybe so. Maybe America being the first with the space program, with the international blackmail program called space. Maybe America's got an inside track, so to speak.
But can't Russia try to de-hoax the whole thing?
Why would they do that? They're in on it too. Like they're making bank. In fact, the Russians were probably the first to fake it in a big way with Sputnik. America's response with the Apollo program was over the top.
I think North Korea is also developing a space program.
Yeah, pretty much everybody with a nuke has a space program. And I think
So,
that's by design.
so North Korea could de-hoax or expose the US, can't they?
Potentially, but why would they? I mean, everybody's in on space for national security.
If you can't leave the atmosphere, then how do interballistic missiles work? Like,
They
like, do
stay in the
they?
atmosphere.
But what about the Space Force? They want to make it
They stay
such
in the
that they can.
atmosphere too.
Oh, Space
What
Force
about the
stays.
Fishbowl project?
Yeah, Space
What
Force
about it?
isn't anything new. They just reorganized a bunch of stuff under it. Like what used to be under
Brando, what
Space
about
Force used to
Fishbowl
be under the
project?
National Reconnaissance Office.
Brando, what about Fishbowl project?
Yeah, what about it? They started launching
What about
nukes.
it?
Yeah,
Yeah,
what
so
about
don't you
it?
think they want to break the containment?
Oh, you again.
I'm telling you, don't you think by the proof that you have in these days, and they did, that the human being, people who rules the world, wants to break the containment that separates us from supposedly the space and our sky?
No, I think that's a dumb David Weiss take.
So what about Hard Project then in these days?
Yeah,
I
what
told you
is that? Do you
Fishbowl.
have any idea what that is?
Hard Project, of course. This is made in your country. If you don't know this, then it means that you are
No, like, do
pretty
you
ignorant.
actually know what it is? I know what the claims are. I've actually read
Yeah,
papers from the
yeah.
University of
They
Fairbanks,
sending,
Alaska, where they operate this.
yeah, they
I
sending
probably know a lot more
microtowns.
about it than you do.
They are sending microwaves to the atmosphere, my guy. They're sending microwaves to the dome, the containment, because they can't break it with rockets. They have to use microwaves.
Yeah, did you just come off a David Weiss bender?
Man, we almost
You got
shattered
you
the
got
glass
that
ceiling
Flat Earth app,
dome.
I'm sure. Got a Flat Earth Friend Finder
Literally,
too.
Hillary Clinton was telling you in front of your face in your main language, and you just blind. Unbelievable. You believe in NASA, in CGI? You believe in those things?
Listen, this isn't about belief, man. I don't care about
This is
beliefs.
about belief because, yes, of course. Because where is the curvature? The curvature? Yeah, when I get on top of a plane, the window. My guy,
Yeah.
all of the cameras
Yeah.
who have been
What
sent
are you
to the
on
space,
drugs?
they've been fisheye cameras.
Who are you talking to?
Talking about flat Earth, I'm talking about the containment, I'm talking about the manipulations and the treatment the humans have done to manipulate the
Okay,
shape
why
of
don't
it.
you take a chill pill? Because it sounds like you're citing a bunch of flat Earth science
No,
fiction.
because bringing up English sources that you should know, since you are an English speaker, American, a proud American one, all right? So why the fuck Admiral Byrd says these things? Why the fuck Fishbowl Project? Why the fuck Heart Project? Why the fuck we almost shattered the glass ceiling dome? Hillary Clinton? There's hella shit. If you answer to all of that, then I shut the fuck up.
Yeah, well, you have no proof of any dome.
Yep, I do.
No, you don't.
I do.
Go for it then. What
What is
is
the
it?
proof that there's no dome? The videos that NASA shows you? Those ones?
No, I'm asking you, what is your proof for the dome?
Yes, I told you the projects that they did because you don't throw atomic bombs into a
Oh yeah,
place for no reason.
where can I read
Maybe
in
in
Fishbowl
your
that they were
American mind it's
trying to
normal.
shoot nuclear bombs through a dome?
Yeah, that's what they did. That's why I told you if you know Fishbowl
No,
Project and you
that's
spoke about
they
it
don't even say
and
that's
you
what they did.
spoke about it like
That's what you're
nothing
saying
happened,
they
my
did.
guy. Why you spoke like nothing happened with Fishbowl Project when it was an important event?
I think you're
Why?
totally misunderstanding of
Miss
what it was
what, brother?
about.
Man, why the fuck your presidents go to the Wall of Jews? Can you
I don't know,
answer
why
that as
would he?
well?
Why would he? You got another like science fiction story
No,
for that?
no. What I'm telling you is that the world is ruled by families, and these families they know about the flat Earth and the containment.
Oh
Even
yeah,
in
how do you know
Russia,
that they know about it? How
one
do you
sec, then
know
I
that
shut the
they
fuck
know
up.
about it?
One sec, my guy.
Well, no,
I
you
don't want to
keep
argue
going
with
from
you.
one
You
thing
may be
to
a
the
great
next. I'm
person, bro.
slowing you down. You're going to start making claims. I want you to back them up.
Okay, what claim do you want me to prove to
How
you?
do you know the
Tell me.
ruling families know about flat Earth?
How do I know? How do I know? Because it's the same ones who created your country and the same ones who manipulated the history of my ancestors.
That has nothing to
The
do
same
with
ones
the
who created the
nature of Earth.
education system. That's why I
Listen,
told you why they go to the Wall of
you
Jews.
sound like you're on schizophrenic drugs.
Okay. If I'm a schizophrenic drugs, why you believe in things that you can't even see? Tell me.
I haven't even stated
Me.
anything for you to assume that I believe in
You
anything
believe in things
specific. I'm
that you
just
can't even
asking
prove.
you, how do you know that these ruling families know about flat Earth? You have
Peace
absolutely no
Bowl
proof of that.
project. We almost shattered the glass ceiling dome. Our project. All of these things that they are ruled and paid by them, right? There's a goal on it. They want to break the containment to create a new flood.
Cool story, dude. Yeah, why don't you go write a
More
book or
story,
make a
yeah,
movie
sure.
about that? It's like science fiction.
Man, do you think that I would like this to happen? Do you think that I'm happy because of
I
what I
think
think?
you're off your rocker right now. I think you're crazy.
Brando, if a war's gonna happen in the world, all right, there's families that they have to agree or disagree with that. These families, they
Why
have
do
the
they have
choice
to
if
agree
that
or
war's
disagree
happen
with
or not,
that?
bro. Stop being a puppet. Stop being a doll, man, thinking that the world is ruled by governments and Donald Trump this and China this and
Why are
bro,
you
bullshit,
accusing me of
man.
this?
Yeah, show me. Do you believe Katy Perry have been to the space as well, right? Like a global star, you are.
No.
You believe in that? So you believe the people are prepared to go
No,
to
I
the
don't.
space whole life, people prepare her life to go to the space, and then Katy Perry goes for free because, guy, you are more lost than a spermina asshole.
Hey,
We know that
doofus. Hey,
Katy Perry
doofus.
actually went. Didn't you see that door on
So
the?
you think she really went?
Hey, doofus. I'm a flat earther.
Man, if you believe that Katy Perry went to the space, can you tell me why always they
No,
have
I
this
don't.
thing?
Okay, so why are you trying
Can I
to
finish, bro?
why are
Can I
you
tell
trying
you
to
why?
accuse me of believing
Can you
this?
tell me? Can you tell me why Katy Perry has been
I don't
11
think that. So
minutes,
why do you think that
11
I think that?
minutes in the space? Always the
Listen,
number
you're
11,
frustrating as crap.
9/11.
I'm trying to have a discussion with you.
9/11,
Why do you
11
think I
steps to
think
your
that?
dollar.
Hey,
Man, it's always
Spanish
number 11.
Empire, why do you think I think that?
Think what?
Why do you think I think Katy Perry went into space?
Because you believe that fishbowl wasn't made to destroy the
No, I
containment.
don't. Listen, dude, I'm a flat earther.
Yes, so why are you saying these dumb things?
I didn't say any
So why
dumb
don't
thing
you
about
believe?
Katy Perry
So
going to
why don't you
space.
believe that they want
You're
to
just
break the
making this
containment?
stuff up. You're just making
Why
crap up,
don't you
dude.
believe?
Like you're just lying to everybody.
I'm not lying. What I'm telling you is literally a fact. What did I lie? On what did I lie? Tell me.
You're telling me that I think Katy Perry went to space when I said nothing of the sort.
I said in general, the global tards like that, they believe that Katy Perry went to the space blindly, my guy.
Yeah, so what if they do? What does that mean?
What does it mean? That it means that they never send these people into space, that they never left the atmosphere, and all of the money that they spend, they're spending it on breaking the dome, creating
Breaking
a
the
new
dome.
flood. That I know that they already killed the
What
faith
dome?
of the
Listen,
people
you
by
have
dying.
absolutely no evidence of any actual dome.
Yes, I do. A containment.
Okay, what is
Not
it?
dome, but containment. Not dome, but containment. I agree on that.
Okay, so not a
Containment.
dome. Containment. Sure, there's containment.
Yeah, I call it dome, but
You have
for
no
respect, I just call it
evidence that
containment.
Fishbowl was about breaking containment.
Mm-hmm. They threw an atomic bomb in the ionosphere, which is the last
So what? That
atmosphere
doesn't
between
mean
our
that they
sky and
had
the
anything to
space.
do with about containment. Has absolutely nothing. That is a leap of logic on your part.
Yeah? So why physics defends that we live inside of something because of the gas pressure? We live
I don't
inside of
know.
something, my guy, and you're a flat earther. Look at you, bro. Contradicting
Yeah, I am.
yourself.
I'm just not in the business of making up stories like you are.
I'm not making stories about
Yeah,
that. I'm
you
just
are.
telling you why they will.
You got
So
all
tell
kinds
me,
of
why they will
stories. It's
manipulate the
called the
shape of the
Feast
Earth?
of Nonsense.
Go ahead and tell to everybody why they will manipulate the shape of the Earth. If it doesn't finish by breaking the containment, go ahead.
Breaking, yeah, like you think
Why?
Fishbowl
Yeah,
was
since
about
you're a flat
breaking our
earther like
containment.
me, since you are a black earther like me, why the human being will manipulate the shape of the Earth? What is the goal?
I don't think there's
That's
any
what I thought.
conspiracy to do it. I think this is a
Conspiracy? Yeah. So why
gigantic,
your
it's a
American presidents
gigantic
go to the Wall of Jews?
misunderstanding, dude.
And
Listen, the
why
reason
your
why
presidents
people
go to
think
the Wall
the
of
earth is
Jews?
a
Then
globe,
tell
it's
me
like just like people
why there's
think
not
in
a single
urban
astronaut who
myths.
can show in the Bible that he
Because
has been to the moon or
you
to
know
the
how
space.
people think that there is Bigfoot and yet there's no evidence for Bigfoot?
Bigfoot?
That's called
Yeah,
an
the same with
urban
the moon
myth.
landing. The same.
Okay.
My guy, they fake your reality, bro. They fake your reality.
You sound like a total edgelord.
Yeah, of course. I sound like I have more studies than you, and I speak more languages than you, and I travel more than you. So
Who
these three
cares?
things comes in the same.
Cállate.
Cares? The truth
Who
of the
cares,
world.
dude?
Who cares? Who
You're
cares?
coming in here
Truth of
like
the world cares
hot off
because
of a David Weiss
says
movie bender.
trouble. Man, the truth of the world says trouble. Get knowledge and study me. That's what says. But
You
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 are
know what
just lying.
frustrates me most
Yeah,
about
bro,
flat
we
Earth is
believe
flat
Katy Perry
Earthers.
has been sent to the space 11 minutes. Yeah, like 9/11. Yes, like 11 step in your fucking dollar bill. Always the number 11, and you're blind,
You
bro. You
sound
don't
like
know
you're
what
crazy, dude.
Freemasonry.
Like
I don't
Man,
understand
you
why.
sound
Freemasonry is a thing,
If
my
you're
guy. I
schizophilic.
come from Europe. I'm warning you. You're
You're
blind, my
warning me.
guy. Literally,
why
eat
are you
fake
trying
food,
to
bro. You
create
eat
an
fake
argument?
food, brother. Eat fake food. You see, NASA is a satanic thing, brother, and you're just
He's
blind.
he's agreeing with you, dude. Like, why are you trying to argue when you're both on the same side?
He
It makes
doesn't
no
agree
fucking
that they
Yeah,
wanna
you know,
break the
Techno Viking,
containment,
he's
bro.
probably the dumbest person in the room.
He has to
Brother,
be.
if
I
I'm
mean,
the
like,
dumbest person in the room, why I can prove to anybody that they wanna break the containment, and I can prove to anybody that there's a containment.
You can't prove that there's a dome though.
I can prove there is a containment.
You can't
I call it
prove that
dome.
Operation Fishbowl and Dominic
I
were
can
about the
prove
containment.
the Operation Fishbowl was made to break the dome.
No, you can't.
Yes, search it
All
in
right, then
Google.
do
How
it. Then do
many?
it.
Man, it was an
Show me
atomic
the
bomb.
evidence.
Are you blind, bro? They threw an atomic bomb into the ionosphere.
You
Are you
believe in
dumb?
atomic bombs? You don't even have proof that those exist.
Man, that was an atomic bomb, you coward.
Oh yeah,
Bro,
I'm
are you
sure it
blind?
was a big ball of light.
Bro, you're blind, bro. That's why the States is ruled by fucking
And you
Jews.
think that they're trying to
That's
break
why,
through
bro.
our containment when they
Yeah,
have
yeah, yeah, yeah.
absolutely
Okay,
no
bro. Okay, bro. You're
references
a
to
flat
this,
earther who
any of their
doesn't believe that?
documentation.
You're a flat earther who doesn't believe in that? Are
I
you kidding
am.
me?
Listen, because I'm tired of people like you that come into this topic
Like
and make us
me,
all look like a bunch of
motherfucker.
conspiracy theory idiots.
So if it's a conspiracy theory, and you tell me why you can't answer my claims?
Yeah, this
Why?
flat Earth has nothing to do with the
Why? Why,
conspiracy
man? They threw an
because it
atomic
has nothing
bomb
to
into
do with
the
the
sky.
conspiracy.
they threw an atomic bomb into the atmosphere, and you say they don't want to break it? Are you blind, bro? Motherfucker guy comes to the streets and,
Yeah,
and
you're
knife
just making
your
up a
mom, and you say,
story, and you're like, "Are you
bro,
blind for
it's
not
like I
believing
in
the
the
same
street, I
story that I
knife you,
made?"
bro, and you say I don't want to kill you. Are you blind?
I'm just
Why don't you?
blaming it on a language barrier. I mean,
Yeah,
I can't understand.
there's that
My
too.
guy, I'm a Spaniard, right? I'm
Hey,
a Spaniard.
Spanish Empire,
How the
why don't
fuck,
you stop your yapping and go post some
how the fuck
evidence in
a
the text
Spaniard
chat?
knows about this more than an
Oh
English
my
speaker?
gosh, this is boring. Why don't you
How
post
the
some
fuck
evidence in the
don't you know
text chat?
about Amira Bird? Tell me, why you
Por
don't know
qué,
Why
about her?
don't
por
you
qué es
post
muy
some
tonto?
evidence in the text chat, Spanish Empire?
Some evidence, man. I told you fishbowl project, and you
You
disagree
can
with
tell
an
me whatever you
empirical
want. You're
project.
not
What?
posting evidence. You're just opening your pie hole.
Man, I'm telling you, fishbowl project. Isn't that
You're
evidence?
telling me, yeah, guess what? Your
Isn't
word
that
is as good
evidence,
as
you
my
coward?
freaking toilet paper.
Man, you say that you're a flat earther,
Yeah, why don't
and
you go verify what
you
you're
don't believe in
saying
the fishbowl
before you
project,
start
bro.
making a
Are
bigger
you
fool of
blind?
yourself?
No,
Man,
trust me,
you
bro.
don't believe in the fishbowl project, bro.
I don't care about beliefs. I want evidence.
Politics? Motherfucker, this is not
It's not
politics. They
about
threw an
what you
atomic bomb.
believe. It's about
They
what you
threw an
can
atomic
prove.
bomb
Okay,
to
if
the
you can't
atmosphere.
prove
How
any of
these are
this stuff,
politics? How these
oh
are
my
Could I
gosh,
politics?
you
You
possibly
can't
damn
prove
chime in?
American
anything,
Jew.
can you?
Damn
Could I
American Jew,
possibly
answer.
chime in, guys? Spanish, could I possibly
Answer.
chime in? I do apologize.
You
Spanish,
say,
could I possibly? Spanish, I'd like to talk to you, my friend, if you don't mind. Just 2 minutes, please. I think it'd help everybody out here. Yeah? Is that okay? Do you mind if I talk to you Spanish?
go ahead. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, bro. First of all, I think it's been established that you guys are pretty much in the same camp. Now, what's happening here is a bit of an issue, and the issue is coming from this. You have a theory, right? And I'm sure that your theory has some real sort of, I guess, signs, maybe supporting evidence towards your theory, which is still a theory. It could be a very strong theory, okay? But you are now challenged with a man who is saying, do you have you left the theoretical realm and are you now in the realm of some evidence? Because if you have, then I would like to see that. That's all that's fucking sorry, obviously on radio. That's all that's happening here. Okay? So chill out, take a breather, Spanish Empire. That's all that's happening. You are a guy who's bringing an argument. I actually like that argument, but your delivery and the way you're pushing is not the way to go. You are being asked a very genuine question. Do you have evidence? So it doesn't mean your theory is wrong. Yeah, most scientific tiers of evidence, they all start from the theoretical basis, right? So, okay, fine. So now you've got that. The question is, do you have evidence and what kind of evidence is, and deliver it in a nice, presentable way, bro? That's all it is. That's all that this gentleman's asking. Yeah? The floor is yours, Spanish Empire.
Yep, go Spanish Empire.
So yeah, that's all it is sometimes, guys. You just got to break it down and just simplify things. Say what is actually happening here. That question of asking for evidence, you can never knock that. That is the creme de la creme question that should be there, set in gold. What's the evidence? Okay, I hope
Thank
that
you,
helps,
Juicy.
Spanish
You're
Empire.
Can I
absolutely
ask
right. Square
can I
foot,
ask a
welcome.
question? Yeah. What's up?
Yeah.
So I saw a video where there's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. So what's the deal with that?
Well, you can also get a 24-hour sun in the Arctic. So that's at least two
Okay,
places on Earth that you can go see the sun for several months out of the year.
okay, but I've also I lived on the northern and southern hemisphere. And I know for sure, in fact, my mom is on the southern hemisphere and I'm on the northern hemisphere right now. And we are
Okay,
seeing
cool.
different stars and different alignments. So, how do we explain that? My mom is in a different, currently, right now. I can
It's not
have
hard
her.
to explain, my friend. Listen, if I go into
Okay,
my living room and I stare at the ceiling, I'm going to see 4 lights. But if I go into
sure.
the rec room and stare at the ceiling, I'm going to see 5 lights. They're not the same
Because you're
lights.
because you're in a different room.
Yeah, exactly. I'm staring at a different part of the ceiling.
So you're saying my mom's in a different part of the flat Earth, and so she sees a completely different set of time. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm just trying to
Yeah,
comprehend how, like,
like imagine you're in a helicopter and you're over like
right,
one
is there a
end of a like.
model for this? I guess is maybe my better
Come up with it,
question.
but
Is there a
in
model
essence,
for the
we don't.
flat Earth that incorporates the
Yeah,
24
there are
hour sun?
models. There are many
Incorporates.
models of flat Earth. Some of them actually made by NASA and the
Can
Air
I
Force
see
and the
them?
Army.
Can I see them right now?
Which, well, I mean, depends which one you want
Any
because
any
models,
model any
models,
model
listen,
any
models are
model that
made.
shows a
Would you?
24-hour
Okay.
sun is possible, as well as different, like, different
What's why
rotating
does a
star
24-hour
systems,
hour sun necessitate a
completely
globe?
different rotating star systems, right?
Listen, I'm trying to
So
find out from you why you think a 24-hour sun debunks flat Earth. How does it support a globe?
how does it not support a globe?
No, how does it support a globe? I've got several reasons why the sun
How does it wait?
does not support a globe.
I'm not saying either way, but on a globe or on a flat Earth, right? Wouldn't you always be able to see everything except for the things that are so on the in the dome, right? The
What dome?
lights.
What are you? Listen, flat Earth is not a pizza
Well,
planet.
okay, all right. So this is a better question. Then I need to see the model of the flat Earth. If
You
it's not
don't
a
need to see a
dome,
model because listen, people come in and
if it
ask
well,
for
wait,
models.
hold on, because in
Well,
order for me to
you
make
don't know what a model
measurements,
is.
do
Okay, that's the
wait, hold on.
problem, dude.
If it, in order, so okay, so show me something in the side chat that I can make measurements,
No. Yeah, we have.
calculations
You've
based
seen
off
them.
of.
You've seen him. You've been presented
I
with long
just got
distance
in here.
observations,
I'm
examples of laser tests.
I'm
No square
asking.
foot. You've been here a
Well, then
long time.
repost it. Repost it. Repost
All
it,
right.
please.
Okay. All right.
Show me a model of what I am supposed to be looking at as far as
No,
a
not a
flat Earth.
model. Flat
You're
Earth is
just
It can
not a
asking for
be
a
model.
model.
Flat
well.
I don't
Earth
think
is
he
There
knows
not
has
what
to
he's
a
be
asking.
something
model.
that you have. There has to be something that you make measurements off of. So
Yeah,
there
you
has to
don't
be a
Yes.
measure
model.
off a
Yes.
There
model,
has to be.
doofus. You
That
don't
is
measure
not.
off a
Well,
model,
then what are you going to
doofus.
show me? Wait, hold on. Then what are you going to show me? Then what are you going to show me?
Well, guess what? I'm not going to show
Wait. I
you a
just
conceptual model that you
somebody
measure
just
off of.
said
I am going
somebody
to
just
show
said
you the
yes.
actual Earth. I'm going to. You don't need a
Okay,
model.
yeah.
You can
Show me what
benchmark
the
yourself
Earth
to
looks like.
reality
This
instead.
is a better way to
You
put this.
understand?
Show me what the Earth. Show. Okay, hold on. Show me what the Earth looks like.
Okay.
That's a better way to put this.
Any picture will
That's a
do,
better
guys.
way to
Like
put this.
vacation photos, pictures from the
Just show
beach.
me.
Like,
No, just show me what the whole. Just show me what the whole Earth
oh, you're
looks
asking
like.
for a
I don't
space
care if it's
picture.
on a
You're asking
flat.
for
I
a
don't care if
NASA
it's on a
image of a
2D
flat Earth.
model. I don't care if it's on a 2D or
Oh, yeah,
3D
you
model.
want to see
Show
pictures
me.
from space, don't you, big guy? Yeah, you're like freaking Captain Picard, Starship Enterprise.
Wait, hold on. First of all,
All right, Luke
all I'm
Skywalker.
asking is okay. Why are you getting into the negatives, man? Why are you like?
Because you want space pictures of a flat Earth. I find that
I'm
hilarious.
not asking for anything from space, man. I'm asking for what does the Earth look like? Right? There
Okay, I
has
can
to
give
be an
you vacation
image.
photos, pictures from the
That doesn't.
beach.
Okay, show me
Square
whatever you
foot. Square
have.
foot. Square
I
foot.
didn't
Square foot. Hey,
specify
square foot.
anything, man.
1 sec, bro.
I didn't
Shut up for a
specify
second.
anything. I
Shut
just want
up.
to see what the Earth
Shut
looks
up.
like.
Shut up. Okay, you want to see what the Earth looks
Bro,
like?
what the
Go
fuck? He said
the
shut up.
fuck outside.
Go the fuck outside and see
Yeah,
what? I'm surrounded by
Yes.
mountains.
go sniff some air, touch some grass. Come on, dude.
There's a main trail that leads from my house to the mountain to sea trail. My house literally
Hey,
leads
if you
to the
if you
mountain to
live in the
sea trail.
mountains,
That is
climb
from
one
Maine.
and
Okay,
get a
are
good
you huffing
vantage
Hold on.
point.
chains as well?
Well, what I'm saying is like I can go outside, but like, what does that prove anything? I'm just asking, what does the
I don't
Earth
know.
look
Sounds
like?
like you've got carbon
Well, what happened?
He got muted.
Okay. I was gonna ask if I could step forward and deal with the gentleman. I was just literally gonna bring a metaphor of an example, where we could maybe start with visual observations. You know, start with a blank canvas, and let's just start to like place visual facts in front of us, just as much as what we can do visually, and then we could move into ecosystems and stuff. But I think that's the best way to do it, and then obviously the observation with the was it the Nikon camera with the what are they called? I forgot what they called. Wind farms. Have you seen that?
Hey, hey, what's up, guys?
Yeah, what's up, bro?
What's up, man? Been doing this a while, so
Nice. Yeah.
Doing
Sounds like
what?
that guy. Sounds like that guy's been in there before. So what was he? Do you think he was trolling, or he was generally back for like
oh yeah,
round
I've
two?
had many discussions with that guy. He comes in every few weeks and he does this.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Once, twice, three times. It's like, what's going on here? Yeah.
Yeah, it might be my fourth run in with this guy, so
Oh yeah, I'd fully be agitated with a guy like that. That would get under my skin. Hmm. It's a
you know,
shame.
it's he's doing what's called sea lioning. Sea lioning is a form of trolling
Yeah.
where every time you try to answer the questions, it's never good enough.
Yeah. Hmm. There is
Yeah, and
there
I'm
definitely
innocent. I'm just asking an honest question.
yeah. Well, this is the thing. When they go down to basics like that, you really do have to dumb it down, and it's literally like you would have to dumb it down to a point where you're sat on the ground, like you would with your own child, and you're kind of like trying to explain something with little building blocks or asking them to look at something. You know, that is the realm that they're in when it comes to this topic. So yeah, maybe when he comes in next time, just remember to treat him like a child and just dumb it right down. Say, okay, child, what can you see? Let's go out to the lake, shall we, or maybe to the beach? Does that water level look flat? Yes or no? You know, things like that. Just these observations, and where would that
Yeah,
go? Would that go on the right side of this blank board, or would it go on the left?
that's
Get
with
a few of
people that
them.
are
Get a few of them.
genuinely curious about our position, but not him.
Yeah,
We've been through that part of the process with him, and
yeah.
now
Well, I mean, I was
it's where
thinking.
it's
I
at.
was only. Yeah, I was only thinking to take it down that route and really kind of play that, that character that it comes across that you are schooling this little child, and yeah, get your own kicks out of him. How much is he going to take before he realizes that he's just being a fool? You know. So yeah, power to you guys. If he comes back, I hope you can maybe just put him to bed. Fourth time, that must be annoying.
I think the reason that a lot of the time people aren't convinced by the flat Earth is that when you start to explain it, it sounds a little bit wacky. I think
Yeah.
that's sort of what um, that pushes people away a little bit.
But
I
I think it
totally
only
agree
sounds
as a flat
wacky
earther. When I
because
first looked into this and I saw all the idiots out there that were putting forth the azimuthal equidistant map as a flat earth map, I mean, it took me a long time to embrace this fully.
Mm.
That's what I'm talking about. It's like I'm not sure what to say, honestly. Like, um,
Well, you should probably hang out with us and not like the TikTok flat earthers.
the Flat Earth Society.
Yeah, man. I mean, we're all about
The reason
rational
that
empiricism in here, direct realism. So you're not going to find religious stuff. You're not going to find conspiracy theories. We're probably the most boring flat Earth group, but we have the best arguments.
Yeah.
I think the reason it sounds so wacky though is because since the time you've been told what the Earth is, they've been giving you this one specific example. So your whole life you've heard the same thing, and then for it to be something totally different, that's why it's kind of like a shock, you know. But if you actually are a critical thinker and listen to what is being said, you'll realize that all of it makes sense. Like all of these quote unquote proofs they have of the globe model can be proved with the flat Earth model. I know we don't officially have a model, but you know, with flat Earth examples.
Guys, I got a question. Do we have like a flat Earth center, a group, an organization somewhere that somebody can walk in through the door and say hi? Do we have like a, some sort of organizational setup, or is this just kind of community, online community kind of stuff?
Not really, because they've got the Flat Earth Society, but I believe that's like they purposely try to make it look wacky. That they show like a flat disc floating in space, but no flat earther believes that. You know.
Yeah, they're known as the controlled opposition, whereby they do
That's what I
tell
was looking
some
for.
truths, but then the wacky stuff dissuades people, and people think, oh, they're crackers, and they move on. And let me just touch on the other guy that was talking about the Operation Starfish Prime, Operation Fishbowl, and Operation something of the Bowl of the Lord or something. Yeah. Now these operations were done by Russia and America, where they did fire up some megaton bombs into the Earth's surface, atmosphere. Right now, in one documentary that I watched, it was suggested that America was trying to create a corridor through the radiation belts because they were planning to go to the moon, of course, right? And they wanted to create some kind of corridor through the belts. That was one suggestion. Okay, and that's all I'll say on the topic matter. But no proof of it, of course.
Yeah, I've got some interesting theories. If you want to go theories,
yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So, let me see. Which way am I going to do this? Okay. So there are theories connected to is it the Hadron Collider? So with that,
that's right. Yeah, the Hadron Kaleidoscope nonsense. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so there are theories related to that they're trying to break past this firmament. And the only particle that they seem to have identified that can pass through that is light. So then the theory goes that they are, what's the theory? The theory goes that this is the point of this reason of creating that, to be able to shoot something through in a way that the signal bounces back so they can map out what's on the other side. And then the theory is that they do patchwork. So then they'll go along.
Yeah.
And then they'll go down. And they're trying to map out what's on the other side. There's another theory. Yeah, there's another theory which is connected to information. So you see how information is frequency. And you can catch information where it comes from in some respects. So they believe that there is a I think it connects to the fact that time is relative in the sense that the further you may move away from the Earth, the time slows down. And then catching frequencies in those realms is where, is the game that these guys are trying to play.
I like a lot of. I don't look. I'm not gonna claim to understand all of this stuff, but like that sounds really stupid. Like a lot of this sounds really stupid.
Yeah, it may well be. It may well be because the people who
We
are
say
running the planet
fantastic
are
to be
quite
polite.
stupid, aren't they?
Fantastic.
Yeah,
to
No,
be
no, that's
polite.
fair. Yeah, the people who run this planet are very stupid. You can see that clearly, but that is,
Yeah, we're not on a planet, by the way. We're on the Earth.
sorry, on the plane. Sorry. So, so picking up on these things does seem to show some credence in some respects. I mean, I have looked at it. I'm not going to pick it apart now. It's not enough to build an argument. But yeah,
No.
there are definitely subtle signs of crazy people doing crazy things.
Yeah, I think the Hadron Kaleidoscope is a waste of taxpayers' money. It takes up a lot of land space, right? And it's just of no use. And hence, they want to put this particle light going through the dome nonsense. Can't
Well,
prove anything there.
it's
It's just
never
a
to
waste of
serve.
taxpayers' money, right? It's an interesting theory, but in all actuality, like the guy said, it's fantastic
Yeah.
to be polite. It's just nonsense, isn't it? Come on,
Yeah, but
Well, of
just
course, but
just
you're
because,
removing yourself
hold
from the
on,
fact
buddy.
that yeah.
Just
Well,
because you think
I was
it's
just gonna say
stupid.
that you can say stupid, but the thing is, one thing that you may not see the relevance and the connection to is that this is how the occult think.
Yeah,
And,
yeah, yeah.
right
Absolutely.
now,
That's why they're
that
getting away with it. That's why they are
oh
getting
no,
away with it.
oh
Yeah,
no,
go
but
ahead.
yeah, of course there is that why they're getting away with it. We can point the finger at in all sorts of directions, but mainly it's a us problem. You know, we need to
Yep,
maybe,
I agree.
you know, yeah. So that's that there. But when you look at the fact that these occultists are very predominant in power positions of power, there's the whole structure is built the way they wanted it. So when these things are happening, we have to look through their lens and say, okay, from a psychopathic you know,
Lunatics
globalist
point of
sort of
view.
mind. Yeah, would they do this? Well, 1,000,000% and more they would. And I think they are. Because they're obsessed with the occult. They do all this Baal worship. There's lots of kiddie sacrificing, trafficking, blood this, blood
Dude,
that.
that's what I
Right?
mean. Like when you guys talk about this stuff, that sounds crazy to me. Like that
Okay.
doesn't
Well,
sound like
maybe.
normal.
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
it
but
is
that's what these
normal,
people are like.
but
They're
we've
that
normal.
crazy.
Yeah, they've normalized it. I mean, okay, so you guys have got the over in America, you guys have got the equivalent. Well, you've got the Epstein files. We also have the equivalent of the Epstein files with the same parties involved. Right now, there's an individual. His name is Gary Waterman. I don't know if anybody knows him. He's an ex-police constable. He's actually living in his camper, going from place to place, doing lives, and he's sharing the evidence. And do you know what he does? He goes onto Company House, which is there accessible in front
BBC.
of everybody,
Yeah.
and he basically connects all
Oh
the
yeah.
different parties which connect child trafficking organizations that have been linked and reported to importation gangs through money being funneled through Oxford United, which Ghislaine Maxwell's father used to own, and she used to be on the board of directors,
Well,
right?
that's interesting that you say they're
Oh,
outside company's house because that's near
it,
Finsbury Square. That's a hive
it's
centre. All
no,
registered
no, no.
companies are there. Yeah.
Like, yeah, it's on the computer. Literally, the
Yeah.
way Gary presents his evidence, he literally pulls up Company House and he says, "Right, look at this," and he just connects them all one by one, one by one. And as he's doing it, and as
Okay.
he's releasing the evidence, the next week you can see changes being made because it's almost like they're running in plain sight. They're trying to, get
Wow.
their yes. Do check it out, Gary. Freedom for I think it's Freedom for Gary. And God bless him. It's a real life situation that's going on. It's so I don't want to say entertaining because something bad could
No, it's
happen.
revealing. Is what it sounds like to me. Revealing.
It's so revealing. So yeah, guys. I mean, I really
What's
think
his name
this
again?
is what
Gary what? Gary what?
Waterman. I'm so
Oh, Gary
surprised you haven't
Waterman.
heard
Okay,
of
that's
him.
it. That's
Yeah,
it. Well,
Gary.
the name Waterman is a familiar name to me, so that's okay. Now, we don't want to talk about this much on Flat Earth again.
Mm,
Remember, it's not Flat
mm,
Earth related, what you're talking about there.
yeah,
Okay? Sorry.
yeah. No, I was just trying to
Jumping.
build a. I was just trying to build a little argument towards why the chances of having these things, these theories, why they're happening, because of who they're connected to. But yeah, I'll yield. Thank you.
Yeah, dude, you just sound Yeah, it sounds like a bunch of babble, like you're just.
Yeah. Okay, well, I did my best to present the evidence. I think somebody got it. I don't know how that results to babble, to identify and
You're
observe and provide
Yeah,
evidence
we
that
don't
there's
want to
a
be
bunch
we
of
don't want to be
crazy people.
insulting to our guests and fellow
Yeah.
members. Actually, do you know? I mean, we don't want to be doing that. You know, he was trying to link it to something. Obviously, he's not as tight as we are on topic matters that are related to, you know, and he'll get there. Let's just forget that. Let's not babble on. Let's not slag each other off here. Actually, we do need each other at the end of the day.
Definitely don't do that.
Please, thank you.
Yeah, no, definitely don't do that.
Yeah.
It is Speculation Sunday, after all.
Oh, there we are. There we are. That's
Yeah.
yeah. So he's legally
Yeah.
allowed to talk about that, depending as long as it's related to Flat Earth. Anyway.
Yeah,
There
yeah,
you are.
true.
Yeah.
No, I was going to say, you know, have you noticed that, you know, when you see the high altitude balloon footage and you can see it's all flat, you also can't see any stars?
Yes, I've noticed that. Yeah.
Yeah, and I do wonder whether, you know, that idea about them trying to that light definitely comes through the firmament. I'm not so sure about that. You know, and the whole way that the stars project seems to be very ball-like, even if the Earth measures flat, right? So I'm just wondering. I mean, it could be a projection. It could be anything. It could be like some people say, a planetarium kind of style or whatever. Yeah, but if oh dear,
No, come on. Come on. Yeah.
oh
Can we
dear,
stop
dear.
that negative outburst? Look at the negative outburst. They're coming out the woodwork now. Here they come.
Anyway, my point was that if stars can't be seen when you're at high altitude, then it could be a completely different feast to what we're thinking. It's not a dome. You know what I mean? It's a projection or something else. So, like, if we're speculating, I can't remember the name of the scientist who was interested in that idea, but the idea that vacuum could transfer light would require an ether or something, something for it to wave. You know, and so I just think there was a guy looking, and I can't remember his name. He was very interesting.
That's all right.
He's still
I've
alive.
listened to some of that myself as well.
Yeah,
So the possibilities are there. But
the possibilities are there.
Yeah. The thing is that the footage itself, though, when you look at the footage, it's just breathtaking, humbling, and good therapy to look at. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah. I
Hey,
love
can
it.
I ask you a question, Green Weaver?
Yeah.
What do you think that matter is made of?
What I don't know. I've heard theories that it's waves of frequency, and when the frequencies connect, that the point of connection is matter to our perception. But again, it's all human perception, isn't it? You know, it's like perspective. It's how much of this is reality and how much of it is human perspective. You know, perceiving something.
Right. So let's just make it really concrete. If I gave you a piece of wood, and I said, this is a piece of lignocellulose matter, would you agree with that?
Yeah, I guess I would. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not a big believer in the whole atom theory, and you know, I'm not so sure about that. You know,
in your fucking face, nigga.
Okay.
Huh?
I don't believe in atoms.
Yeah, I'm not so sure I buy the whole atom story. I think that's just more materialist reductionism, and
right.
You know, and the whole idea that things can be points, you know, particles and waves at the same time. I think that sounds like a misunderstanding of science to me.
Okay. Yeah. So, like, if you looked up at the sky at night, you would see the stars, right?
Yeah.
Okay. But just a second ago, you were questioning whether or not those really exist.
No, I'm saying we perceive them, but what's interesting is that when you go in a high altitude balloon, and you look, I mean, not that you go in one, but when you see footage from a high altitude balloon, and when you see a lot of the footage that NASA puts out, there's no stars. There's no stars. And that's weird, isn't it? And I mean, also the astronauts can't seem to decide whether they've seen the stars, they haven't seen the stars, they see the stars on the dark side, they don't see the stars on the dark side. You know, there's a lot of contradictory statements being made, and so you've got to have your wits about you when you take that as evidence. You know what I mean? I definitely see stars when I look up. But what's interesting is when you're in a plane, I seem to see less. And when you're looking at high altitude balloon footage, you see none. And when you see a lot of NASA footage, there's none. And like I said, they can't decide whether they've seen them or not.
I think, I don't know if you were here for this, but like this kind of goes back to my idea that like flat Earth is a kind of schizophrenia, and I'm not trying to gaslight you, but
No, you're
whenever you
insulting,
guys,
really. You're not really speaking, and you're not speaking to the positive of what's being said. You're saying schizophrenia, which is a confusion of your mind. You haven't got your head screwed on properly. That's an insult. You're insulting us at the moment, yeah? Can you shut your fucking mouth, do you think? And shove your fucking cock in it,
A
stupid
lot of
cunt.
people with schizophrenia have actually, you know, in recent history now been linked to things like Project Artichoke, MK Ultra. There's definitely active mind control shit going on. So yeah, schizophrenia could be a misunderstood condition. We don't know.
Yeah, but flat earthers do not exhibit schizophrenia, unfortunately. That's not what we do.
They're just looking at empirical evidence and seeing that the Earth certainly doesn't curve. So therefore, what's weird is that the stars behave like a ball and a 4D object, or whatever you want to call it. And what we're standing on seems to appear in perspective as far as humans are concerned. And so what we see in the sky could be quite spiritual. Who knows? We don't know.
Right, that's a coherent statement there from somebody who's got her faculties all in place. What's wrong? Suddenly now it's schizophrenia, ladies and gentlemen. To question the theory's been put down on the table for us to digest without checking, you know. Now we've got schizophrenia going on. All the time you get these idiots come in with nonsense like that, trying to derail.
Jen, what this guy's trying to do here is just get us to react so we stop talking about the topic. So
But we're still talking about it. We're just making sure he gets
Don't worry. He's been banned.
good slap
We
up,
don't need to
verbal
talk
slap
about him
up
anymore.
whilst he's there. That's the idea. Thank you. Right, yeah. So
how long does the bands last in here now?
Yeah, it is odd though that when you do look at these high altitude footage, that you don't see the stars in some of them, and I've noticed that. Yeah, still breathtaking though, the view.
Beautiful, yeah. And I mean, what is being projected could well be a 3D something somewhere else, but it seems to be projected into a layer that we go through when you go up high, which I just don't understand. Yeah, but yeah, I still think it's worth speculating on Speculation Sunday, as long as we remember that the Earth still measures flat, and whatever's happening is happening over a flat Earth.
Yeah, you did a good service there. Thank you. Yeah, the highest altitude footage I've seen is like 24 miles. That would be it, right? And that's quite breathtaking in itself. Everything looks quite level, and then it's when the sun comes into view. Whilst you're looking at the moon, it's just like, you know, and the sun is on its course as it passes by. It's just breathtaking, you know. You just want to be there. But of course you can't because you die.
Did you see the 56 miles up one that I posted today?
No, I didn't see it. Didn't even know there was one.
What time in the chat?
Yeah, it proved the globe. I'll post it again. You can see. So they used a rectilinear lens. And it's a one continuous shot.
I won't be watching that. Don't worry,
brother.
And you can see the curve.
Forget that. Yeah.
You understand that rectilinear lenses also still have curvature in them.
Hey guys, this guy NPC reset from this morning, he was in here bloviating about all that hot air this morning, and so I guess he's just kind of forgotten and NPC resetting.
Yeah, we're not relying on apparent curvature. What we need is measurable curvature on the surface. Do you have anything of that?
Well, everyone should just watch it and see what they see, and let me know.
Yeah, what we have is apparent curvature, like I just said. So it's apparent. Do you have any to measure on the surface of the Earth?
Yeah, he's totally NPC resetting. This is just all he went over on all this morning, and with Gregory and I forget who else, and just droning on and on and on about this video. He was shown some evidence, and he just hand waved dismissed it.
I was the one presenting evidence, and Gregory hand waved it away. Gregory didn't provide any evidence.
Right. So what you've given us is apparent curvature. What we need is measured curvature. So this isn't evidence, really, of any kind.
So are you saying that it appears as though the Earth is a globe?
It appears that there's curvature in the picture that you've shown. What I need is measurable curvature on the surface. How many times do you think I need to say this before you get it? If this is evidence of anything, it's evidence that somebody or something took a picture from high up. That's what it's evidence of.
Hey, look in the side chat. I just posted a picture of a hill that proves that it's a globe because there's curve at the top of the mountain.
100%.
That picture of Earth, it looks like, with the curve, it does look like it's just New Mexico that's curving that way. Or some small area of desert, like you can totally make out what's going on in the ground. So, like, it's the most proving flat Earth image I've seen.
Yeah, I guess we would have to establish what land mass we're actually looking at there.
Do you guys think it would be quite interesting to have like a debate with flat earthers that are empirical versus flat earthers that are more speculative, and have it out a little bit? Because I think convincing anti-flat earthers is hopeless. I have got some ideas for how to get some experiments, some observations, I guess, around refraction that could help maybe nail down refraction a little bit more. But yeah, I think it would be really interesting to hear debates between, I think there was one debate which was a heliocentrist versus a flat earther. That was really interesting. A geocentrist versus a flat earther. Robertson Jenis. He was in The Principle, the movie.
Yeah.
But yeah, don't you think some flat earther 1.0 versus flat earth 2.0 debates would be interesting?
Yeah,
and try and get a healthy discussion.
They have happened on the Discord.
I think random ones happen, but I mean a set-up one with like a structure and proper set of questions or topics agreed. Do you know what I mean? Something that's actually set up with a panel, like they do when they're doing a big debate with someone who's a heliocentrist.
Yeah.
I think it could be quite interesting.
Could you give me an example of a topic?
Yeah, I guess that the whole, there's a whole bunch of flat earthers that believe that the Antarctica trip was completely faked versus the ones that think it was real. Those are the ones that are having a hard time letting go of maps, perhaps the AE map. So, there's a bunch of topics that are poignant, I think, for flat earthers to discuss between themselves. And the ones that use empirical evidence can keep bringing that topic back to the facts on the ground, the measurements and the observations that many observations. So yeah, I think there's many topics that you could put out there. The people who believe in ice well or outer lands or moon maps or all the sort of speculative stuff. I guess it would be hard to set people up on sides because there are probably cross sections of people that believe all sorts of different things, isn't it? But a panel nonetheless would be quite interesting. I mean, you've got Alan and Shane who are really awesome, who speculate about the ether a lot. So they're still in the speculation zone, but I'd say they're working pretty hard, and they still understand that they can appreciate, that the stars do rotate around the Southern Cross in a lot of southern areas, and that people, flat earthers from the Southern Hemisphere, can attest to that. So I think this whole AE map thing could be now one of the topics, perhaps.
Well, so when it comes to the let's say, for sake of argument, let's say we all have this common ground. We know that the Earth is on its surface flat. Okay, great. We agree on that. Now, the empiricists, which I think the thing that annoys people about empiricists is that they're very limited in what they can actually prove, right? So they're like, well, don't you want to know more? It's like, of course, I absolutely want to know more. That's why I'm an empiricist, so that I can know something. And when the empiricists would say, I realize, if they're humble, they'd say, I realize that this tool of empiricism is limiting. And it doesn't necessarily help us find out new things. Once you hit that wall where it's like, oh, well, I can't test it, I can't touch it, I can't falsify it, well, then I'm not going to go any further. People hate that because they're like, but I want to know more. And I totally understand the desire. But if you immediately abandon how you prove things and begin to speculate about things, well, then you've sort of entered back into the realm. I'm not saying completely, but you enter back into the realm of in our terminology, and I don't use this in a disparaging way, but back into the Glober mentality, where it's like, well, how come we can't just make some shit up and then just kind of assume that that's probably the case until it's proven false, right? Which is what pseudoscience essentially is. So if we're going to have people willy-nilly just saying, well, there's this ether thing. You ask them, what is it? They say, well, I can give you a lot of fluff and words and stuff about what it might be, but ultimately I have no idea. And it's just this idea that I have in my head that I got maybe from somebody way back when, and they had this idea in their head, and I want to take it further. And you would say, okay, well, how far did you take it? Well, really no further than they did, because they have the same problem that I do, is that we can't identify it, we can't touch it. It's not observable, testable, repeatable, and falsifiable. Okay, so what are we gaining by this time spent speculating? Well, nothing really. I just think it's cool because I don't want to sit here and just know that the Earth is flat and then not know anything else. It's like, well, that is the only thing that you truly know. You just kind of want to enter into the realm of, I want to imagine what it possibly could be. It's like, well, fine, go do that, but don't teach it and don't put it forth like it really has any validity. You might as well put a disclaimer like they do for flat Earth. Ether has been basically not even identified, right, as to what it could be or what it actually does, and therefore you might as well treat this as entertainment purposes only. I would love that kind of disclaimer on every flat Earth video that covers the ether. Is it an interesting idea? Sure, very interesting. I can kind of imagine what they're talking about. Some kind of background medium. But when I hear background medium, I hear space-time fabric. It's the same thing. Non-physical, it's non-material, but all of a sudden it's supposed to have these physical effects. It's like, what in the world? Well, didn't we just get out of this? Didn't we just go ahead and show that a background material, medium, blah, 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 that does and moves things is untenable? So That's why I don't like to engage in that, because I feel like we're wasting our time. People can imagine whatever they want to imagine. They can speculate on whatever they want to speculate on. But we're going to get into trouble because if a lion's share of the YouTube and TikTok YouTubers out there are talking about ether and outer ponds and all the other bullshit that comes along with this, then people are going to come in here and they're going to say, so, where's this ice wall and ether and shit? And we have to deal with their nonsense. We have to deal with their bad suppositions and bad speculations. And I don't really want to do that. That's my personal opinion.
I guess whatever ideas you have, whether it's ether or any ideas that you want to get clarity around, you're going to have to do some kind of experiment or investigation or observation or set of them or whatever in order to get to the realm of empirical testing and all the rest of it. But nonetheless, I reckon flat earther ones would benefit because they would get schooled on when to say that you're speculating and make it clear that you are, and the language and the clarity around that. And probably flat earthers too could benefit because they can probably learn about new ideas that perhaps they've rejected. And I mean, we more empirical flat earthers would still use things like, there's obviously no space vacuum because there must be a container because we're in pressurized gas. And that is just as much evidence, I guess, as saying, well, for light to get to our eyes, it has to come through a medium that waves. For me, those are two very good pieces of evidence towards each case. But probably both have built-in assumptions and they come around how humans perceive or how actually, we might be putting an assumption in before and not realizing it. I think, you can get very nihilistic if you start going down that, I don't even know if I've got hands kind of sort of zone. But I think both sides need to, there needs to be some healing. Because obviously there was an attempt made to really mess up flat earthers. And there's a lot, like I would agree, that are annoyingly speculating and pretending that it's absolute fact. And that's really annoying. And that needs to be nailed down and criticized. But on the other hand, we still want people thinking about new ideas because we haven't got a complete understanding of everything yet. So if there's ways to test refraction, and I believe there are, that could maybe not convince the anti-flat earthers, but it's certainly, if there was some good observations done with lots of measurements and, you really go to town on get ticking as many boxes as you can of actually sorting out the refraction issue. Perhaps, like I've suggested before, you have something move away with a laser on it, a boat with a white screen on it, and the laser stays firmly on it. And you have that boat go away through a series of sensors, and it has sensors itself at high level and low level. And you let that boat go away on a prescribed line in a very straight line on 10 Mile Lake. Then you've actually nailed down refraction for the entire journey and shown that if refraction is true, then it's bending exactly like it would for a ball to be true. So in other words, they are just putting the numbers in and pretending whatever's flat looks curved. Do you know what I mean? But anyway, that's just one way that we might be able to nail down the refraction argument. And in that, we're not going to convince those stupid anti-flat earthers, but we certainly might pull in a whole bunch of new people who will go, oh, wow, well, that really does mean that refraction is not a good argument. And that's been probably the best argument that globers have had. And it's not a good one.
I like the way you suggest that. I like that suggestion. I've always thought that the military would be the ideal people to go and do that for us as such, because, I don't know any people who can afford to set up that with boats and all that. But yeah, it's a great suggestion, I would have to say, because I've been wanting that to happen for the longest of time,
So I wanted to address something that you mentioned earlier in regards to ether and gas pressure. Okay, and I'll tell you why it's a false equivalence, but I'm not attacking you because most of people have fallen victim to this idea. So the idea that light is a wave is incorrect. When they say wave in regards to light, they're talking about a probability of distribution. This is the idea of diffraction. This goes to the double slit experiment and the quantum eraser type experiments, where it's a probability of how the light, and the best way that we have so far, light is an incredibly mysterious thing, and anybody who wants to talk about it with any level of certainty is probably lying, or they're just misled, because the best way we can describe light is like this packet or corpuscle of energy. It is described in more of a particle idea than it is any kind of waving of any kind of medium. That's a total misnomer, total lack of accurately describing light. It's a mathematical term. That wave that you hear
You're an
all the
idiot.
time is a wave term. All right, see, now somebody's already offended. See? So,
No,
anyway.
it's just fucking comical the way you say that light is not a wave. Everything is a wave. What are you talking about?
Okay, so now this guy here, see, he sounds reasonable and sane. He's just going to say that light is a wave, and he's not going to provide any evidence for the fact. He's just going to say it because someone told him, and now
This
it
is
hurts his
common
feelings.
knowledge.
See, now it's common knowledge. But he's still not explaining to me how he knows it. So, do you want to tell me how you know this, or are you just repeating what you've been told? Exactly. So anyway, this idea that there must be a medium for light to propagate through is also a huge speculation. There's no evidence that would give us that indication. So when we talk about gas pressure needing containment, that's all we ever observe. That's why it's natural law, right? Or it has to do with natural law, because a gas moves freely and randomly in all directions, and as soon as you contain it, now you have a pressurized system. I could give you a modus ponens with gas pressure. I cannot give you a modus ponens with the ether, okay? Or light propagation or waves or whatever. It's an incredibly mysterious thing, light is. So what I'm trying to say is that don't get baffled or drug into this speculation area where they kind of make connections with things. It's about as bad as making a connection between boats disappearing in the distance and Earth curve, right? If you point at something and you say, oh, well, I see a phenomena, that must require that the Earth is curved, that's totally false. We know that because optical effects can create the same scenario. Now, I'm not saying that Earth curve couldn't block out boats, but I'm saying that if we have not isolated the cause, it's silly to just go ahead and pronounce that light needs a medium to quote unquote wave through or propagate through. No one has any evidence that that's the case.
Yeah, fair enough. Maybe that was a bad example then. But I do nonetheless, I think that the Flat Earther 1.0s could learn a lot from the Flat Earth 24/7 crew in terms of clarity and being very clear when they are speculating and just being careful with the language. Meanwhile, I reckon we all have something to learn from people who are trying to investigate options. You got to put down a theory. You got to put down something and work with it. As long as, again, they are clear what their assumptions are. And I didn't know about that, so I've learned something. So thank you for that. I've always been really into that from a young age. So I was definitely one of those space nerd people who was super into it. My dad was a mathematician, and we always used to theorize about the grand unified theory and quantum, and Dad was always saying that there was something seriously wrong with physics because of the mismatch between quantum and Newtonium, and he was hinting at something was majorly wrong. And so I was deep into it from a very young age. So probably there's many built-in assumptions that have come with that. So thanks for that. But you know what I'm saying? I think you've got to acknowledge that there is a need for development, experiment, observation, whatever it is. So theory comes up. Okay, let's see if we can prove it, or at least provide some evidence that looks like that's a suggestion. I think that is the way to go through things, and I think probably the Flat Earth 1.0 just need a little reminder of that, so that they can do the best job they can coming up with new ideas. And maybe they have something to give. I don't know. But I just think it would be healing as well, apart from anything, is if they're treated nicely and the discussion is allowed to happen, because otherwise it's sad that so many people with the same base level agreement on something can be so divided. And I think that's what the powers that be want. And so I like to try think of ways to stop that happening if possible, that division.
Sure. I mean, I would probably put myself on the side of, although I'm not going to call myself an empiricist, but I lean that way, right? Because most of the time when speculation occurs, people get their pants pulled down. You know what I mean? Someone will come along and say, "Well, no, that's stupid because of this phenomena over here," which kind of ruins your idea that you've proffered by speculating. Right now, I want people to discover new things. I want more knowledge to come into the society as a whole. Just I want people to know more. And if it pertaining to the Earth and its construction, and maybe to find the limit to this place, to understand maybe the height of the container, what it's made of, all those things I have questions about. I hope that we could figure it out. However, if with all the technology that we have today, especially because people think that, oh, if we gain more technology, we will find out more things, and I would say that that's probably true. However, I also have kind of come to the point in my life where I understand that there are things that we are just not going to know.
But are we
Probably on
using the right
purpose.
technology?
It depends. It depends on the scenario, right? So,
Yeah,
but I think discovery is a great thing. I think people should try to find out more things.
that we don't
Definitely. I
know,
mean,
of
yeah,
course.
that we don't know. So, but if it's purely speculation and it's kind of that affirming the consequent pseudoscience type of thing where I see this, so I declare it's this cause. I can't test it, but it's going to stay that way until someone proves me wrong. That is a terrible way to try to find knowledge.
But is
So,
it, can I ask you something? Like, for
yeah.
example, can we use the knowledge of all civilizations into this? That's an empirical thing, but as a knowledge and know what they use this knowledge, how they use it. For example,
Well,
when
I
we
guess it
spoke about the
depends on the
containment.
actual topic, right? So if it depends on the topic.
Yeah, yeah.
If
For
you're
example, the
talking about
containment.
things relating to the physical realm, right? The
Yeah.
physical realm, you're going to be using, if you want to have a knowledge of a cause of an effect, you're going to be using the empirical deductive method of the
Yeah, of course.
scientific method.
Obvious, obvious.
So, yeah. Now, if somebody has knowledge of something occurring and it always occurs this way in another culture, or if they have a knowledge of a creature that we don't know about, and they can introduce us to these creatures, and if we can lay eyes on them or something, I mean, we could discover things like that all the time. I don't have a problem with that. I mean, sharing knowledge is a
Yeah.
great idea.
Yeah, the thing is, if it's that knowledge is manipulated and limited into giving you an answer. Sorry for my broken English, but you know what I mean. Like if they
Yeah.
manipulate, for example, science, they can manipulate the shape easily. They can manipulate the shape of the Earth into empirical proofs. For example, they forget about electromagnetism into gravity.
So what do you mean by they forget about electromagnetism into gravity?
Because if you measure something and you're forgetting something to measure it, you don't gonna have a right answer. You're gonna have a limited answer. The same way that the spherical model brings the humanity. Speed more fast than 1,600 kilometers per hour in the middle of the space, like you are nothing.
Uh-huh.
Like you come from apes, all of that theory. You feel me? When even evolution is
Yeah.
contradicted by a few animals.
Right. So yeah, if you begin to stack other theories on bad theories to begin with, or things that are supposedly fact, then you're going to be way off, way down the road. I totally agree.
Yeah, man. Are you from the States? If I can ask you?
Yeah.
Yeah. From Spain and in my country, and even in your country, you have proofs, places to see the non-curvature of the Earth.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah, it
and
is flat everywhere.
sorry to interrupt, though. I think it wasn't. You're a nice guy, bro.
Oh, I appreciate
You're
that.
honest with yourself. It looks like.
I try to be. Listen, that's the other problem. We will often lie to ourselves because of something that we want to be true. And that can be true not only for cosmology, but for anything in your life. Like you want it to be true so bad, you lie to yourself. I mean, people who have, if they struggle with any kind of addiction, they will try to justify the habit, even though they really know that it is destructive to themselves and everybody around them. They
I
will just kind of
agree
try
with
to
that.
convince themselves that this is not too harmful and I'm not hurting anybody and I'm not hurting myself. I mean, that's people just do
Because you
this.
think in
We
a
have
respectful
biases.
way and in a fair way. That's why.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I realized when I was like 19, 18, I realized by my studies the shape of the earth, like that there is a manipulation and as well into geopolitical things, like world being ruled by families instead of governments, how it looks like.
Right.
And after I went back to Christianity, you know, I'm born as a Christian, and I think Christianity makes a lot of sense into this. Because
I
flat
would
earth
agree.
is like we are the middle of the universe made by God. And then if you look at the Bible and the Old Testament, bro, there's crazy things about it, like the flood, for example. Like I'm fascinated by the flood, and I think to all of the Christians that they believe that the earth is a sphere, I don't want to criticize them because I'm no one, I'm not perfect. I'm the only way Jesus, a Christian. But it doesn't make sense, a universal flood into a spherical model, which in a flat earth, it makes totally sense.
Right. So anybody who would read the Bible and believe it, if they were of the Christian faith, or even of, let's say, you know, if they were Jewish or something like that, and they read the Torah,
Yeah.
there's going to be a really big problem. And I know that this is just offensive to some Christians, but the book itself does, from cover to cover, describe the earth as a flat, stationary, enclosed realm. That's what it describes it as. And there's no
The
excusing
Bible,
that
you
away.
mean?
Yes.
I don't think so. And I can
Oh,
prove
you
you
think
that
so?
it is a manipulation, of course, into making believe that there is a circle, but the original text is, the original scripture, in Hebrew and Greek, it means flat disc. I bring a verse in the side chat that it says we live in the middle of a supposedly circle, but it's literally saying flat disc with four corners. You
Well, I
know?
didn't say anything about that. I'm saying that the Bible does describe the earth as flat, stationary, and
Ah, my bad.
enclosed. I didn't say anything
I
about a shape.
misunderstood, my bad.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry,
No.
sorry. I thought you said that it
Yeah.
said that it isn't flat.
No, no, it does.
Yeah, my
That's
bad.
just that's just the main issue, you know. So, and they can't excuse it away with allegory or anything like that. So, for somebody who would say that they believe the Bible, they're actually picking and choosing what it is that they would believe, because they will accept the gospel, but they will deny the cosmology. And so it's like,
Yeah.
well, then everything else is open to interpretation too. You can just make it whatever you want. And if you're going to be a true believer of the Bible, then you, sad to say, you're going to have to accept what it's telling you about everything. If you actually believe that it is the inspired word of God, then God is not going to make any mistakes, and He's not going to give you something that's not true. So, but you know, the people here in the States, and I'm sure it's the same where you're at, because all these Western cultures are the same for the most part. They are still going to hold on to what they were told when they were in school, because the system that is built is a trust system. So the children trust their parents. The parents hand the children over to another trusted individual called a teacher or a tutor.
Yeah, yeah.
The
Education
tutor
in
is,
general. I know, I know.
yes. And then the
What is
Rockefellers
education
used
and
that
what is
system,
doctrine?
right. They use
Yeah.
that system to bury this idea into the child's mind. They use propaganda in the movies and TV. There's
Oh,
also the
yeah, yeah,
societal
yeah. Definitely,
pressure.
bro.
Yeah,
That is a true thing. The symbolism and all of this. Yeah.
right.
Yeah, like
So all of
Freemasonry.
this
You mean into
is,
that way, right?
yeah, I mean, all this stuff is
Yeah.
just a system to force or embed this idea within the society, and then the society reinforces that idea. And to leave the society to believe something different will earn you nothing but hassle, pain, and shame. And so people never leave the society, because that's the only place that they actually feel safe. Even if it doesn't really make sense, even if it's harmful, it's better to believe what's untrue, because it's way too inconvenient to believe or to act by what is true.
And one thing is harder, it's so much harder to prove you that you are wrong. It's harder for you. I give you an example, right? Imagine you don't believe in the flat earth for a second, right? Harder for you to, it's harder for me to make you believe that you wrong to the things that you think that you know, instead of showing you something that you don't know.
Correct.
You know? That's
Yep.
so as well, that the spherical model is like a feeling. It's like a feel, like a like an emotion thing as well, because you projected in your mind how the world it is.
Yes.
You know what I mean? It's like a it's like an emotion. It's more
Yep.
than thinking that okay, the earth is like that. This goes with your heart as well, because it's how you
Yes.
think the world it is.
Yeah, there is an emotional attachment to heliocentrism, the solar system, the universe. People have kind of
Yep.
romanticized it in their mind. It's been fed to them that way, all of its beauty and all of its splendor and all of its, the size of it, and they begin to kind of adopt a relationship with it that is positive. And so, if you take that away, now there's going to be an emotional response. If you begin to take that away, they protect what they value, even emotionally.
That existed prior to the space exploration industry.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they started in the ocean and they finished by the space. Are you kidding me? That weird thing. As well, there's not a single astronaut who can show in the Bible that he has been in the moon, in the space. Bro, we all know that it's proven that all of the cameras who have been sent to the space, they've been fisheye cameras and they didn't hide it. They tell you Katy Perry have been sent 11 minutes to the space. Why 11? We go away with that, you see? Says who? 11. Why they will put 11? Why 9/11? Why 11 steps in the dollar bill? Why always the number 11? 4%
Yeah,
the
they love their
parameter.
numerology.
Yes. And look at have you seen the numerology of the measures of the spherical model? Have you seen it? All bunch of
There's
6,
right. Lots of
6, 11,
sixes.
33, my guy.
Yep, 9. They love
9,
those
yeah.
numbers. Hmm.
I mean, I'm a Spaniard, I'm from Spain, Europe, and my country, my people, they are waking up into this. They're proving to the world, like you say, like into symbolism and about the flat Earth. Both.
Yep. I'm glad
They
that
use as
people
well
are
the
sort
faith,
of. Yeah,
because don't
I'm
forget
glad
the
that people
Spaniards, they
are
went
coming
to the
online.
Americas. Like the Spaniards, they went to the Americas. There's another perspective, into most of the people believe the Spaniards, they kill the natives, they rape and things,
Right.
which is not true. This is another point, though. We don't gonna get into it. But you have another perspective for what happened in the other side of the world, and you see what the states have made, like this bad side, the Jewish thing, the wall of Jews, all of it. You can literally see it. Like this is going against what the truth of the world it is, man.
Yeah. Well, as far as everybody can really tell, and there's no need to blame anything on the Jays. You know what I mean by Jays?
Oof. Yeah, I know that is bad,
Because no, that's
I would
fine.
say Zionist instead.
Well, yeah. I mean, and ultimately, even that really doesn't have anything to do with Judaism or the Torah or anything. What we're ultimately dealing with, even as far as Freemasons or Illuminati or Rosicrucians or any of that stuff, Shriners, it doesn't matter. All these secret societies, um, all of it is Babylonian mysticism, and the Babylonian mysticism
Yeah,
it comes from essentially the worship of demons. So,
yeah, but there's one thing, bro. Like into Orthodox, for example, Eastern Orthodox, the British, they hacked the Orthodox. When Orthodox, literally in the dogma, I'm saying the dogma, what they teach, teachings, they have
yes,
changed a lot what the scripture says. And there's a lot of
yes,
Zionism manipulating Orthodox. What I'm saying, when they hacked Orthodox, Freemasons and Zionism, they went into the British Empire power, and then they went to the States. They created the 13 colonies, and then private enterprises created the States. That's what I'm saying. These people, they
yes,
rule the world, though. Like, that's why I told you the world
yes,
is ruled by families. That's the
yes.
point.
Yep. And these families worship the darkness. That's just what they do. I
They
mean,
worship Satan. Yes.
yeah, right.
They
So
worship the
all of
Antichrist.
this at the end of the day is spiritual, whether people would like to identify with that or not. The most powerful people in the world that we consider powerful worship dark entities, and you can give them a million different names. There are many different names. They're essentially pagan or polytheistic. They worship the darkness. They hate humanity, and this is how they rule. And they don't care about people. They don't.
Because
They don't care about
you agree
themselves.
that NASA is satanic, right? All of the symbolism of it.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, yeah.
Do you think they want to break the containment?
Do I think that they want to say that again?
Do
Operate
you
it?
think that the people? Do you think that the people who rules the world they want to break the containment?
Well, it seems to me that since this is a spiritual issue for them, and their greatest enemy is the Most High, They really do want to create a war with him. So leaving the containment is an attack to the what we would call the third heaven, as far as the Bible's concerned, and attack God from earth to heaven and invade it and go to war with him and try to destroy him. That's the goal.
So you think it makes sense?
Do I think it makes sense? Well, for them, no. It's a terrible idea. I mean, there's a certain amount of delusion.
I'm saying into that event, like into that they are trying to break the containment. Does it make sense for you?
That they're trying to break it? Yeah, I mean, I suppose so. If you're going to try to invade the heavenly realms, you would have to break through the barrier, which would be the second heaven, right? So their logic is sound. Do I think that they're going to accomplish it? No.
I think they don't gonna accomplish it either, because God in the Bible says that He sent the rainbow as a proof that there's not gonna be a new flood. Problem is that in these days, the rainbow is used into LGBTQ, which is Satan, which is a big movement by Zionism, made to kill the identity and the nationalism and the history of each country.
Yeah, it's all connected. It doesn't seem very good.
Now, if I tell you, for example, Fishbowl Project, you must know it.
Yeah.
I think that's an event that they try to break it, throwing an atomic bomb into the ionosphere. After our project, that in these days is in Alaska, that they throw in microwaves into the containment, trying to break it. They can't with rockets. The same with Elon Musk and Donald Trump, bro. You see when they throw a rocket, what it does. The shape of the containment.
I've seen some of the footage where it seems like it's trying to get inside the second heaven or the firmament or whatever. It is interesting. Ultimately, I don't know what's going on there, but it seems that way.
It seems
nonetheless,
that way, I'm gonna lie.
Yeah, but I don't think God is such a fool, especially because if he truly does know the end from the beginning, that he didn't, design that containment to be penetrated by any measly nonsense that we make,
Obviously, that makes sense.
There's a certain amount of delusion with the people who try to go to war with God, because if you as a created being, even if you are a spiritual being, a very high-ranking spiritual being, according to the Bible, all the power that you get is ultimately from him, and if he is the source, then he can end it, he can change it, he can destroy it.
The difference, but the difference, if you manipulate the history between creation of the human being by God until now, can make them follow in the satanic way, into the way that you go against it, and into the way that you can get materialistic things but goes against God. So as a Christian, I know they want to build the third temple, and that they want to build the third temple to disprove Christianity. But God destroyed the temple. God destroyed the temple because we know, people who read the Bible, we all know why. They built the third temple and looks and seen how the world it is right now in these days. I think Jesus is about to come soon.
It might. I mean, it could. It may not. It's hard to say, right? I mean, we're watching it unfold.
I know, and it says, I agree that it says that he comes like as a thief, like without knowing that he's gonna come. No one's gonna expect.
Yep.
I know that, but I don't know. Blue Beam as well. The Blue Beam thing, like 2030, all of this agenda, all of it, man. I don't know, bro. Even the symbolism, bro, it's crazy, bro. Like, we are right to a point, like, it's unstoppable.
I think that people have to remember this, that throughout history, civilizations have tried to ascend and go to war with God. They have tried to build the third temple. They have tried to create a complete control system over man using all kinds of things, wars, medicines. This has always been right. So if I'm supposed to think, and this is the thing this is how I approach what's going on today. This has already happened once before in some form or fashion. If this is the culmination, or all of the things that we've tried up to this point, or mankind has tried to create a new world order, and it's going to be now, that would be, I guess, then here we are. But this has been tried before, and it has failed. So
what's going to
I'm
happen,
looking
bro,
for the end of the world.
What's going to happen with all of us, bro? If this happens, like the new order comes, it's going to happen with all of us, that we know that this this was about to happen, man.
Right. Yep. Well, for those of us who have at least mentally prepared for it, we won't be caught off guard near as much. For everybody else who's not paying attention and who is, just kind of embedded in the world, it's going to be very terrifying for them. I'm not saying it won't be even terrified for the people who are here who have anticipated it, but you have to have a little bit of preparation within your mind to know that if the Bible is true, and I believe it is, and it says that there has never been a day that has been more terrifying and more destructive at any other time in history except for the coming of the Lord, then I believe that it's going to be something that we could never even truly prepare for, and that's why people should be buckled up, whether it happens now or if it
The
happens
people need
in
to
another
know about the
1,000
scripture.
years. Right.
Salvation's my guy. I'm still
Yeah.
learning this, but
Meanwhile, well, I mean, there's a lot to learn, and yet there's plenty of grace for what we don't know. But in the meantime, one thing that we've been also tasked to do by God, if we believe in Him, is to continue living, right? Just knowing that the hour could come at any moment, and at the same time, you're not supposed to quit. You're not supposed to quit living. You're not supposed to quit serving Him. You're not supposed to quit loving people. You're not supposed to. You're supposed to continually bring goodness into the world, truth into the world.
because
That's our job.
yes, but God give to the whole world free will. Because imagine
Yeah,
there
He did.
wasn't free will, like all good, like there will be no, as I know, guess from my perspective, there will be no sense creating the human being if there's no free will, because the human being is not gonna learn anything.
I would agree. Yep. And people are going to make their decisions. I mean, that's
That's why
just the
I
way it
think
is.
angels as well, they have free will.
It would appear that way. If they rebelled, then that means they made a choice, right? So,
Yep.
Yeah.
And other
But
religions, for example, Islam, bro, they don't believe like angels have free will. So now you understand why other religions are manipulated to go against the will of God, worship Satan.
yeah, well, I'll tell you what. I think all of what is true always seems to bear out in reality. So if what I've been told through any scripture, right, does bear out in reality, then I can hold fast to it. It's almost empirical, right? It is going to be something that you can experience, that you can test, that you can observe, ultimately that you could probably even try to falsify.
Yeah, even the
And so
Bible have
that's
like verses that they are like verses that goes for your health as a human.
yeah,
But now in these days is proven by the science.
yeah. Eventually, they figured it out. For a long time, they thought, "Oh, we're really smart. We're going to give you some gasoline pills, and this will solve all your problems." And then later on, you find that most of what you need is probably going to be growing out of the earth. So, um, yeah, it's pretty interesting. But anyways, we're going to try to get it back to flat Earth, just so if people
And
come in here, they know what we're talking about.
will you think that the space is water?
Say that again.
Will you think that the supposedly space that we think like kind the containment water
What do I think
or
it's water?
sort like a liquid? No,
Yeah, it's a good question. So how it's described in the Bible and what we can perceive it doing is pretty similar, right? Or at
as
least how
above
it
as below.
behaves. Yes, sort of.
And when it
So
says about the flood, it says like the windows were open from the sky and from the
correct,
deepest fountain.
right. I mean,
As well,
it
when you look
seems.
at
I
a
mean,
star, sorry to cut you, but when you look at a star,
yeah,
between the star and us, you see like the star is moving because between the star and us, there's water. When you throw an object under the water, you see the object moving because the water is moving.
yeah. I mean, it certainly appears that way. I mean, a lot of times the stars do seem to shimmer, like as if they're in like the bottom of a pool.
Yeah,
Something
yeah,
like
even
that.
the light of it.
Right.
When you see the
Um,
light of the sun into the water, you see it
right.
like that.
But there are other things that don't do that. The moon doesn't really have a shimmer to it quite like the stars do.
Yeah,
Same with
yeah, that's different.
the sun and everything else. So, I mean, certain luminaries look a certain way. They also shimmer really brightly. They do all kinds of dances. Some of them are just like, what we call the wandering stars, the planets. They don't exhibit that behavior. So it's impossible to really know what the medium is, if they're inside the medium, outside the medium. I mean, there's a million different things that we could speculate about. That's why it's Sunday. It's hard to know, but it is interesting. The sky is a crazy phenomenon. Everything that happens up there is almost beyond explanation, which I think is also on purpose.
Yep. For example, what about the scales?
What
This
scales?
flight, for example, as a Spaniard, I'm aware of the scales from South American countries. For example, if you're gonna go from Peru, where is Peru? Peru.
Yeah,
Well, it's in
yeah,
South America, right? Like South
yeah. I
America
know
on
where
the
it is.
left side. Okay.
Yep.
So if you're gonna go from there to Australia, you have to stop in Los Angeles. How does it make sense in a spherical model, right? You go
Well,
you go to the top and then you go to down.
So let me give you some help here. If you are under any, just forget about the maps. The maps are going to be off no matter what. The azimuthal equidistant projection, which is what the flat earthers really grabbed a hold of, and thought, oh, this is what it really looks like. Forget about it. This, even the realm itself, the distances between points, how they're laid out. I think we have a fairly good idea, roughly, of the distances between points. But the scale and how it's all arranged, we really probably can't know for sure. And also, I find it interesting that you really are going to have a hard time going past the 60th South Parallel. However, people have gone down there. They have stayed in Antarctica, whatever Antarctica is. And if there is a limit to ultimately where we can't go, or they're going to put a gun to our face and say you can't do it no matter what, I'm going to ask the question, well, what in the world are you hiding? But ultimately, the maps and stuff, that's none of our concern. I think that we have a good enough idea of how to get where we're going, that we don't have to try and make a model, because there's no model that we could make that would be 100% accurate. And that's the same problem that the globe faces, that it has no model. It has no scientific model. The projections, all the map projections are inaccurate. So, it's just silly. I don't worry about that too much anymore.
Yeah, I want to ask you, Dub, why the map that I sent doesn't prove like flat Earth? Because the video that you sent me is the sunset, right? The light on the night.
No, I didn't send you a video.
But you sent the sunset. The flat Earth is outside in reality.
That's a small clip showing a picture of the Gleason's map and a picture of Dave Weiss's Flat Earth clock app, right?
Yeah,
Sun, Moon, and Stars clock app, with some text on the screen informing you that that's not flat Earth.
Well, I use this map to prove, for example, what I said into Peru. Why
you don't prove anything with that. You don't prove anything with that.
No,
that's not. It's not proof of any. How do you prove something with that?
Well, I wanted to show you, like Peru, on the left of South America, and you have to stop in Los Angeles to go to Australia, which is in that map is a straight line. From the bottom to the top. You don't think it does make sense?
No.
Compared to the spherical model. Why? Why?
No, because that's not the flight route. The flight path is in reality. It's not on a screen. It's not drawn on a piece of paper. It's in reality.
I agree with that, but I mean, how can I tell you this? So how can you explain the scale of Peru then, without using this map? Then use me, I don't know. Are you a flat earther, right?
Well, that's not in contention. I'm not disputing anything about.
I know.
Peru.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm a flat earther, bro, and I use this map to prove why you have to do that scale in a flat earth making sense, Or maybe I'm wrong on that. You're right. Am I right to using this as a flat earth model into a scale?
No, it's not. It's not correct. Flat Earth is not a model.
Okay, model. Yeah, okay, not model, but I mean into why this happens. Like understanding better, because I just looking at this is way easier to understand why that scaling happened compared to a spherical model. Per
Okay, so let me tell you how you're going to get yourself into trouble if you use the Gleason's or azimuthal equidistant map as some kind of model, because that is a projection of the globe, and the globe is a projection of a celestial sphere. Okay,
yeah, I know.
Ultimately, there is no model that is going to be accurate that you could create to show distances or sizes of continents between points. It's very difficult,
But it gives you a
extremely
better
difficult.
understanding.
No, not necessarily, because the Gleason's map, the azimuthal equidistant, is only describing, it's only used for one purpose, and that's ultimately the position of the sun above those points. That's it. It's like a clock, okay? But outside of that, that projection is useless. It doesn't describe or help us to understand the relationships between the continents or the distances between points. It's not what it's for. That's why all the different projections that we have are used for different things. Or they're just different ways to conceptualize. They'll use a different scale. And a lot of those scales, in fact, I think all of them are nonlinear, meaning that they're not true. They have a sliding scale. So everything's going to be skewed. Sizes of continents, positions of continents, all that stuff. So it's not good. Like if you want to show it to somebody and say, as a concept, this is what the flat Earth might look like, you're still going to put yourself into trouble, because I don't have any evidence that Antarctica is this big ring around the Earth that holds the water in. I have
Yeah, like
no way to
exactly.
prove that.
Yeah. I understand what
I
you
have
mean.
no way to prove that. It's just a
Yeah, thank you,
projection.
bro.
Yeah.
Thank you, bro. I know what you mean. Like we don't have proof like how the ring of the Antarctica is.
Yeah, I
That's
don't know if it's a
in the
ring.
same
I don't
way
know if it's an island. I don't know
we
any
don't
of
call
that.
the containment dome, right?
Yeah,
We call it
it's
containment.
contained.
Yeah.
It's contained. I think we can safely say that it is a contained environment. But that's as far as I'm going to, go. I'm not going to tell you how high it is, what it's made of, all that stuff. I have no idea. No idea.
Yeah.
I will agree that some, not all, but some of the flight paths and some of the emergency landings that, when compared on the Gleason's map with the route that would have taken over a globe, is
Yeah.
very suspect and makes you wonder, right? Does make me wonder. But I would never use it as a definitive proof that to somebody that the globe is wrong and that flat Earth is correct.
Yep. Thank you, bro. I appreciate your words, bro. I have to go now, but it's always good to speak with other people, trying to clear your mind.
No problem.
Yeah, man. Va con Dios.
Yeah, thank you, bro. Have a great day, boys.
See you.
Yeah. So, common flight path that, for example, is Sydney to Europe. So let's say Italy, right? And they like to make a stopover in Tokyo. You plot that out on the globe, and the direct path, the stopover that would make more sense, right, is Dubai, not Tokyo. But you look on the Gleasons, and what do you know? Tokyo lies pretty much in a straight line between Sydney and Italy. But is it proof? No. It could just be that they had more business stopping in Tokyo, and it wasn't that far out of their way in the end that they would profit more by a stopover in Tokyo than they would have in Dubai. Airlines are going to go with profitability, right? If it profits them more at the end of the day, they're going to take that route.
Yeah, it's probably going to be a combination of profit and what the FAA tells them they can do.
Yeah, exactly. And weather conditions, yeah, that's right.
Oh yeah, obvious. Yeah, that's the other thing. It's like, well, they may want to take the straightest path, but if they're going to try to avoid a huge storm, they're going to do that.
Right. And then, like, there's literally like hundreds of aircraft in the sky at any given time. So it's like it's busy, it's traffic. So they want to avoid each other's paths and things like that. Right.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to hit one of them planes that's laying one of those big long contrails, in an X pattern, checker pattern over whatever continent or whatever area at a time. I mean, those guys have got to get their work done. So there's all kinds of stuff going on up there. I watch a guy on YouTube. I think it's called Monkey Works or something like that, and he's former military and he knows how to read these aviation apps and all the flights that are in the air, and like he also mentions that there's a lot of times there's planes in the sky and their transponders or whatever are turned off. So there's planes in the sky that aren't going to be on this software. They're not going to be reporting where they are, what they're doing. But yeah, it's really busy up there.
Exactly. And like they even put restrictions on people flying drones.
Yeah, if you go above 400 feet, you have to get a license. So good times.
I'll tell you what, the whole airship thing is an interesting topic to look at. Now, I haven't confirmed these details, but apparently, according to one video I watched, right, the statistics on accidents, injury, and death caused by airships was the lowest in its day with respect to all other forms of transport.
Yeah, I've heard that, and you have to wonder why in the world did they go away from that? Like the Hindenburg was a thing. Oh, the humanity, but and I've also heard that was like sabotage. Um,
Flat
but Sorry?
I said the flat Earth is the entire theory. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's funny. You keep cutting out when you try to make your point, so it's like your point's not landing. It's hilarious. Anyway, yeah, the airships. What was the name of those things? What was the other name of those things? Starts with a Z. Why can I not think of it?
Zeppelins.
Zeppelin. Doggone it. Why can I never think of that? Led Zeppelin. Yeah. They are fascinating. They don't look like they would go very fast, though. Like, you're going to be up there for a minute, you know?
Yeah, like an air cruise ship.
Yeah. I haven't been on a plane in years.
Proving the
And
flat
I
Earth is
hate.
just as difficult as proving the round Earth.
That's
It's just making
fantastic. You see, that's
yeah.
fantastic. So I guess the alternative would be just for you to go ahead and prove the globe with some kind of Earth curve measurement. That'd be fun.
No, the alternative would be to send instruments up to observe the globe so that we can have a better understanding of what's going on up there. Not just create
No,
alternate theories and present them as fact on
you
Discord.
seem confused. You seem confused. We're talking about the Earth, not what's going on up there, but the Earth. So the best thing to do, since you're on the Earth, is to measure the Earth while you're on it, not get farther away. That's kind of counterintuitive, don't you think?
But how can you measure something that's curved? You understand?
Yeah, we
It's pretty
measure
easy.
things all of the time. Like, we
No,
build, we construct. We have arches in freaking doorways. And you asking how we can't measure curves?
well, no, guys. What you're doing is terrible science. What I'm doing
We're
is falling
measuring.
for your conspiracy. That's all it is.
You just
You
asked.
guys read words.
No, your question was, how do you even measure a curve? Can we measure a curve? And of course we
Well,
can.
start with his statement in order to understand my question, genius. His statement is we should measure the curvature and have exact measurements of the Earth. But the Earth
Oh,
is a globe. We are inside of it. So how do you propose that we measure this?
Inside of it?
we're
Put that
inside of it now?
again. Do we get a yardstick and just like extend it across the
On
No,
the
entire?
outside of it.
no,
What do
we get measuring tools like lasers and theodolites and
we
measure
lasers?
across the surface of the Earth like we do every day.
Yeah, okay.
You don't
I don't know.
think we measure on the surface of the Earth every day?
In charge of measuring freaking globe that
Why
encompasses
can't you?
like
Oh, it's you. You don't answer straight questions, do you? I remember.
I do.
So, do we measure on the surface of the Earth every day? For example, when building and construction? Kind of proves my point, doesn't it?
I mean, how do you think we get maps? Like,
We're
I need
measuring
help.
on the surface of the Earth.
So, do you trust the map? I
Yeah,
need to know.
it's built for purpose. Let's rewind a little bit. Maps. We measure on the surface of the Earth when we make maps, don't we? What? No? Yes.
Why do you just-
Again, you're failing to answer a straight question.
It's kind of indicative, isn't it, Jedi, where you ask a very good question that has to make him think, and then when he thinks about it, he knows he's wrong, so then he just ignores it, and then asks a different question 10 minutes later.
Mm-hmm. Very astute observation.
Well, I can't answer that question. That would be bad for my position.
It's a politician in the making.
Yeah, no kidding.
So the question. I just got home from work, so just let me gather my things and I'll be right with you.
No problem. Been out in your community, have you? No worries.
No, like employed, you know. You know,
Yeah.
like that. Cool. Just making sure.
Okay. Well, whilst we wait for that to resume, good evening, everyone. Hope you're all doing well.
Good evening to you, Jedi. Yes, it's early morning here, and yeah, great to hear your voice again. We're waiting for what have I missed?
I don't know.
Oh, I thought
I've
I'd just
just
missed
got
something.
here.
Didn't I? Yeah, I just.
I've just got here, and one of our new frequent flyers is melting. It's just got home from work though.
Okay, well, welcome back. Take a load off. Been pretty good though today. It's been very informative to the listeners. Flat Earth and just other side issues, it's all covered very well. I'd have to say it's been really good. Good speculative Sunday.
I just don't understand why you guys feel like I don't know if it's authority bias. It
Right.
just doesn't make sense to me.
It's
Measurements of the Earth,
evidence. Yeah, measurements. Yeah. We literally
but
look at
you
the
assume
measurements and we nod and go, that's what the measurement says. It's like how you know your height, right? You get a standard measure, for example, and you don't argue and debate with the measurements. You nod your head, you write it down, and you put it in a form of identity. That's all we're talking about. When we measure on the surface of the earth, it's horizontal, not curved. There you go.
Yeah. So it's not authority bias. We have the right to check what they tell us and confirm and validate. That's all we're doing. Nothing else. Not bias, is it? Just want the truth. Do you get it now?
this is classic misinterpretation.
Classic of what specifically?
You're saying about the whole horizontal Earth isn't curved. Like, yeah, on a small scale, the Earth is gonna appear flat, but over a few miles, the curvature is extremely subtle.
Okay.
It
How
How
exists
about
much?
though.
40 kilometers?
How much curvature is there over 10 miles, for example,
8 inches per mile, correct?
squared?
No.
Squared. My
Dealing with
apologies. Correct.
that's okay. So 10 miles. What's that then? Now you've got the formula. How much curvature is there after 10 miles? Do you want me to tell you, or you're going to get your calculator out?
I'm getting my calculator out.
Okay, mate. Well, when you figure
So
it out, you let us know.
it would be an 800-inch drop, and if we convert that to feet, 800 divided by 12, 666. Oh, interesting number.
Yeah,
Very interesting.
600. Sorry, 600. 66.6 feet. That's a rate of descent over 10 miles. Now,
Mm-hmm.
you
Over
understand
10
that,
miles.
that's going to get worse over 20 miles and then 30 miles and 40 miles, right? Now, we measure
Yep.
with tools over these distances 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 kilometers, and we don't measure any curvature where it should be. We always have a direct line of sight to the target that we shouldn't if the surface of the Earth was curved. You said very subtle. Yeah, that rate. That rate we don't measure.
Interesting.
Mm.
It's so subtle we don't ever measure it. It's almost like it's a
So that
mathematical claim that they hope nobody would check it, you know?
so that disproves the curve.
Well, no, the fact that there's no curve sort of disproves the curve.
But are you taking into account every single variable, or does that
Such
not
as?
matter? Because
Such as?
I don't want to really I don't want to get into the variables because that's just going to lead us
Yes.
nowhere.
Okay, I'll just say yes.
Have you have considered these variables?
Yeah, so temperature, the density of the air that the light is passing through, the wavelength of light that is used. Yeah, everything's considered, everything is measured to the best of our ability. The water temperature, the ambient air temperature, these things are all measured and considered.
You must be like Einstein then, right?
No, this is just
I
measuring
mean,
with tools, something that we do all the time. There's different types of tools that we can use, and line of sight targeting with lasers is a fantastic modern one. When we use the
okay,
lasers,
so
we hit targets we shouldn't hit at distance.
all right, it's easy to shit on my claim that the Earth is not a globe, but let's shit on your claim.
Okay.
What experiment you conducted to prove that the Earth is flat?
I wonder what we're talking about and have been for the last few moments.
You have
We've been
never
talking about
measured
measurements. We're not going to be talking about experiments. Experiments
time.
elucidate the causes of phenomena in the physical natural world. So let's just get back to the measurements. It's like you don't
Have you
listen.
measured? Have you measured it?
What? The surface of the earth? Yes.
Right. How did you do this? I'd love to hear this.
With a leveling tool?
So you lied.
No. A leveling tool is not a lie. Do you know what a
So you
leveling
hopped
tool
on.
is?
Let me guess. You got on an airplane, or you watched a video of a dude get on an airplane
No, I
and
went to the fucking Dover Castle and I looked at France. I went down to the bottom of the White Cliffs of Dover, 14 foot off the surface of the water, and I saw France. Now, I shouldn't have been able to see France from 14 foot off the surface of the water because it's 23 fucking miles away. According to the curvature of the earth, that should have been underneath the curvature of the earth, but there it was directly straight in front of me. So I don't know what bollocks you want to start fucking talking about, mate, but can you start engaging your brain? I've got other observations as well. We've all got observations, we've all got measurements, we've all got tests, we've all got understanding and knowledge.
brother, I can
Ain't you,
guarantee
brother?
1,000,000%. It is impossible to see France from 13 feet above water across that distance.
Oh,
You did
well, I would
not.
invite you to come to England then, sir. You can literally watch the migrant boats coming from France. If you've got a good enough optic, you can watch the ferries leave Dover and pull into Calais, 23 miles away. It's common
I'm sorry.
folklore in this part of the world, my friend. In good conditions, you can see France. There it is.
So, our new friend, 23, you seem to have a
Mhm.
problem with the way that people made, disperse knowledge amongst the society. Apparently, you don't like videos or books or pictures. You don't like that. No
Correct.
worries. How did you measure the Earth? And I don't want to hear anything about anything that you saw in a picture book or on a screen.
Never made any claims. Don't have to measure it.
Oh, so you just believe it without any kind of evidence whatsoever?
I don't have a belief in the shape of the earth. I refrain from
Oh,
making an
really?
assumption.
Oh
You
boy.
refrain from making an assumption. I didn't ask about an assumption. So you don't hold any position that the Earth is a spinning water ball in a vacuum?
I hold the position that neither globers nor flat earthers can prove the shape of the earth. And anyone attempting to do so is being mischievous, just like our
Oh,
friend
you're
one who's
saying,
blatantly lying
okay,
in the chat
no
room.
worries. You say it's impossible. Can you tell me why you think it's impossible?
It's impossible to see France from 13 feet above the water level. It's
So
literally
you're calling
impossible.
him a liar. You're calling him a
Yeah,
liar.
I'll go and get you a
Correct.
video. BBC Two Top Gear. You can literally see
Mhm.
France if you look over the shoulder of Jeremy Clarkson. Did you really want me to do this, mate?
Here, post the video. And it's not
So
even about trust. This is the
you're
plain
just
fact.
calling him a liar without any justification. I mean, that's kind of a douchebag thing to do, really.
Cool. Also
No, I can
went to an
guarantee you
American travel host who's in the
that.
southeast of England and at Dover and fucking pointing at France. It's telling us that it's folklore in this part of the world that you can see France on a good clear day. That's what I was paraphrasing earlier, by the way.
Well, no, see, Jedi, those guys are liars because according to this guy, it can't be done. So everyone's a liar now.
Yeah, man, the French are liars. The migrants that are coming over to the country, that are pointing at the country and say hello, but they're all fucking liars. You can see the White Cliffs of Dover from France.
The curvature drop over 21 miles is 294 feet.
No,
A
it
13 foot
isn't.
That's the
cannot
claim.
be passed.
That's the
But it
claim. So
isn't.
you do believe that it's a ball. So you just admitted that you do believe you live on a ball.
Incorrect. I believe whatever we live on does have a curve. I do hold that stance, and I'll defend
Oh,
that
okay. It does
stance.
have a curve. So it's not a ball and
Correct.
it doesn't have inches per mile squared curvature rate.
Again, didn't say it's not a ball, didn't say it is a ball. Only statement I
It
said
What
is
is
it
it
has a
then?
curve.
earlier. Are we living on the tube?
See, this is misleading. This is very
No,
misleading.
dude, I'm fucking following you. It's not a
Nope.
ball,
Nope.
it's not flat, but it's got a curve. Well, is it a tube then?
Only
Is it a
ridiculous when the only
cylinder?
ridiculous here is the
So
one
what
that
is
isn't
it,
widely.
according to you? Is it a sphere?
I just told you I don't hold a position. Is that
Okay, but
okay
it
with
has
you,
got
or
a
are
curved
you?
surface.
23, you're a complete sack of shit. You're not going to make a claim, but you are going to make sure that we all, hear you telling us we're liars. You're a sack of shit.
Correct. But you are a liar.
Nope.
What did we lie about? And how would you prove that?
He just lied about observing something that isn't observable.
Dude,
That's like
you're
a
just
person
casting
saying,
aspersions to feel better. You thinking it's
I
winning the
went to,
debate and you can sleep at night. No, dude, I'm just telling you things that, personally, I've seen with my own fucking eyes. It's down to you whether you believe it or not, but don't fucking call me a liar.
if you actually had seen this, your reaction wouldn't be the way it is. I studied human
Sorry, this was
psychology.
like in
What in the
2000.
world?
Dude, I went to reconfirm this observation in 2015 when I came to the information that the Earth was back in 2015. I've been to these locations in the southeast of England because it's where I fucking live. I've seen this all of the time. You can actually see France from Folkestone. That's 35 miles away. You can see it from the top of the Lee Cliffs. If you want to Google it,
All right, fair. Can't argue that.
So the Earth is flat.
And if he looks in the side chat, he will see that I posted one at 14 minutes past the hour. And that's Oahu visible from Kauai Island, 90 miles plus.
You're a freaking pain in the ass. Get off this Discord. I'm going to throw this fucking computer out the window.
Nigger. Who's that?
Dude, if you're here, get the fuck out of here.
Nigger.
You're a nigger.
Yeah.
This is a very interesting topic.
It really is.
I agree.
it's like, am I lying to myself also?
Maybe, cognitive
So
dissonance is a
it
real.
was an illusion that I saw France. I wanted to see France, but it wasn't really there. Those ferries that I watched going across the English Channel, they were also part of the illusion. Did I lie to myself just for some kind of confirmational bias because of something I'd found out about 4 weeks previously? I really wanted to go and prove this, and I would have taken anything. I would have made up the story about seeing France. So 11 years later, I can sit here and be berated by you. Fuck off, mate.
Cursing doesn't make your stance any better, just so you know.
I couldn't give a flying fuck about you and your feelings right now, my friend.
This is how liars act when you call them out, by the way.
No, this is how people fucking defend their integrity. You punk ass bitch.
You can be an
No,
honest
no.
person and
Let me
still have
point this out. You've got no place to fucking stand, being as you've been speaking out of both sides of your mouth since I fucking met you. What's that? 24, 48 hours now. Constantly talking out of both sides of your mouth and contradicting yourself from one moment to the next. I'm not making a claim, but the surface is definitely curved, I believe. But I'm not making a claim. You're a fucking idiot. Are you here just to waste our fucking time? You getting paid well?
You're wasting everyone's time too.
No, dudes, I'm not. You're wasting my time. I can deal with that though. I can remove you from the channel. It's not a problem. You're here now under my goodwill.
20 needs a timeout. I think he's emotionally distraught, accusing people of being liars, which I don't appreciate. And I mean, he's a great representative of the politics server, that's for sure. But I don't want to hear it. I don't think anybody else does either. So he's just going to be put in timeout, like insolent children often are.
Okay. According to Google AI, 24 individuals traveled from Earth to the moon between 1968 and 1972. 12 walked on the moon. 4 of those 24 are still alive. Buzz Aldrin, David Scott, Charles Duke, and Harrison Schmitt.
Yeah, thanks for that. Yeah, I was wondering how many of them were still left. Okay. Wow, 20 have gone.
Oh, hang on. It's throwing in an extra living lunar orbiter, Fred Hayes of Apollo 13. He served as the lunar module pilot but did not land due to the mission's mid-flight explosion.
Oh, so that means what? Does that mean that there's 19 dead and 5 alive?
Yeah, I guess so, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, 5, I guess that would be. It's ending note. The Apollo mission era is coming to a close just as NASA prepares for the Artemis II mission, which is scheduled to send a new crew around the moon this year.
That's right. They've been pushing it back due to delays. The most recent delays are because of helium leaking. That's the one, the leaking of helium from one of their tanks. So they had to push back the mission. I think they're meant to be going next month. Is the date April something? But we'll wait and see. But that'll be a flyby the moon, going out on an elliptical orbit about 1 million miles out, and then coming back round and returning back to Earth. Is the claim. Testing all the equipment works.
Buzz Aldrin is 96 years old.
Yeah, yeah, amazing. Michael Collins has gone up. I thought Michael Collins was still alive, but he's gone. And his partner, well, Neil Armstrong, yeah, we knew he went. He was buried out to sea, wasn't he? Neil Armstrong.
Oh, did he have a sea burial?
Yes, surprisingly. Leaving us with another clue. He wanted to stay well out of it all. Didn't want people crowding around his gravesite. You know? That's why he did that. But apparently he was able to have a burial at sea, I don't know, through his military service. Entitled him to have that burial at sea. because he was a pilot, wasn't he, for the Air Force? So I think he was entitled to have he could have a burial at sea, apparently.
Yeah, same as Bin Laden.
Yeah. Yeah, very true. Very convenient. Yeah, that's what the scrutineers have said. When they heard he was getting a burial at sea, this would be Neil Armstrong. They said, so clearly doesn't want people crowding around his gravesite, you know, well wishers and fans and that. He didn't want to draw that attention. So they buried him at sea. That was what his wishes were. Remember, it is said that Neil Armstrong, in no uncertain ways, did try to whistleblow very subtly, but he was whistleblowing. Okay, if you look at his behavior, especially like there's no photographs of him on the moon in the way of a portrait shot. All the shots we see are Buzz Aldrin. The only one we've got of Neil Armstrong is when he's working near the LEM, almost out of shot, and it wasn't caught by Buzz Aldrin's camera. It was caught by the camera mounted on the LEM itself, accidentally catching Neil Armstrong. Basically, otherwise, without that shot, there'd be no shots of Neil Armstrong on the moon. Which leads us to think that he deliberately didn't want his picture taken, you know, which is kind of like a form of whistleblowing. Remember, they did look very upset at the post-mission press conference, and they were very upset, you know, because they knew they had to lie for the rest of their lives. So they were probably thinking about all that when they're in the studio pretending, how am I going to get this truth out somehow, some way, you know? And in various other interviews, he let us know, you know, in no uncertain ways, basically a little slip here and there to lead us into thinking, okay, he's trying. He should have just blurted it out, though. I think he should have just said something. But of course, they're scared of their lives and the lives of their family is what's put forward. They would have been threatened. And then you had those 3 astronauts in the Apollo capsule that died in the fire. Gus Grissom, Chaffee, and another astronaut called White. They died in the 3. So NASA sending out a message. If you dare to open your mouth or do an impromptu interview and you're revealing anything, your life will be ended. So there we are. It's a possibility that's what happened to them. I mean, they filled that capsule with 100% oxygen. And we all know that oxygen burns very quickly. It's an accelerant, isn't it? When you heat and they created a spark, fire, they went up that quick. Pure oxygen in there. Nobody makes that mistake. So there were several mysterious deaths during the Apollo missions, but I'm surprised to hear that 19 have gone. I thought there was quite a few of them still alive. It kept those astronauts quiet.
Hey, get this right. Okay, Masonic territorial jurisdiction was a symbolic claim made by Buzz Aldrin on behalf of the Grand Lodge of Texas during the Apollo 11 mission in 1969. Because he was a member of Clear Lake Lodge number 1417 in Texas, he carried a document called a Special Deputation from the Texas Grand Master J. Guy Smith. This document officially appointed Aldrin as a special deputy, giving him the authority to represent the Grand Master on the lunar surface and establishing the moon as part of the Texas Masonic territory.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. I read that as well before. So he's definitely a Freemason member. High ranking.
Okay, it goes on. Tranquility Lodge number 2000. To commemorate the event, the Grand Lodge of Texas chartered Tranquility Lodge number 2000, named after the Sea of Tranquility where the Eagle landed, a lunar lodge on Earth. While the lodge's rightful place is on the moon, it currently operates in Texas. It meets quarterly in different Texas cities, often in Waco, until such a time as a permanent lunar base allows it to hold meetings on the moon itself. Masonic flag. Aldrin also carried a handmade silk Masonic flag, Scottish Rite, to the surface. He later presented this flag to the House of the Temple in Washington, D.C., where it is still on display. Legal versus symbolic. Legally, this claim has no standing under international law. The Outer Space Treaty of 1967 prohibits any nation from claiming sovereignty over the moon. Within Freemasonry, however, it remains a celebrated piece of history, positioning the Grand Lodge of Texas as the first to have a presence beyond Earth. Aldrin famously performed another private ceremony on the moon as well. He held a communion service.
Wow. You notice Neil Armstrong's not mentioned in any of that. Yeah.
No, apparently he wasn't. Apparently, it's claiming that he was not a Freemason member, but his father was.
Yeah.
Who cares?
It's just interesting to know the kind of political situation they're under whilst they're under at NASA employment and what they were up to, even though they never went to the moon.
Yeah, it's an elaborate story, isn't it? About this guy who's a Freemason. He took a flag to the moon, but didn't actually go to the moon to take the flag to it. It's weird.
Lots of icing on that cake of theirs. They love their cake, and now they're eating it. Yeah, lots of icing. That's what that's all about.
Yeah, I don't think satellites are real either.
Why?
Because they're. Have you ever seen a satellite?
Well, not personally. I mean, I can look up in the night sky and see what I would presume to be man-made objects flying across the sky.
Okay, well, that's
Okay.
not enough proof for me.
Okay.
I'm just saying.
Well, it's not proof for me. I'm just
Yeah,
telling you
but
what
you're
I
not
believe.
looking at objects 60. What is
Yeah.
it? 60,000 miles from the Earth's surface, or 22,000 miles from the Earth's surface,
I'm just
where
saying.
they're
I
meant
don't
to
know.
be.
If we haven't been to the moon, I don't know if there's satellites.
That's right. That's my position. Yeah, if you can't go to the moon, you most certainly cannot be putting satellites up there.
That's what I'm saying, bro.
Yeah, absolutely.
If we don't,
I'm with you there.
if we don't have proof, if there's not a TikToker on the moon, we don't have satellites.
Absolutely. That's exactly my position.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Not to mention the technology wouldn't work anyway, and it would be a secular thermodynamics violation. But definitely, if you haven't gone there, how are you
Well,
putting satellites over here?
I'm not a
Silly, yeah.
scientist. I don't know any of that. But I'm just saying. All this stuff that comes out from NASA and like other countries and stuff, I don't believe it because it's got to be fake, bro. It's got to be
Why?
it has to all be fake.
Why? Why does it have to all be fake?
Because if
No,
it's my
no.
narrative.
Oh, gotcha. It just fits your narrative.
Yeah.
All right. Then.
We couldn't have gone to the moon. We'd never been there. The moon landing was faked. The Earth is flat.
Okay. I can buy the moon landing in 1969 was fake. Do you think that we've never been to the moon, and that we possibly just can't go to the moon because the surface that we stand on is flat? So we can't go to things in
Well,
the sky because the ground's
you have
flat.
to get past the firmament first.
What if the
And
moon isn't?
we've never seen
So the moon
images
is
of the
beyond the
firmament, and
firmament now.
nobody going beyond that. So
So the moon is beyond the firmament then.
What if the moon is some gigantic giant's ball sack?
yeah, no,
Oh,
I'm
God.
fucking around. I
I
100%
know.
do think that we went to the moon in
I know.
1969. 100%, yes, 100%.
I know.
I was just
Thanks
kind
for
of
playing though. I was just getting bored.
Yeah, it is. We absolutely went to the moon.
We absolutely never went to the moon.
That's
The only
fine.
moon you went on is that transgender you fucked last night.
Yeah, that
All
was
right.
really
Yeah,
funny.
let's be
Remember when
careful now,
everyone laughed
guys.
at that?
Be
That
careful
was
now.
so funny. That was so funny and clever.
That was fucking
That
awesome.
was so funny and clever, bro.
Yeah, you bounced on that moon, bro.
All right. Anyway, does anybody actually think the Earth is flat here? Like, really?
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Genuinely?
Yeah, man.
For real?
Yeah, man.
You realize you can take a flight around the globe. Like, you can
Dude.
you can actually no, hold on. You can actually get
Okay.
on a plane and like fly around it.
Okay. Do you think that you can
Have you?
fly
Well,
around?
hold on. I've done that.
Dude,
I've done that.
my
I've done that.
friend.
I've done that.
I will love this conversation. So we're not going anywhere. Let's take our time.
Okay.
Good. Do you understand it's very possible to fly around in circles in the sky if the floor beneath you is flat?
Do you know what circumnavigating means? Do you
Yeah, east and
understand?
west are circles around poles.
No.
You can whoa. I'm going to enjoy this, dude. Please.
Okay.
Yes,
I don't
circumnavigation,
think
a
you will enjoy
circular
it.
path east or west around a central point. You can have
Okay.
central points
That's
and
not what
circles on flat surface.
circumnavigating
Dude,
means. That is
please,
not what
come
that
on.
means. That's not what that means. Don't be
What,
disingenuous.
Right. Dude, calm
Look
down.
up the word.
You're talking about going in a circle, right?
Yes, not
Good.
on a
So you can
2D plane.
So
Not on a
we'll keep
2D
this
plane.
slow. We'll keep this slow. Are we going to be
Sure. For
using
you,
like
I guess.
directions like east and west, for example?
If you would like to make it that simple, sure.
Cool. East and west, by definitions, are circles around a central point.
Okay.
Okay, so you can have a central point. What I'll do is I'll stick a pole in this piece of paper, and what I'll do is I'll get a string and attach it to the top of the pole on the flat piece of paper, and I'll walk around in one or another direction. I will call this one or other direction east or west.
Okay.
You understand how this works, right?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, good. You're walking around circles around a pole.
Okay.
Good. It's not only happening on a sphere because you can definitely walk in circles on flat surfaces around poles, can't you?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Sure, you can
Well done.
walk on a flat surface. But what I would like, I'm just curious. Dude,
that was your
I'm
fucking
just
proof. The
curious.
Earth was a
I'm just
sphere.
curious. I'm just
That
curious.
was your proof. The Earth
What
was
do
a
you
sphere.
what do you think? What do
He
you think?
wants to ignore this,
Can
doesn't
you?
he?
All right,
That
you
was
had
your proof.
yours.
The Earth
You
was a
had
sphere.
yours. Relax. You had
Don't tell
yours.
me to relax, dude. You're the one who's walking away from your own point. You're jumping up and down.
Relax. I didn't make a fucking point. You were talking for me, you goofball.
Circumnavigation.
Shut the fuck up and listen.
No.
Give me the same respect that I just gave you.
Oh my
Otherwise,
God.
you're an absolute gobshit.
Dude, you're just walking away from your own point.
All right, now let's talk about what's on the bottom side of the pancake. What do you think's on the underside of the Earth?
Right.
If it's a flat surface, what's under there?
You've made your claim. One, I don't think the
But
Earth
what's
is a
under
pancake
it?
or
What's
a disc
under
or
it?
a
Answer the
coin.
question. Stop dodging.
Wanker.
What's under it?
I've just
What's
answered
under it?
I've just answered it.
You didn't answer it. You didn't answer
did.
shit.
Remember, I said I don't think the Earth is a disc or a pancake or a coin.
Well, then what
where I
is
can
it?
go to the tail side.
What is it then?
Flat is a surface description, not a claim to shape.
God.
Oi, can you engage your fucking brain? Flat is a surface description, isn't it?
You're literally telling somebody who is not a flat earther to engage their brain while you being
Yes,
a flat earther.
flat's the
That is
surface
fucking
description, isn't
hilarious.
it?
That is absolutely hilarious. So
I'm
what do you
going
think
to
that like
piss all
every
over you in a
single
minute.
scientist, every single
Dude,
professor, every
shut
single
the fuck up,
teacher
man.
is just lying to
It's
what
an
children
American,
for what?
isn't it?
What
An
is it
American.
promote?
If
What
I
is the
keep
promotion
talking long enough
to
because
think
I'm
that the earth is
American,
flat?
I
What is
will
it?
be
Tell me.
heard because I'm
Tell me.
American.
Tell me.
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, you're scared now, you pussy bitch.
No, I'm not. I want to
Yeah,
go
you
back
are.
to the
You're not going to
question I
answer the
said.
question. Answer the
Dude,
question.
dude,
Answer it.
What question? You said 50
The
things.
question is, why would anybody lie about it?
I
Why?
don't know.
Who
Point to a
benefits
person.
from the Earth being globe? Who
Right,
fucking
wanker.
benefits from that, dude?
Wanker.
Nobody
Point to a
does. You're
Point to a person.
you're
Boom. Right,
nobody
dude.
benefits
Am I
from
going to
the
have to
Earth
mute you to
being
get a
fucking
word out?
globe as opposed to
Right,
being
fuck
flat.
you.
And we have so many actual people that are in this space, not you, because you're a dumbass and you're not a fucking scientist.
Right. So I'm going to invite you to shut the fuck up and listen to what's being said to you after you say 5 things. Please, when you ask a question, don't jump up and down after half a fucking second saying that I haven't answered it when I haven't even opened my fucking mouth. Now, you may have noticed I've got control of the mute button. You're here underneath my goodwill. Be respectful or fuck off.
I'm here what?
You're
Under
here
your
under my
goodwill? I don't give a fuck about your goodwill.
No. You can sit on fucking silence then. Americans, I love you all, but seriously, talking and talking and talking and talking and talking and talking doesn't win the debate.
Oi! Stop shouting, oi! 10 questions to the dozen. Oi, oi, you! I love it today. You said to him, oi! Yeah, I thought that was funny.
My Britishness does come out when people start acting stupid.
Yeah. 3 at the top of his voice. Why would they lie? Why don't you go and ask them now that you know they're lying?
Who the fuck are they?
Well, yeah. Someone's misinforming us. Those people. Whoever those people are.
Why would they misinform us, Jen? I don't understand. Why would they lie?
Yeah.
That's when they pop in and say that last guy was a typical representative of the idiot globe believers that come in here. Go
Yeah.
ahead, guys.
Always great to hear you, Dave. Always.
Back at you, Jen and Jedi and everybody else that's on here right now. Continue destroying this globe thing that doesn't exist.
We would if we could get a word out. Half the time they just talk and talk and talk for us. So, yeah, we'll get round to destroying the globe when they shut up.
That's one of their main strategies, it seems, Jedi, is just keep talking. That way we can't say anything to them. So,
Yeah.
anyway.
Yeah. I think they're coming in here and they're arguing with their girlfriend or something. It's weird.
If you guys had the magical ability to actually go way back in time and find the first human being that seriously considered that it might be a globe and just choke him out, would you do it?
Oh. It's a family show.
I reckon if I went to the place where the time machine is and I fed into the computer the time and the date and the person that I wanted to see, I'd fucking get there and he wouldn't be there because he never fucking existed. That's what would happen.
Yeah. Yeah, that's more like it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably more correct. That sure, Jedi.
What a great creative answer that was. Yeah. Very true. But it wasn't even there.
I was going to go and choke Aristotle. Then I remembered that he doesn't exist.
Yeah. The man that never lived. Oi, mate, have you seen Aristophanes about? You know what I mean?
If you think about it, there had to be somebody at some time, whether it's 500 BC or whatever, they looked up in the sky and like, man, what if we're on one of those things? And it snowballed from there, right?
Aristophanes, he was a shady, shadowy character, wasn't he?
He certainly was.
All right. We have Zadark Ranger. I like the way you've said that. It's like Zadark Ranger has joined us. What's up, Zadark Ranger? Lots of flat earthers. I'm going to slowly scroll past the flat earthers. Ranted Rooster has joined us. I don't know if you're a flat earther or not, my friend, but welcome to the channel anyway. I'm not too sure. Ice JJ Fist is here. What's up, JJ? How you doing? Good to see you. Haven't spoken to you in months. Thank God. I hope you're doing well though, buddy. And who else have we got in the channel that I don't recognise? That's it. Oh, Victor right at the top. What's up, Victor? Good to see you. Victor Glover. Welcome to the channel, my friend. If anybody wants to speak about anything pertaining to the Earth and what it is and what it does, or what it is and what it doesn't, please feel free to open your mic and bring forth your point for conversation. A few names in the chat I don't recognise, as the Dark Ranger has already piqued my interest with his... The silence of space it is.
That was a damn good intro, Jedi. Somebody should have responded. Come on, guys. If you're just accidentally here and you can be honest, you might learn a thing or two if you just start asking some questions. That's all we're asking you to do.
Are you guys gonna watch the interview post Artemis 2?
Maybe.
No, I'm not. Go ahead, Jeff.
Maybe. Why?
Well, because I know you guys want to get first-hand accounts. So if you had a first-person interview with an interview with the crew of Artemis 2, that would clarify some things.
Okay. If I went to have an interview with a member of the SAS, do you think they'd tell me all of the details of the mission that they were on?
No, of course not.
Okay.
Okay, some of the things I think that Artemis 2 might do is take pictures of China's far side rover and its landing probe.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why are you so fascinated about Artemis and the moon?
Because it's the first time in my lifetime that this is going to happen.
Okay, I can appreciate that. So it's your first time to the theatre then?
Shouldn't they be
So
able
you
to
really...
capture? Go ahead, Dave.
I was just going to ask you real quick. You really sincerely think they went to the moon 56 years ago or whatever it was? You think
maybe
that
not,
happened?
but even if it didn't happen, we're going to do it now. And
Okay.
Yeah, right. With all the mistakes that they've made thus far. It was easier to do it back in the 60s, it would seem. Now, shouldn't they be able to capture the Chinese space station, the CSS, right, and also the International Space Station? Surely they must be able to. It's orbiting the so-called ball Earth every 90 minutes. They've got to capture that, surely. Come on now. Who's with me on that one? Remember, it's going to take. I think they're going to take 6 days to get, outwards, and another 6 days back. So come on, man, they must be able to capture that. Got to be able to capture that on the way back. No takers on that. 6 days returning to the Earth, looking at the Earth whilst it's rotating. You should be able to capture those two so-called space stations. Or is that a big ask?
Seems logical to me, Jen. I don't know.
Yeah, right.
I can't believe that 56 years or whatever it is after the fact, after we put boots on the moon, allegedly, now it's a big deal to go fly around the moon. That's all they're doing, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, well, they're doing this particular mission to test all the equipment and the radiation stuff and all that, because they had problems before. Shielding fell off, didn't work properly, the shielding. They want to test everything this time round. Plus, the idea was supposed to be that they were going to land, connects to the space station orbiting the moon, called the, what's it called now? How could I forget? Their gateway, that's it. So the gateway is meant to be orbiting the moon, and they dock with the gateway and then get into some kind of probe to land on the actual surface of the moon, right? That's the plan. But the gateway's not ready yet, is it? So they don't have any landing the vehicle. So that's why they're going to go out and come back. Just go to the
We're
moon.
not doing Gateway anymore.
Okay, so they've abandoned Gateway. Well, they've got to make a new vehicle then, haven't they? They've got to make a landing vehicle then.
They're going to use Starship and Blue Origin.
I heard something ridiculous that they were going to land without any legs. You're going to land on the Luna with no legs. Now that's mad.
They're going to use the Starship Enterprise. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Now, I did hear that. I did hear they were going to land on the lunar surface. Everyone questioned, but if you land on the nozzles where all the fuel's coming out, you're going to wreck the nozzles for the return journey. Okay, we'll land it sideways then. Really? How are you going to get it back upright to take off then? Some stupid things were being mentioned from that Elon Musk group.
That's amazing stupidity and Elon Musk in the same sentence. No way.
Well said, Dave. Yeah, true.
We all know he's a real man of genius, right?
Yeah, real genius. Which Jaron isn't, by the way.
No, he basically turned out to be pretty much a clown, it appears.
Yeah.
That's just my opinion.
No, that's right. You can tell it's real because it's going to be fake. You can tell he's telling the truth because he's a lying bastard.
You can tell the earth is curved because it's so flat.
Yeah.
If you could ask George Bush about it, he would say that damn curvature's got to be somewhere. Just like them WMDs had to be somewhere, right?
Yeah, somewhere. Yeah, not around there. Not up there. Maybe down there somewhere. Nope. Yeah. They really took the piss out of everybody, they did. They knew exactly what they were doing.
What was this one famous quote? You fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, you won't get fooled again.
Yeah, you can't get fooled again. Yeah, because he couldn't remember it. You can't get fooled again. It's meant to be fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Fool me twice, put me in jail.
I just looked through the list real quick. Have we talked to Lumard? Have they talked? Are you there, Lumard? Guess they don't want to talk. Back to you, G.
No, they're gathering data. Gathering data on our psyche, the psychological behavior of all the flat earthers in this server. Yeah, you can carry on doing that. We're not suffering from schizophrenia, that's for sure.
All them crazy flat earthers that just accept reality as it presents itself. Those guys are crazy, man.
Yeah. Listen to them telling the truth so accurately and coherently. Listen to them. Isn't that crazy? I mean, that thermodynamic second law violation. Wow, they've got that dialed right. And once you hear that, it's all over. There's no coming back from that. No recovery.
What about Rancid Rooster? Do they talk? Hello, Rancid Rooster.
Oh, a rancid rooster. Who wants to eat that and roast it? No thanks. Rancid.
I don't know if I've ever eaten a rooster. I guess I have. Anytime you eat chicken, it could be a
Oh,
rooster.
I have, yeah.
guess.
Oh, I've eaten a rooster many times, yeah. Mhm. My first
Guess
proper
rancid.
my first proper recollection would be when I went to the market with my mum, and we bought a rooster and we killed it. We killed it in the bathroom.
You killed it, or your mom did?
My dad did.
Okay.
I was there though.
Quick neck snap, painless. I hope. That's how my
No,
grandpa used to do
it was a breaking of the neck, chopping off
it.
the
Yep.
throat, drain the blood out. Yeah.
That's the way my grandpa did it back on the farm.
Mm.
I never did it myself, but I watched him do it a couple times.
Yeah. And then the next kind of killing was in Nigeria, where we dug a hole out. So I dug out this hole with my uncles. Dug out the hole, dug it out, and then we got the goat, lay it down, and we cut its throat and let the blood drain off into the soil, into that hole. Yeah. 1971. No, 1970. For the
Even that liquid was seeking the level when it drained off. You know what I mean? Trying to bring
yeah,
it back to the subject.
it was level as it was filling up in that hole, definitely. And the reason we had that was that goat was killed for the celebration of Eid Mubarak, because we just finished the Ramadan. Yeah. We're going to have a party called Sarah, which is party in Nigerian Yoruba language. Sarah. Feast. Goat meat. Mm. Big goat.
How's the weather in Japan today, Jim?
Well, earlier on this morning it was raining. That would be like in the early hours of it. But now it's sunny and warming up.
You've been there for like 20 some years. What's the worst natural disaster you've experienced over there?
Oh, that would be that would be 2011.
Nuclear
Yeah,
thing?
March 2011. Friday, the tsunami that hit us. Yeah,
Oh, the
and the
tsunami,
earthquake.
yeah.
Yeah, 9.2, highest earthquake ever recorded in Japan. 9.2 on the Richter scale there. Okay.
How did that happen on a spinning globe? Is that possible?
Oh, not possible at all. Not on a spinning globe, mate. Nah. No way.
At least you have some earth movement though in an earthquake though. You have to admit that, right?
Well,
The earth is
definitely flat. You could see the earth moving from side to side. The road was just like it was like I was surfing, right? Such was the flex of the road. Right, my car was moving left to right, and the people were screaming because they thought it was gonna, something was gonna happen. I said, no, it's okay. That's a suspension. It's okay. Right, that's how much the road was rocking from side to side. I was outside. It was like you were on a surfboard. Honestly, the ground was
what'd you
moving
say
that
that
much.
one what'd you say that one was on the Richter scale? Like 5 something?
9.2. 9.2.
Oh, 9. Oh, holy shit.
There's
Yeah,
nothing on
9.2.
the globe model that prevents earthquakes from being compatible with the globe model, right?
Right.
The globe model keeps the globe model from being compatible with the globe model, Matthew. Anyway.
Yeah, but you asked if it was possible on the globe model, and the answer is yes.
The answer is no.
It's possible
What
if you make up a
prevents it?
story and believe it. Yes, I agree with you. If you make up a giant story about stuff in the sky, then it's possible. Okay,
Right.
I can
You
see.
see? That's it. That's the answer, Dave. You see, you got the answer? If you make up a story, yeah. But in actuality, no. Thanks. We don't live on a globe. There is no globe with having earthquakes on them. There, you see the answer? We're always, that's how we roll. That's how we roll, ladies and gents. Keeping it real.
It doesn't sound real to me, but go ahead, carry on.
Oh, it doesn't. So you're living on a globe then, are you? Spinning through the universe.
Yeah, I think so. That's the best explanation for what we see.
Well, can you prove that to everybody here on how
Oh,
you know?
no, proof.
How do you
So
know that?
today's the day. Today's the day Matthew brought his globe measurements with him. Go ahead, post them, Matthew. Thank you.
Not measurements, explanations.
Oh, I thought you had measurements. My bad.
No.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, he doesn't have any evidence, so therefore he doesn't have proof. So never mind. It's just words. Words.
Not just words,
not
but
to live by.
explanations. The globe is the best explanation for what we see.
No, it is
Put it that
not.
way.
It is not the best anything. It is the worst and the most hideous and the most ridiculous story and explanation. It's just full of holes and anomalies and mistakes. It is a joke. A child of what? Elementary school, 6th grade, 7th grade could easily work that out much better. Get a better
Well,
design.
I'm open to better explanations. I just haven't heard a better explanation. I mean, the globe has the best explanation.
It's not about replacement explanations. Right?
Yeah.
It's about whether you can demonstrate your explanations to be true.
Right.
Saying that's the best is subjective.
Right. It's a
not
subjective
empirical. It's not
measurement
empirical.
of what the best
It's not empirical.
explanation is.
It's not empirical.
It's not empirical.
No, it's not empirical. And right on top of that, so you have you have your explanations, right? But your explanations fail where it matters the most, and that would be determining the geometry of the actual surface itself directly. It fails that.
That's why it makes it the worst explanation, because it's a lie. It's a lie explanation, ladies and gentlemen. That's why it's not good. It's the best lie explanation.
The globe has the best explanations for why the Earth is so flat.
Oh yeah, that's right. Nice one,
Good
DJ.
point, DJ. That's true.
Yeah.
Derp.
There we are. Cool. I'd be embarrassed right now after that one. After hearing that, I wouldn't open my mouth again.
Oh, I'm not embarrassed. Don't worry.
Oh, thick-skinned then. No measure of reality. All right. You're still going to carry on with it. You're still going to play this game, yeah? Best explanation,
That's
even though I can't prove it, ladies and gentlemen. I cannot for 1 second prove the globe, but it's the best explanation, and that's it. That's it. That's how I'm going to live my life.
Right.
Jim, that one thing, Matthew, that you have proven, at least to me, is how shameless you can be about defending this fantasy idea you have. Anyway.
Shameless, yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty shameless about what I believe. I mean, I believe things pretty strongly.
Of course, yes. Confirmation, accepting information without confirmation. Yeah, I mean, that's a very weak position. So you like being weak. Okay, fair enough.
No, I didn't say I like being weak.
Of course it is. It's a weak position to have, isn't it? Because you have no knowledge of this ball Earth, because you don't experience it. You haven't confirmed it. It's just an explanation, and you're believing an explanation, It's terrible. It's like a man believing he's got a girlfriend. It's got an explanation as to why he's got a girlfriend, but he doesn't actually have any girlfriend. But it's the best explanation, ladies and gentlemen. You can imagine that. Can you imagine living your life like that? I'm going to have a nice roast chicken for Sunday. So let me read all about it. Okay, best explanation, ladies and gentlemen. But I haven't had one. I haven't had a roast chicken this Sunday, but there you are. Best explanation. I've even got the smell-o-vision going. So I can smell it, but I can't eat it. There you go. Very good. What a horrible lifestyle. Nothing is real.
Good.
No, it's terrible. It's definitely the white jackets should be coming to take you away very soon. Those men in the white coats, yeah, with that long injection. Put you in that padded room. So what he's saying is that you can have all your explanations, but when you don't prove it, you've got nothing. Nothing there. Why would you want to be in that position? Why? You can't respond because it's a weak position.
I'm sorry, I took it as a rhetorical question.
Because it's a weak position.
The globe model is a very strong position. We have great explanations for all kinds of stuff. That's why I think it's a pretty strong position, not weak.
It doesn't exist, ladies and gentlemen. It's a strong position of non-existence. Is that a good position to hold, ladies and gentlemen? You believe in the globe because you've read about it, they've told you about it, they've showed you CGI images of it, composites, photoshops, CGI, and is that a great position to hold? You can never ever prove or see it, ever, and you're going to believe it all the way to the grave. That's a very weak position indeed. You'll never prove your globe. See? You've never proven it to yourself. Don't you see how silly that is? That's a silly position to be in. You're not even going to go and check. 2 hours and you'll know either way. But you're going to believe it for the rest of your life. Okay, good luck. You're entitled to that position. That's yours. You're entitled to do that. No one can take that away from you. No one has the right to take it from you, so good luck. Best explanations. Ooh. "483 years of a deception." If we take it from the death of Nicolaus Copernicus in 1543, from there to now, 483
What
years.
was new? Wait, what was new 483 years ago? What was different?
Oh, no, I'm saying that's when Nicolaus Copernicus passed on, and the idea of the solar system and the Earth and the way we are supposedly hurtling through the universe began, in a way. Even though Nicolaus Copernicus himself wasn't ready to release it because it was a work in progress. He hadn't confirmed or validated anything. But then the Jesuits takes possession of all of his theories and that, and then teaches it as truth. 483 years ago and counting.
Yeah, but that was just the start of the heliocentric model. I mean, people were believing in the globe for centuries before that.
Well, we're taking the deception. I'm talking about the deception now, the actual deception, and pushing that. That's 483 years old now. Believing in the globe and not proving it are two different things. And we can't validate Eratosthenes because he never lived.
Oh, he didn't?
No, he didn't live at all. No. No scrolls, no, nothing. No one ever mentioned him. None of his peers ever mentioned him. A man out of thin air suddenly appears. Just a name.
Like Socrates?
Question that as well. Yeah, why not? When Chat GPT was asked by a guy called Jason from the Disbury family, or the family Disbury, Jason, he got the Chat GPT and he asked who was the first person to speak of Eratosthenes, right? And it offered up Aristotle, and that would have been impossible because Aristotle was living before after. So how could you mention someone before, or was it the other way around? Sorry, came before him, after him. Sorry. Anyway, Chat GPT got it wrong.
Yeah, I don't trust AI to get all the facts right.
Yeah, it was giving that. It was just totally ridiculous. Speaking of a man that hadn't been born yet, that's the problem there. So even Chat GPT doesn't know, whether the man lived or not. There we are. So no, we can't go with Aristophanes. He assumed everything, and he was measuring flat Earth anyway, because angles are of straight lines with his obelisks or sticks and shadows, and that these are all related to straight lines of angles, ladies and gentlemen, and elevations, and that's flat Earth language. You can't get angles of elevations from curved surfaces. No, right. So he measured a flat Earth, is what he did.
No, I thought he measured the angle to the sun and then calculated the size.
In order to get that angle, you're going to need a horizontal baseline. That would be the flat Earth to begin with. And then he assumed mainly pure assumptions all the way. Remember, he had to know what was going on in two areas, Syene and Alexandria. They're 500 miles apart. They didn't have any fast modes of transport back then. So there was a lot of assumptions going on. And if he's measuring the elevation to the sun, he's going to need a horizontal baseline. That'll be the surface of the Earth, horizontal. Flat Earth again. You see? He measured flat Earth, ladies and gentlemen. That's what he did. If he lived, that is.
Yeah, I would say it differently. I'd say he calculated the circumference based on some assumptions.
Well, calculating is not actually measuring. That's the other thing. See,
right.
Because you've got to actually measure this thing. So, there we are. Pseudoscience mathematics, which Nikola Tesla warned us of. He said, beware the mathematicians and scientists, for they're moving from one mathematical formula to the next, to the point where these formulas don't match reality, have no relationship to reality, he's saying. So we've got to watch that. And that's where, obviously the man who never lived, Aristophanes, that's where he was schooled, in the pseudoscience mathematician. Yeah. Very interesting. Yeah. Thank you, Nikola Tesla, for that warning. We shall be taking heed. Yeah. So you can have all these mathematical formulas that you have, but when you actually try to bring them to life and, use them practically, we can't. That's the problem. End result, failure. Null results all the time. I remember one Asian chap, young man, he was on his computer and you could hear him clicking away, click, 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 and he came to the English for about a week. And it was nothing but model all the way for about a week. Then I asked him, I goes, okay, You've got your models now. When are you going to go to nature and confirm your model? Because we don't live on models. We don't live by models alone. And he goes, oh, I don't know if I've got time to do that. Because you've been here a week. You've been here a week. You could have gone out there and checked. What are you talking about? I don't know if I've got time to do that. But he's doing all these modelling. He never came back after that. He must have found out about the flat earth. So your calculations are all very well on paper, on the green board, whiteboard, yeah, computer screens, okay, but then let's apply it practically in nature. Let's bring those numbers to life. And when we try to do that, we get flat earth. Yeah. Aristophanes, flat earth. Globe, heliocentric model, flat earth. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. And the flat earthers have become the experts with integrity. Wow, what a topsy-turvy world, eh, ladies and gentlemen? We've turned it upside down or we've turned it the right way up, actually. That's what we've done. You want to learn something, ask a flat earther.
So I've got people here saying the first person to mention Eratosthenes in a formal surviving capacity was likely his contemporary and friend Archimedes of Syracuse, circa 287 to 212 BCE. For most of it,
287. Wow.
yeah. There's Archimedes, Hipparchus, whose works are also lost but quoted. So they quoted Hipparchus's quotes of Eratosthenes. And Strabo, which much of what we know about Eratosthenes' geographical work comes from the first two books of Strabo's geography book. Strabo frequently cited Eratosthenes both to use him as a primary authority and to disagree with his mathematical approach to geography.
Oh. All right. Oh, yeah. Well, they've got to put it in there because they always have to create some kind of controversial drama because that lends the legitimacy to the story. Do you get me?
Yeah, he's not the only one that disagreed with those guys. There's others. There's other philosophers who held different views.
Mm. If we can trust it, yeah, because it's easy to write these things down now and say things are happening 2,500 years ago, 2,300 years ago, even. Can we validate any of this? We have to trust it.
Yeah, DJ's done some digging into the historian's perspective of all these stories, and that there is, even within academia, doubt cast upon the existence of some of these characters, such as Eratosthenes and Pythagoras.
See?
Yeah, I was listening to a mathematical historian from Cambridge University, and he did an awesome YouTube video where he was talking about how everything that we get taught about Pythagoras at school is absolute nonsense. That's his own words. And how he didn't, yeah, absolute nonsense. He said it's all factually incorrect. He said he didn't even come up with the Pythagorean theorem. He said it would have been impossible for him to come up with the Pythagorean theorem because their concept of numbers and mathematics was completely different. In fact, he said the Greeks loved making up these mythical, historic characters like Pythagoras. He said there isn't any evidence at all that Pythagoras even existed. He said there likely was someone called, and he jokes, he says Bob Pythagoras on some island, but he says everything that you get taught about him is just absolute nonsense and has no empirical evidence whatsoever. I'll post
Do you have a link for that for me?
I'm gonna grab it right now. I'll pop it in the side chat.
You're a good man.
His
I'm
name
telling you,
is
man.
Pierce Bursill Hall, I think, and he's a mathematical historian from the University of Cambridge.
I agree with
Wow.
that information.
Thank you very much. Let me just. Oh, this is good news. You know that the Cambridgeites lost to the flat earthers back in 2018, 2017, yeah? Twice, right? The flat earthers destroyed the globe, the Cambridgeites over the flat earth and the heliocentric model, and they lost. They put up a good resistance, but they had to concede in the end. And also Oxford lost as well. To the ordinary man on the streets, flat earthers, hardworking, working class, maybe a couple of middle class individuals in there, where they took them apart. Yeah. I'll never forget that. Flat earthers beating those from Oxford and Cambridge. So I'd like to have met that professor you're talking about. Is he still alive?
Yeah,
Are
absolutely.
y'all really
It's-
like
it's-
debating like fucking myth? Are y'all really debating mythology right now?
Well, absolutely.
It's not this is taught as mainstream. This is not mythology. This is taught in schools as mainstream history.
Right. But of course, I'm going to debate and discuss mythology as well, because it's a myth, isn't it? When you put it under the heading mythology, then there's nothing real there, but real myths.
Right, here it is.
Thank you very much, DJ.
I'll send it to you in
I wait
DM as well,
patiently.
just in case.
Yes, that would be excellent as well. Thank you. So actually, yes, wicked. I'm already throwing it into my own private library.
So Pythagoras, who he's talking about specifically in this video, is also the first person attributed to suggesting that the Earth is a globe.
Okay, right. Pythagoras already suggesting. Yeah, thanks for that. I've got it copied, got it bookmarked, and yeah, and I've got DM with it. I'm gonna watch this later on. The joke goes in England. I'm gonna watch this with my mate Ron later on. Do you get it? Yeah. All right, didn't get that one then. Never mind.
I'm sorry, I just got here. I'm so
Yeah.
figuring.
No, I was just given a nice piece of important material, Master View, and I'm saying I'm going to watch it with my friend Ron later on. Get it? I'm going to watch it later on. All right.
Yeah. I got it.
All right.
Yeah, it's all good, man. It's all good. We're all good.
Yeah. I'm glad anyway. You know, DJ done his due diligence there. But like I said, he's a good man. I mean, look at that, dropping
There's
another.
like 20 people in here, so I figured like I would just like calm. I would like sit down for a minute, but like I guess not.
Now you got to hit the ground running, as in Obama. You know, got to hit the ground running, man. But I was saying, yeah, DJ done his due diligence again, dropped down another bombshell that we can actually use when we're going back to 2,500, 2,300 years ago. Some serious scrutinization going on. And then we've got some modern men with integrity, professors with integrity, questioning and stating this is all crap. Forget it. I'm going to enjoy that.
Yeah. Huh? Yeah, the maths, they couldn't have been using the maths because their maths formulas were different from what we were using. Yeah. Ah.
Right. True. Somebody else needs to talk. Like I can't do this right now.
Oh, that's all right. No, you're all right. Just relax. You
All
just
right.
come in, put your feet up, chill, man, chill. Sunday, remember? It's Monday here, though. Monday morning here in Japan, but Sunday for you, so you can relax. We're up early here in Japan.
How does that work on a globe?
Yeah, yeah. How does that work on a globe, ladies and gentlemen? Jin is in Monday morning already, and he's already done 1/4 of Monday has already gone. By the way, already a quarter of Monday's gone. More, I've used up a quarter of Monday already. Yeah, yeah. I'm an hour and 46 minutes into the second quarter of the day. Wow, we're moving. And
Literally,
yet there
why is
are.
nobody else fucking talking? There's like 20 people in here.
Oh, that's okay. No, but if you've got something to say, it's your opportunity to speak. That's what it's all about, really. So go ahead, man. What have you got to say related to the
No,
topic
I just
matter?
I want to come in like a big room to like just sit down and chill for a bit. But like
Well,
it's
then
only
maybe you've got to be part of the
you
action
were you
now.
were you were you were, you were actually very fucking you were actually very fucking entertaining. Not gonna lie, but like
Damn.
All right.
I
Well, I
like the way this
appreciate
guy
that.
speaks, bro.
Well, I
yeah, I
appreciate that,
stuttered.
but
Yeah, I stuttered.
that's all
Sorry.
right. That's all right. No worries. I'm not, that's just gone over my head. I don't home in on people's ailments. That's not my style. But there you go. We were just discussing, Aristophanes and whether or not he lived or not, because, who was this guy? It seems like whenever people defend the globe, they'll do anything to defend the globe. So when we're saying it's measured flat and this heliocentric model seems a bit weird, then they roll out characters like Aristophanes measuring the Earth, right, or rather calculating the Earth to be a globe, right? So then we say, well, calculations are not really proving measurements. Can we actually measure the surface of the Earth? So, and that's what we're talking about. And then my colleague DJ buried his nose into some of the old books and brought out some information for us to feast on. Brilliant, you know. So
I see. I see.
yeah. So that's what we're doing now. I'm going to be enjoying that later on with my friend Ron. I'm going to be enjoying watching and listening to what this professor has to say about said characters from the past, 2,500, 2,300 years ago, for example. Yeah, it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, that does sound interesting. It's one of those things where I don't have too much of an opinion on. I guess.
Oh, that's all right. Yeah, if you look in the side chat, you will find that DJ has posted a documentary there that you can watch, and that will feed you into what is actually going on, or what was going on, and what's going on now regarding this particular professor and his position and what happened in the past. And he would be a very rare professor to speak out like that, to be quite honest as well, because most professors toe the party line, if you will, follow the curriculum and don't step out of line. Otherwise, you might lose your professorship, as it were.
I'm also pretty drunk right now too, so.
Oh, well, that's okay. That's up to you. Be sure to drink water for the rest of the day. That'd be tomorrow for you. Because clean out your liver,
Yeah, I need
wash
some
out your
Gatorade.
liver. Yeah, the water is going to wash out your liver. Yeah, that's the point.
That's how it always is. Like every time you like wake up in the morning, it's like ice water, ice water. All you want is ice water.
Yeah, best drink on earth, especially in the summer.
that's why I hate when I have to get up and do stuff now. You think? It's what 5 o'clock. Okay, it's 5 o'clock here, so figure it out.
Yeah, that'd be 5 o'clock in the evening for you. Yeah, Sunday evening.
Yeah.
Mm.
I still don't know why nobody else is talking. Like, there's like a lot of people in here, and there's nobody talking.
Well, as I've said, no one's actually got any questions or any queries related to the topic matter. And we did have a quiet moment, so we were discussing, as I said, Aristophanes. We did that, and now there's a quiet moment. Someone else will say something later on. Why don't you say something? What's your position on all this? You think you're living on a ball earth? And how would you know this?
Living on a border?
Yeah, are you living on a ball? An oblate spheroid hurtling through the universe, 2.2 million miles per hour, covering 19.2 billion miles in a year, and all those stars are all in the same place. What's your position
That's
on that?
still
Are you
too much
living
to
on?
think about. Like that's a lot to think about at once.
Yeah, and
Um,
especially when you've had a lot of drink. Yeah, all those vectors and movements and spins, you might throw up. I understand that. But what is your position anyway? Do you think or believe, or are you holding the position that you are indeed living on an
I
oblate
can give like a
spheroid?
half position on it. I would say that like we are on a globe that is going round and round, and we all have positions, as in like we are in a certain state of what we live in. So it's more like all of that. Like literally, none of that fucking really matters too much because like we are on our own, you know, certain platform. You know what I mean?
Well, not
Everyone's just doing their own thing.
well, yeah, but in
Nobody
in
really
your
knows.
case, you said you're saying you're on a globe. But how do you know you're on the globe? How do you know this?
Well,
Have you
that's
done
just
anything to confirm?
that's just what they told us, and that's what I
Right.
believe. And
Okay. All
when
right.
you
So you
when you when you look out if you look outside of if you look outside of a telescope, you see like fucking Jupiter and stuff, right? Like the moon and stuff. It's all round, so it's like I have nothing else but believe, but that this is round. Unless you tell me, unless you show me that like flat Earth is flat Earth, whatever. If you want to go to that point, but
Okay, all right. Well, I mean, I can understand your position. Your position is the weakest position of all, isn't it? Because you're taking information and you're just believing it without checking. Yeah, so that's a very weak position in itself.
what
And now you're saying when you
that's what
look
everyone
through,
does. Everyone takes
right, yeah,
information.
that's true. I'm not singling you out. That's everyone. Yeah, that's everybody. But you're here in this server at the moment. Everybody else is listening, but that's so those who are listening who are holding the same position as this gentleman here, then you're all in a weak position because you're accepting information without the confirmation or validation. That's a fact, right? And then you did say when you look through the telescope, you're looking at these objects and they look round, but that would be known as a false equivalence fallacy. Do you know what I mean? Because one, you don't know what those objects are really because you can't validate anything looking through a tube with
Force
two lenses
equivalent.
on it, right? And you're here on Earth. See, here on Earth, you can prove whether or not Earth is curving, rotating, even, or but at least you can go out and check. You can actually make some quantitative measurements as to whether or not the Earth is flat or curving. You can do that. You see. You can show that to yourself. I don't have to show you. You can show
What
that
is
to yourself.
what is force force what does force equivalence mean?
Oh, sorry, yeah. False equivalence is equivalating us, Earth, to the objects in the sky that you don't know what they are. You don't know what they are at all, but you're saying we're the same. That's a false equivalence, isn't it? You're equivalating Earth because Earth has life. You have that humble pistachio nut, ladies and gentlemen. Crack. You chew it. You're getting nourishment. And you can't do that on those planets. Can I go up there and get a pistachio nut? And then have a Sunday roast dinner? No, yeah? That's why it's a false equivalence fallacy. Just because they appear to be spherical doesn't mean Earth is spherical. Do you get it now?
A little bit. It's just
So he is saying a
from the
false
terrestrial,
equivalence, not a
from this.
force equivalence.
Yeah, go ahead.
All of a sudden, 5 people are talking at once.
Sorry, yeah, go on, Jemsy.
I think Matthew was gonna say something. Go ahead,
Sorry,
Matthew.
Matthew. Go
Yeah, I
ahead,
was just
Matthew.
correcting. So Jin was saying a false equivalence, not a force equivalence. That answers your question.
Oh,
yeah, it's a false. Yeah, false, as in falsehood.
Not true.
Yeah, not true. Exactly. Yeah.
So what Jen is trying to tell you is that when you are standing on the ground, the earth or terra, that's below your feet, and when you look up to the celestial, to the sky, and you observe the luminaries, and you see the luminaries doing or looking a certain way, you cannot turn around and say the earth is like those things, because the earth is terra, the celestial of the celestials, and they don't look anything alike. So you cannot say, look, I see a light, therefore I'm standing on a light.
okay. That's interesting.
Yeah, yeah. False. Should have put the L in there a bit more for you. False equivalence. Okay, there you are. So you got it now.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why I heard the word force.
Yeah, yeah. False equivalence fallacies do happen from time to time. So yeah, so we should never do that. You should never look up in the sky and say, "Oh, I'm looking at Jupiter. Earth is a ball." That doesn't make any logical sense at all, does it? Does it? It's like me looking at a car. Oh, my wife's a mini car. No, that doesn't make any sense, does it? Right. No, clearly my wife cannot be a car, and I can always check, can't I?
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where like
the undercarriage. No, let me quit.
sorry.
No, go ahead. I'm being retarded. You're good.
No, I mean, I'm so confused. I guess it's one of those things where like you can't really tell. It's almost like a God thing, I guess.
Well, yes, it is. Yeah,
like a God point of view.
Well, yeah, yeah. Because look, imagine you haven't received any education, but you've got the telescope. Now you're looking at these objects. Do you know what they are? Can you tell me what they are? You know, you've never seen them before in your life. You've now been given a telescope. You're out there. Tell me what they are. You wouldn't know where to begin.
Yeah.
You understand what I mean? You just don't know what they are.
They are observable phenomena, and we can observe them with our God-given senses, with our vision, right? We can observe it, look that they move in cycles across the sky. We can say those things, but what we're missing is the how far they are, what are they made of, how big they are, what's the medium that they're in, what is the mechanisms behind that causes the effect, what is the cause of the effect that we're observing. So we're missing a bunch of variables to be able to determine what these objects actually are and how they operate.
Yeah. And then once you form your hypotheses, you would still need to go there to confirm that what you hypothesize on Earth is indeed what's happening out there, up there in the night sky. So that's the problem. We can't validate anything that we've been told. We've been told a lot of stories about these objects, but as far as they are, stories is all they are. They're not anything concrete, fact that's been proven. And anyone telling you that, well, they're just selling you a lie there. Obviously, Jemsy was correct. You know, you can recognize circular patterns that they make and movements over the years, fine. But what those objects actually are, as to their makeup, no chance of knowing that.
It's
We
like
don't
you're looking at a clock that you cannot go and inspect, so you don't know what makes a clock tick.
Yeah.
You can look at it,
but you cannot inspect it.
That's right. Yeah.
So what do you do though? Like, do you just like what do you do after that?
Oh
What
well,
do
I
you?
enjoy what I see when I see them, and that's it. I mean, I don't hold too much stock in those objects anyway. They're merely for decorative purposes. I'm busy living on Earth, flat Earth, and enjoying all the seasons: the canoeing, the hiking, the mountain trekking, the motorcycling. You know, in my family and all that stuff.
Be the
Yeah,
best version
and
of
the flat
yourself
Earth.
that you can possibly be.
That's what you do. Try not to ruin your health, so you can live as long as possible. Value that liver. You know what I mean? Don't ruin your health and that. You can enjoy it for as long as possible because it's meant to be the gift of life, and enjoy it. And if you can help a fellow human being along the way as you're living in that, that's going to be even excellent. And that's what we try to
Well,
do.
yeah, that's how I try to live. Just fucking use common sense. Pretty much just open doors for people and don't kill anyone. Fucking.
Yeah, right, right.
Oh, you see
That's
something that needs to
Yeah,
be
yeah.
done,
Don't
you do it,
don't kill anyone if you don't have to. Yeah, correct.
Yeah,
and
but
you be the
unfortunately,
best
we've got
version of
many
you that you can
uniforms.
be.
We've got many uniforms being paid by our taxes, and they're bombing and blowing people up as we speak. There we go. On this beautiful flat Earth that isn't rotating.
It's
If it
not,
isn't rotating, then how?
by the way, it's not a disc in space. Nobody here believes in a pizza planet space frisbee. So nobody would claim that it's a disc in space either.
That's right. And we're clearly not moving, ladies and gentlemen, because you can't tell me at the age of 64, I'm still looking at the North Star, but we're doing 19.2 billion miles in a year, ladies and gentlemen, for 64 years. And everything's in the same place. So we're not moving, that is for sure.
We're just here. That's it. We're just here.
Yeah, we're
No,
here
no,
for
not
a
not.
reason.
We're here, and there's a lot of stuff going on here. It's just that there is also between the real stuff that is happening and all the spectrum of the things that you can do in reality and enjoying this place. There's also a lot of deception, cheating, and a lot of things that we shouldn't be doing, like these wars against your neighbor and this scamming that is happening at the moment with the globe thing. This is a huge scam that is happening to our parents, our generations, and our future generations. All this scheming, it shouldn't be happening, but it is happening. So yeah.
Yeah, it's happening on God's beautiful flat earth. That's why you got to question what on God's beautiful flat earth are you doing? Yeah, what are you doing?
It's a big scam.
Yeah, man.
Oh man, I need to eat something. I think.
Yeah.
Go eat something and drink some electrolytes so you hydrate, because the alcohol dissolves a lot of nutrients from your body. It causes your
Yeah.
liver
Oh, it does.
to
Yeah.
kind of like mess up a little bit. So just hydrate and eat something and get some rest.
Yeah, man. And then think about how you're going to enjoy the flat earth and drop that horrible globe ball that you can't prove. It's taking up a lot of room in your head. You want to drop that, release that. You're wasting some serious gigabytes there.
Yeah, I will eat something later. I'll be fine. I got chips.
Oh, all right.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
Or I think it's called fries in your country, but or no, it's the opposite.
Hey, it's okay,
It's called
bro. You
fries.
wanna drink a few drinks? It's okay. You sound like a hardworking man. You deserve it. So just don't overdo it. That's it.
I think I'm gonna die. I might just die.
No, you won't do that just yet.
That will be boring. That will be boring, though.
Yeah.
Just keep going at it. That's more fun.
Yeah. You know, you're going to get to enjoy this flat Earth. I guarantee you that. Wow, how could you not enjoy yourself on this beautiful, level, horizontal, non-rotating realm with all it's got to offer? And there's a lot to offer from nature, mate. I'll tell you that. Whew. I was talking to someone yesterday, surfing. We were talking about surfing for about 2 hours, but it went from surfing to snowboarding, which is what I like doing, you know. So there was a connection there. Yeah, man. And I've surfed as well and bodyboard. So yeah, that was nice. That's enjoying nature right there.
And try not to feel that way, because the alcohol might make you feel certain ways. That's why they call it spirit. Makes you feel like you shouldn't be feeling. So just.
He's gone. He has been
Oh, he's
dismissed
gone
for
now.
a
Yeah.
TOS violation. Check the
Oh
site.
yeah, that's it. That's actually good to good job, guys. Well done.
Yeah. Because he said that. Yeah, that was well picked up. Because he did say a silly thing there. But we at least we kept him on the up. Yeah. And that's what we did. We kept him on the up, not the down.
Well, now he's on the out.
Yeah, but we kept him on the up and up whilst he was trying to get out.
Yeah, he put himself out.
Yeah. See, that little innocent move there could have ruined our server with all that. But luckily, we're not drunk. You know what I mean? Because if we were drunk, we could have been encouraging him to kill himself. You see how silly it gets. Yeah, but we're not that type of people. See, flat earthers don't be getting drunk online. It's just not what we do. I don't get drunk. Period. But you know, my children have never ever seen me drunk. Eldest 25. So for 25 years, I've never been drunk. And then I'm not drunk with my wife. I don't drink to get drunk. And that's not my style. And we don't do that online.
Yeah, because the alcohol gets ginned. You don't get affected by the alcohol.
No. It's usually red wine from Chile, Chile, and I usually have that with my meal. So, and then that's it. So when you're drinking wine with food, it's being absorbed. So therefore, it gets released into the bloodstream very slowly, and then the liver has less work to do. See what I mean? Yeah. It's all clever stuff, mate. And that's why I said I enjoy my wine. Ah, yes. I appreciate the different flavors from around the flat earth. All the regions on the flat earth produce some good wine, red. Yeah, and I enjoy it. What regions are we talking about? There we go. On the flat earth, we're talking about what? Spain, Portugal, France, Italy, Germany, and then we move over to South Africa and Australia. Then, like I mentioned, Chile just now, and then over to California with their California Carats. Yeah, there we are. We've come full circle. And France, let's not forget France. Yeah, all those regions. And a little bit of Greek wine as well. Yeah, of course. Mustn't forget the Greek. Matthias, Rosé. Yeah, the next time I have sashimi, I'm going to try Matthias with sashimi. Yeah, I didn't think of that. Yeah, I'm going to try that one. A rosé with my fish. See how that works. Hmm. Okay, so I've just gone past the 1/3 mark of today. So I've done 1/3 of the day's gone by now. I'll be going to work in a minute. But yeah, 1/3 of the day's gone already. Yeah, I've got to prepare now. Guys, I'll catch you guys later on, yeah? Starting to
Later,
get
Jin.
busy from it. Yeah,
Jin
nice, man.
Sensei. Sayonara. Sayonara.
Yep.
Sayonara. Yeah.
Stay blessed,
Atode
man.
ne.
And
Atode.
watch out for
Hai.
zombies.
Yeah, hai. Wakarimashita. How do I get out of here? Where's the bloody door?
You press the red button, the red one. Eject. Eject.
Yeah. Oh, I know what it
Gotta
is.
hit
I'm
the
in the wrong
ejector seat.
screen, first and foremost. I'm in the wrong screen here.
Well, we can disconnect you if you want.
No. I'll do that myself, thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I've got to press the X first and then the red button. So see you later, guys.
Yo,
Yo.
what's up?
There will be the ceiling above me, the clouds above that, and the heavens above that.
Can you guys hear me?
Oh yeah? Can you hear me?
All right. Yeah.
Oh, good.
Sorry, some people couldn't hear me earlier.
Yeah, I can hear you. Yes.
All right, good.
I mean, you had a question, and I replied to your question.
What are you guys talking about?
Now, what's up? You asked, what's up?
Yeah.
Yeah, I said the ceiling, the clouds, the heavens above.
Yep.
Yeah. Any other questions, though?
What are you guys talking about?
About the lack of curvature across the surface of the Earth.
Oh yeah, I forgot it Mondays. It's pretty curvy. It's pretty curvy.
Scurvy? What's scurvy?
Science is a liar sometimes.
Oh boy.
What's scurvy? You're saying it's scurvy?
The Earth.
The Earth is curvy?
Mm-hmm.
Where? Where is curvy? Where is it at?
Everywhere. It's a sphere.
It's a spear?
The Earth is a sphere.
And how you came to that conclusion? Can you walk me through how you actually know that?
Science, you could test physically yourself. You can go to a bridge. You can go to the you could fly across the Earth in a
Stick
circular
to one.
motion.
So let's go to the first
with
one.
wind.
This the first one that you said, science. How do you use
Well,
science to
you
determine the
can
shape of
you
something?
can hold on. So you can fly in an airplane. You can take multiple flights and do a full lap around the Earth. Okay.
Wait, you can do a lap around your house.
Okay.
And also the aircraft, if its design, the airplane is designed for a flat motionless Earth. So how does that prove a globe?
Because you can make a lap around the Earth.
Yeah, you can do a circle around. You can do a circle around a table, though. You know, circles are not spheres, right?
Yeah, but that proves it has that level of,
Think about this logically, bro. You're saying you can do a circle around somewhere. You can do a circle around a running track, right? You ever been to a track? People run around it. It's flat. People do circles around it. That doesn't
So
mean
when I'm
the
going from
track is a sphere, though.
when I'm going from Asia to America, is it like a disc? Is the disc design the one you follow?
No, you get in an airplane. You go to the airport, right? You buy the ticket. You get in the airplane. The airplane goes up, right? And then goes towards the other airport, and then goes down and lands on the other airport. You see? You never
You're not
use the
getting what I'm
globe for
saying.
anything. Are you getting what you're saying? Are you actually getting it yourself? You're saying that if you go from point A to point B, therefore the Earth is a globe. That doesn't logically follow, though. Hello?
Any fire offers here?
Yes.
Okay, let me get my list. Okay.
Let's start with number one and bring that one to a logical conclusion. Go ahead.
All right, can you guys prove gravity?
Oh, gravity only works on a flat Earth.
The bending and warping of the four-dimensional manifold of space-time is not a force.
You mean, what do you mean by gravity? You mean like gravity?
I was gonna say which one.
Yeah, which one? Hey, buddy, which gravity are you talking about, though? Because gravity only works on a flat Earth, though. I mean, the real one. What's wrong with these kids? They start talking and then they stop talking. Are you guys muting them?
Nah.
This is the second one that start saying things and then they just stop talking. Like within a minute.
The floor of the universe is Earth-shaped.
You gotta fix that one, though. What's up, kids?
Like
Did
it or
you
not, you're
leave?
already
He
a
has.
flat
He said he
earther.
had a.
My
He
bad,
said
Dempsey.
he had a. He said he had a list, but I guess the list.
He had to go find it. It's my bad. You started talking the second I hit the damn soundboard thing, and I'm like, what the hell? I'll lay off.
Do you see the users in here, or did they leave?
Nah, he's still here. He's just looking for his list, I guess.
Which one was he? The notes. Oh,
OG take
OG.
notes.
Did you take notes? I guess we'll wait for him. He said he had a list, so. Yeah, notes. Maybe he has something. Did his first question, he said, "Can you guys prove gravity?" Is that what he said? Nonsense.
Ja. Boring. Is this not Mr. Batman? Did Israel mute my account? Nobody can hear me? Fuck.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Please try to remain civilized and cordial. If you have any questions, feel free to ask.
Testing. 1, 2, 3, testing. So does everyone understand what a rectilinear lens is? Anyone? Bueller? Euler.
Who believes what in this chat? Hello?
Popcorn right there, bitch.